The House of the Past by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. The House of the Past by Algernon Blackwood. One night a dream came to me, and brought with her an old rusty key. She led me across fields and sweet-smelling lanes, where the hedges were already whispering to one another in the dark of the spring, till we came to a huge gaunt house with staring windows and lofty roof half hidden in the shadows of very early morning. I noticed that the blinds were of heavy black, and that the house seemed wrapped in absolute stillness. "This," she whispered in my ear, "is the house of the past. Come with me, and we will go through some of its rooms and passages. But quickly, for I have not the key for long, and the night is very nearly over. Yet, perchance, you shall remember." The key made a dreadful noise as she turned it in the lock, and when the great door swung open into an empty hall and we went in, I heard sounds of whispering and weeping, and the rustling of clothes, as of people moving in their sleep and about to wake. Then instantly a spirit of intense sadness came over me, drenching me to the soul. My eyes began to burn and smart, and in my heart I became aware of a strange sensation, as of the uncoiling of something that had been asleep for ages. My whole being, unable to resist, at once surrendered itself to the spirit of deepest melancholy, and the pain of my heart, as the things moved and woke, became in a moment of time too strong for words. As we advanced, the faint voices and sobbings fled away before us into the interior of the house, and I became conscious that the air was full of hands held aloft, of swaying garments, of drooping tresses, and of eyes so sad and wistful that the tears, which were already brimming in my own, held back for wonder at the sight of such intolerable yearning. "Do not allow this sadness to overwhelm you," whispered the dream at my side. "It is not often they wake. They sleep for years and years and years. The chambers are all full, and unless visitors such as we come to disturb them, they will never wake of their own accord. But when one stirs, the sleep of the others is troubled, and they too awake, till the motion is communicated from one room to another, and thus finally throughout the whole house. Then, sometimes, the sadness is too great to be borne, and the mind weakens. For this reason, memory gives to them the sweetest and deepest sleep she has, and she keeps this old key rusty from little use. But listen now," she added, holding up her hand. "Do you not hear all through the house that trembling of the air like the distant murmur of falling water? And do you not now, perhaps, remember?" Even before she spoke, I had already caught faintly the beginning of a new sound, and now, deep in the cellars beneath our feet, and from the upper regions of the great house as well, I heard the whispering, and the rustling, and the inward stirring of the sleeping shadows. It rose like a chord swept softly from the huge unseen string stretched somewhere among the foundations of the house, and its tremblings ran gently through its walls and ceilings, and I knew that I heard the slow awakening of the ghosts of the past. Ah me, with what terrible inrushing of sadness I stood with brimming eyes and listened to the faint, dead voices of the long ago. For indeed the whole house was awakening, and there presently rose to my nostrils the subtle, penetrating perfume of age, of letters long preserved, with ink faded and ribbons pale, of scented tresses, golden and brown, laid away, ah, how tenderly, among pressed flowers that still held the inmost delicacy of their forgotten fragrance, the scented presence of lost memories, the intoxicating incense of the past. My eyes overflowed, my heart tightened and expanded, and as I yielded myself up without reserve to these old influences of sound and smell, these ghosts of the past, forgotten in the tumult of more recent memories, thronged round me, took my hands in theirs, and ever whispering of what I had so long forgot, ever sighing, shaking from their hair and garments the ineffable odours of the dead ages, led me through the vast house, from room to room, from floor to floor. And the ghosts were not all equally clear to me. Some had indeed but the faintest life, and stirred me so little that they left only an indistinct, blurred impression in the air, while others gazed half reproachfully at me out of faded, colourless eyes, as if longing to recall themselves to my recollection, and then, seeing they were not recognized, floated back gently into the shadows of their room, to sleep again, undisturbed, till the final day, when I should not fail to know them. "Many of these have slept so long," said the dream beside me, "that they wake only with the greatest difficulty. Once awake, however, they know and remember, even though you fail to remember them, for it is the rule in this house of the past that, unless you recall them distinctly, remember precisely when you knew them, and with what particular causes in your past evolution they were associated, they cannot stay awake. Unless you remember them when your eyes meet, unless their look of recognition is returned by you, they are obliged to go back to their sleep, silent and sorrowful, their hands unpressed, their voices unheard, to sleep and dream, deathless and patient, till—" At this moment her words died away suddenly into the distance, and I became conscious of an overpowering sensation of delight and happiness. Something had touched me on the lips, and a strong, sweet fire flashed down into my heart and sent the blood rushing tumultuously through my veins. My pulses beat wildly, my skin glowed, my eyes grew tender, and the terrible sadness of the place was instantly dispelled as if by magic. Turning with a cry of joy that was at once swallowed up in the chorus of weeping and sighing round me, I looked, and instinctively stretched forth my arms in a rapture of happiness towards a vision of a face, hair, lips, eyes. A cloth of gold lay about the fair neck, and the old, old perfume of the East, ye stars, how long ago, was in a breath. Her lips were again on mine, her hair over my eyes, her arms about my neck, and the love of her ancient soul pouring into mine out of eyes still starry and undimmed. Oh, the fierce tumult, the untold wonder, if I could only remember! That subtle, mist-dispelling odour of many ages ago, once so familiar, before the hills of Atlantis were above the blue sea, or the sands had begun to form the bed of the Sphinx. Yet wait. It comes back. I begin to remember. Curtain upon curtain rises in my soul, and I can almost see beyond. But that hideous stretch of the years, awful and sinister, thousands upon thousands. My heart shakes, and I am afraid. Another curtain rises, and a new vista, farther than the others, comes into view, interminable, running to a point among thick mists. Lo, they too are moving, rising, lightening. At last I shall see. Already I begin to recall. The dusky skin, the Eastern grace, the wondrous eyes that held the knowledge of Buddha and the wisdom of Christ before these had even dreamed of attainment. As a dream within a dream, it steals over me again, taking compelling possession of my whole being. The slender form, the stars in that magical eastern sky, the whispering winds among the palm trees, the murmur of the river's waves and the music of the reeds where they bend and sigh in the shallows on the golden sand, thousands of years ago, in some aeonian distance. It fades a little and begins to pass, then seems again to rise. Ah, me, that smile of the shining teeth, those lace-veined lids! Oh, who will help me to recall, for it is too far away, too dim, and I cannot wholly remember, though my lips are still tingling and my arms still outstretched. It again begins to fade. Already there is a look of sadness too deep for words, as she realizes that she is unrecognized. She, whose mere presence could once extinguish for me the entire universe. And she goes back, slowly, mournfully, silently, to her dim, tremendous sleep, to dream and dream of the day when I must remember her and she must come where she belongs. She peers at me from the end of the room where the shadows already cover her, and win her back with outstretched arms to her age-long sleep in the house of the past. Trembling all over, with a strange odor still in my nostrils and a fire in my heart, I turned away and followed my dream up a broad staircase into another part of the house. As we entered the upper corridors, I heard the wind pass singing over the roof. Its music took possession of me until I felt as though my whole body were a single heart, aching, straining, throbbing as if it would break, and all because I heard the wind singing round the house of the past. "But remember," whispered the dream, answering my unspoken wonder, "that you are listening to the song as it has sung for untold ages, into untold myriad years. It carries back so appallingly far, and in that simple dirge, profound in its terrible monotony, are the associations and recollections of the joys, griefs, and struggles of all your previous existence. The wind, like the sea, speaks to the inmost memory," she added, "and that is why its voice is one of such deep spiritual sadness. It is the song of things forever incomplete, unfinished, unsatisfying." As we passed through the vaulted rooms, I noticed that no one stirred. There was no actual sound, only a general impression of deep collective breathing, like the heave of a muffled ocean. But the rooms, I knew at once, were full to the walls, crowded, rows upon rows. And from the floors below rose ever the murmur of the weeping shadows as they returned to their sleep, and settled down again in the silence, the darkness, and the dust. The dust! Ah, the dust that floated in this house of the past, so thick, so penetrating, so fine it filled the throat and eyes without pain, so fragrant it soothed the senses and stilled the heart, so soft it parched the tongue without offence, yet so silently falling, gathering, settling over everything that the air held it like a fine mist, and the sleeping shadows wore it for their shrouds. "And these are the oldest," said my dream, "the longest asleep," pointing to the crowded rows of silent sleepers. "None here have wakened for ages, too many to count, and even if they woke you would not know them. They are, like the others, all your own, but they are the memories of your earlier stages along the great path of evolution. Some day, though, they will awake, and you must know them, and answer their questions, for they cannot die till they have exhausted themselves again through you who gave them birth." Ah, me, I thought, only half listening to or understanding these last words. What mothers, fathers, brothers may then be asleep in this room? What faithful lovers, what true friends, what ancient enemies? And to think that some day they will step forth and confront me, and I shall meet their eyes again, claim them, know them, forgive, and be forgiven. The memories of all my past. I turned to speak to the dream at my side, but she was already fading into dimness, and as I looked again, the whole house melted away into the flush of the eastern sky, and I heard the birds singing, and saw the clouds overhead veiling the stars in the light of coming day. End of The House of the Past by Algernon Blackwood. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. They by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. They, by Rudyard Kipling. One view called me to another. One hill topped to its fellow, half across the county, and since I could answer at no more trouble than the snapping forward of a lever, I let the county flow under my wheels. The orchid-studded flats of the east gave way to the thyme, ilex, and grey grass of the downs, these again to the rich cornland and fig trees of the lower coast, where you carry the beat of the tide on your left hand for 15 level miles, and when at last I turned inland through a huddle of rounded hills and woods, I had run myself clean out of my known marks. Beyond that precise hamlet which stands godmother to the capital of the United States, I found hidden villages where bees, the only things awake, boomed in 80-foot lindens that overhung grey Norman churches, miraculous brooks diving under stone bridges built for heavier traffic than would ever vex them again, tied barns larger than their churches, and an old smithy that cried out aloud how it had once been a hall of the Knights of the Temple. Gypsies I found on a common where the gorse, bracken, and heath fought it out together up a mile of Roman road, and a little further on I disturbed a red fox rolling dog-fashion in the naked sunlight. As the wooded hills closed about me, I looked up in the car to take the bearings of that great down, whose ringed head is a landmark for 50 miles across the Low Countries. I judged that the lie of the country would bring me across some westward running road that went to his feet, but I did not allow for the confusing vales of the woods. A quick turn plunged me first into a green cutting brimful of liquid sunshine, next into a gloomy tunnel where last year's dead leaves whispered and scuffled about my tires. The strong hazel stuff meeting overhead had not been cut for a couple of generations at least, nor had any axe helped the moss-cankered oak and beech to spring above them. Here the road changed frankly into a carpeted ride on whose brown velvet-spent primrose clumps showed like jade, and a few sickly white-stalked bluebells nodded together. As the slope favoured, I shut off the power and slid over the whirled leaves, expecting every moment to meet a keeper. But I only heard a jay, far off, arguing against the silence under the twilight of the trees. Still the track descended. I was on the point of reversing and working my way back on the second speed ere I entered in some swamp, when I saw sunshine through the tangle ahead and lifted the brake. It was down again at once. As the light beat across my face, my four wheels took the turf of a great still lawn from which sprang horsemen 10 feet high with levelled lances, monstrous peacocks, and sleek round-headed maids of honour, blue, black, and glistening, all of clipped yew. Across the lawn, the marshalled woods besieged it on 3 sides, stood an ancient house of lichened and weather-worn stone, with mullioned windows and roofs of rose-red tile. It was flanked by semicircular walls, also rose-red, that closed the lawn on the 4th side, and at their feet a box hedge grew man-high. There were doves on the roof about the slim brick chimneys, and I caught a glimpse of an octagonal dove-house behind the screening wall. Here, then, I stayed, a horseman's great spear laid at my breast, held by the exceeding beauty of that jewel in that setting. If I am not packed off for a trespasser, or if this knight does not ride a wallop at me, thought I, Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth at least must come out of the half-open garden door and ask me to tea. A child appeared at an upper window, and I thought the little thing waved a friendly hand. But it was to call a companion, for presently another bright head showed. Then I heard a laugh among the yew peacocks, and turning to make sure, till then I had been watching the house only, I saw the silver of a fountain behind a hedge thrown up against the sun. The doves on the roof cooed to the cooing water. But between the 2 notes I caught the utterly happy chuckle of a child absorbed in some light mischief. The garden door, heavy oak sunk deep in the thickness of the wall, opened further. A woman in a big garden hat set her foot slowly on the time-hollowed stone step, and as slowly walked across the turf. I was forming some apology, when she lifted up her head, and I saw that she was blind. "I heard you," she said. "Isn't that a motor car?" "I'm afraid I've made a mistake in my road. I should have turned off up above. I never dreamed," I began. "But I'm very glad. Fancy a motor car coming into the garden. It will be such a treat." She turned and made as though looking about her. You haven't seen anyone, have you, perhaps?" "No one to speak to. But the children seemed interested at a distance." "Which?" "I saw a couple up at the window just now, and I think I heard a little chap in the grounds." "Oh, lucky you!" she cried, and her face brightened. "I hear them, of course, but that's all. You've seen them and heard them." "Yes," I answered. "And if I know anything of children, one of them's having a beautiful time by the fountain yonder. Escaped, I should imagine." "You're fond of children?" I gave her one or two reasons why I did not altogether hate them. Of course," she said. "Then you understand. Then you won't think it foolish if I ask you to take your car through the gardens once or twice, quite slowly. I'm sure they'd like to see it. They see so little, poor things. One tries to make their life pleasant, but—" She threw out her hands towards the woods. "We're so out of the world here." "That will be splendid," I said. "But I can't cut up your grass." She faced to the right. "Wait a minute," she said. "We're at the south gate, aren't we? Behind those peacocks there's a flagged path. We call it the Peacock's Walk. You can't see it from here, they tell me, but if you squeeze along by the edge of the wood, you can turn at the first peacock and get on to the flags." It was sacrilege to wake that dreaming house front with the clatter of machinery, but I swung the car to clear the turf, brushed along the edge of the wood, and turned in on the broad stone path where the fountain basin lay like one star sapphire. "May I come too?" she cried. "No, please don't help me. They'll like it better if they see me." She felt away lightly to the front of the car, and with one foot on the step she called, "Children, oh children, look and see what's going to happen." The voice would have drawn lost souls from the pit, for the yearning that underlay its sweetness, and I was not surprised to hear an answering shout behind the yews. It must have been the child by the fountain, but he fled at our approach, leaving a little toy boat in the water. I saw the glint of his blue blouse among the still horsemen. Very disposedly we paraded the length of the walk, and at her request backed again. This time the child had got the better of his panic, but stood far off and doubting. "The little fellow's watching us," I said. "I wonder if he'd like a ride." "They're very shy still, very shy. But oh, lucky you to be able to see them. Let's listen." I stopped the machine at once, and the humid stillness, heavy with the scent of box, cloaked as deep. Shears I could hear where some gardener was clipping, a mumble of bees, and broken voices that might have been the doves. "Oh, and kind," she said weariedly. "Perhaps they're only shy of the motor. The little maid at the window looks tremendously interested." "Yes?" She raised her head. "It was wrong of me to say that. They are really fond of me. It's the only thing that makes life worth living, when they're fond of you, isn't it? I don't think what the place would be without them. By the way, is it beautiful?" "I think it is the most beautiful place I have ever seen." "So they all tell me. I can feel it, of course, but that isn't quite the same thing." "Then have you never—" I began, but stopped abashed. "Not since I can remember. It happened when I was only a few months old, they tell me, and yet I must remember something, else how could I dream about colours?
I see light in my dreams and colors, but I never see them. I only hear them just as I do when I'm awake."
It's difficult to see faces in dreams. Some people can, but most of us haven't the gift. I went on, looking up at the window where the child stood all but hidden.
"I've heard that too," she said, "and they tell me that one never sees a dead person's face in a dream. Is that true?"
I believe it is, now I come to think of it.
"But how is it with yourself? Yourself?"
The blind eyes turned towards me. "I have never seen the faces of my dead in any dream," I answered.
"Then it must be as bad as being blind."
The sun had dipped behind the woods, and the long shades were possessing the insolent horsemen one by one. I saw the light die from off the top of a glossy-leaved lance, and all the brave hard green turned to soft black. The house, accepting another day at end, as it had accepted 100,000 gone, seemed to settle deeper into its rest among the shadows.
"Have you ever wanted to?"
she said after the silence. "Very much sometimes," I replied. The child had left the window as the shadows closed upon it.
"Ah, so have I. But I don't suppose it's allowed. Where'd you live?"
"Quite the other side of the county, 60 miles and more. And I must be going back. I've come without my big lamp."
"But it's not dark yet. I can feel it."
"I'm afraid it will be by the time I get home. Could you lend me someone to set me on my road at first? I've utterly lost myself."
"I'll send Madden with you to the crossroads. We are so out of the world, I don't wonder you were lost. I'll guide you round to the front of the house, but you will go slowly, won't you, till you're out of the grounds? It isn't foolish, do you think?"
"I promise you I'll go like this," I said, and let the car start herself down the flagged path. We skirted the left wing of the house, whose elaborately cast lead guttering alone was worth a day's journey, passed under a great rose-grown gate in the red wall, and so round to the high front of the house, which in beauty and stateliness as much excelled the back as that all others I had seen.
"It is so very beautiful,"
she said wistfully when she heard my raptures.
"And you like the lead figures too. There's the old azalea garden behind. They say that this place must have been made for children. Will you help me out, please? I should like to come with you as far as the crossroads, but I must leave them. Is that you, Madden? I want you to show this gentleman the way to the crossroads. He has lost his way, but he has seen them."
A butler appeared noiselessly at the miracle of the old oak that must be called the front door, and slipped aside to put on his hat. She stood looking at me with open blue eyes in which no sight lay, and I saw for the first time that she was beautiful.
"Remember," she said quietly, "if you are fond of them, you will come again,"
and disappeared within the house. The butler in the car said nothing till we were nearly at the lodge gates, where, catching a glimpse of a blue blouse in a shrubbery, I swerved amply lest the devil that leads little boys to play should drag me into child murder. "Excuse me," he asked of a sudden, "but why did you do that, sir?" "The child yonder."
"Our young gentleman in blue?"
"Of course."
"He runs about a good deal. Did you see him by the fountain, sir?"
"Oh, yes, several times. Do we turn here?"
"Yes, sir. And did you happen to see them upstairs, too?"
"At the upper window, yes."
"Was that before the mistress came out to speak to you, sir?"
"A little before that. Why do you want to know?" He paused a little.
"Only to make sure that they had seen the car, sir. Because with children running about, though I am sure you are driving particularly careful, there might be an accident. That was all, sir. Here are the crossroads. You can't miss your way from now on." "Thank you, sir. But that isn't our custom, not with—"
"I beg your pardon," I said, and thrust away the British silver.
"Oh, it's quite right with the rest of 'em as a rule. Good-bye, sir."
He retired into the armour-plated conning tower of his caste and walked away, evidently a butler solicitous for the honour of his house, and interested, probably through a maid, in the nursery. Once beyond the signposts at the crossroads, I looked back, but the crumpled hills interlaced so jealously that I could not see where the house had lain. When I asked its name at a cottage along the road, the fat woman who sold sweetmeats there gave me to understand that people with motor cars had small right to live, much less to go about talking like carriage folk. They were not a pleasant-mannered community. When I retraced my route on the map that evening, I was a little wiser. Hawkins' old farm appeared to be the survey title of the place, and the old country gazetteer, generally so ample, did not allude to it. The big house of those parts was Hodnington Hall, Georgian with early Victorian embellishments, as an atrocious steel engraving attested. I carried my difficulty to a neighbour, a deep-rooted tree of that soil, and he gave me a name of a family which conveyed no meaning. A month or so later I went again, or it may have been that my car took the road of her own volition. She overran the fruitless downs, threaded every turn of the maze of lanes below the hills, drew through the high-walled woods, impenetrable in their full leaf, came out at the crossroads where the butler had left me, and a little further on developed an internal trouble which forced me to turn her into a grass way-waste that cut into a summer-silent hazel wood. So far as I could make sure by the sun and a 6-inch ordnance map, this should be the road flank of that wood which I had first explored from the heights above. I made a mighty serious business of my repairs, and a glittering shop of my repair kit, spanners, pump, and the like, which I spread out orderly upon a rug. It was a trap to catch all childhood, for on such a day, I argued, the children would not be far off. When I paused in my work, I listened, but the wood was so full of the noises of summer, though the birds had mated, that I could not at first distinguish these from the tread of small cautious feet stealing across the dead leaves. I rang my bell in an alluring manner, but the feet fled, and I repented, for to a child a sudden noise is very real terror. I must have been at work half an hour, when I heard in the wood the voice of the blind woman crying,
"Children, oh children, where are you?"
and the stillness made slow to close on the perfection of that cry. She came towards me, half feeling her way between the tree boles, and though a child, it seemed, clung to her skirt, it swerved into the leafage like a rabbit as she drew nearer.
"Is that you?" she said. "From the other side of the county?"
"Yes, it's me, from the other side of the county."
"Then why didn't you come to the upper woods? They were there just now."
"They were here a few minutes ago. I expect they knew my car had broken down and came to see the fun."
"Nothing serious, I hope? How do cars break down?"
"In 50 different ways. Only mine has chosen the 51st. She laughed merrily at the tiny joke, cooed with delicious laughter, and pushed her hat back.
"Let me hear," she said.
"Wait a moment," I cried, "and I'll get you a cushion." She set her foot on the rug all covered with spare parts, and stooped above it eagerly.
"What delightful things!"
The hands through which she saw glanced in the checkered sunlight.
"A box here, another box. Why, you've arranged them like playing shop."
I confess now that I put it out to attract them. I don't need half those things, really."
"How nice of you. I heard your bell in the upper wood. You say they were here before that?"
"I'm sure of it. Why are they so shy? That little fellow in blue who was with you just now ought to have got over his fright. He's been watching me like a red Indian."
"It must have been your bell," she said. "I heard one of them go past me in trouble when I was coming down. They're shy, so shy even with me."
She turned her face over her shoulder and cried out,
"Children, oh children, look and see."
"They must have gone off together of their own affairs," I suggested, for there was a murmur behind us of lowered voices broken by the sudden squeaking giggles of childhood. I returned to my tinkerings, and she leaned forward, her chin on her hand, listening interestedly. "How many are they?" I said at last. The work was finished, but I saw no reason to go. Her forehead puckered a little in thought.
I don't quite know, she said simply. Sometimes more, sometimes less. They come and stay with me because I love them, you see.
That must be very jolly, I said, replacing a drawer, and as I spoke I heard the inanity of my answer.
You aren't laughing at me, she cried. I haven't any of my own. I never married. People laugh at me sometimes about them because...
Because they're savages, I returned. It's nothing to fret for. That sort laugh at everything that isn't their own fat lives.
I don't know. How should I? I only don't like being laughed at about them. It hurts. And when one can't see, I don't want to seem silly.
Her chin quivered like a child's as she spoke.
But we blindies have only one skin, I think. Everything outside hits straight at your souls. It's different with you. You've such good defenses in your eyes, looking out before anyone can really pain you in your soul. People forget that with us.
I was silent, reviewing that inexhaustible matter. The more than inherited, since it is also carefully taught, brutality of the Christian peoples, besides which were the mere heathendom of the West Coast nigger, is clean and restrained. It led me a long distance into myself.
Don't do that,
she said of a sudden, putting her hands before her eyes.
What?
She made a gesture with her hand.
That. It's all purple and black. Don't. That color hurts.
But how in the world do you know about colors? I exclaimed. For here was a revelation indeed.
Colors as colors? She asked.
No, those colors which you saw just now.
You know as well as I do, she laughed. Else you wouldn't have asked that question. They aren't in the world at all. They're in you. When you went so angry.
Do you mean a dull purplish patch, like port wine mixed with ink? I said.
I've never seen ink or port wine, but the colors aren't mixed. They are separate, all separate.
Do you mean black streaks and jags across the purple? She nodded.
Yes, if they are like this,
and zigzagged her finger again.
But it's more red than purple, that bad color.
And what are the colors at the top of the... whatever you see? Slowly she leaned forward and traced on the rug the figure of the egg itself.
I see them so, she said, pointing with a grass stem. White, green, yellow, red, purple. And when people are angry or bad, black across the red, as you were just now.
Who told you anything about it? In the beginning? I demanded.
About the colors? No one. I used to ask what colors were when I was little, in table covers and curtains and carpets, you see, because some colors hurt me and some made me happy. People told me, and when I got older, that was how I saw people.
Again she traced the outline of the egg, which it is given to very few of us to see. All by yourself? I repeated.
All by myself. There wasn't anyone else. I only found out afterwards that other people did not see the colors.
She leaned against the tree bole, plaiting and unplaiting chance-plucked grass stems. The children in the wood had drawn nearer. I could see them with the tail of my eye, frolicking like squirrels.
Now I am sure you will never laugh at me,
she went on after a long silence.
Nor at them.
Goodness, no, I cried, jolted out of my train of thought. A man who laughs at a child, unless the child is laughing too, is a heathen.
I didn't mean that, of course. You'd never laugh at children, but I used to think that perhaps you might laugh about them. So now I beg your pardon. What are you going to laugh at?
I had made no sound, but she knew. at the notion of your begging my pardon. If you had done your duty as a pillar of the state and a landed proprietress, you ought to have summoned me for trespass when I barged through your woods the other day. It was disgraceful of me, inexcusable." She looked at me, her head against the tree trunk, long and steadfastly, this woman who could see the naked soul.
"How curious,"
she half whispered.
"How very curious."
"Why? What have I done?"
"You don't understand. And yet you understood about the colors. Don't you understand?"
She spoke with a passion that nothing had justified, and I faced her bewilderedly as she rose. The children had gathered themselves in a roundel behind a bramble bush. One sleek head bent over something smaller, and the set of the little shoulders told me that fingers were on lips. They too had some child's tremendous secret. I alone was hopelessly astray there in the broad sunlight. "No," I said, and shook my head as though the dead eyes could note. "Whatever it is, I don't understand yet. Perhaps I shall later, if you'll let me come again."
"You will come again," she answered. "You will surely come again and walk in the wood."
"Perhaps the children will know me well enough by that time to let me play with them, as a favor. You know what children are like."
"It isn't a matter of favor, but of right," she replied, and while I wondered what she meant, a dishevelled woman plunged round the bend of the road, loose-haired, purple, almost lowing with agony as she ran. It was my rude, fat friend of the sweetmeat shop. The blind woman heard and stepped forward. "What is it, Mrs. Maidhurst?"
she asked. The woman flung her apron over her head and literally grovelled in the dust, crying that her grandchild was sick to death, that the local doctor was away fishing, that Jenny the mother was at her wits' end, and so forth, with repetitions and bellowings. "Where's the next nearest doctor?" I asked between paroxysms.
"I'll attend to this. Be quick. Madden will tell you. Go round to the house and take him with you. I'll attend to this. Be quick."
She half supported the fat woman into the shade. In 2 minutes I was blowing all the horns of Jericho under the front of the House Beautiful, and Madden in the pantry rose to the crisis like a butler and a man. A quarter of an hour at illegal speeds caught us a doctor 5 miles away. Within the half-hour we had decanted him, much interested in motors, at the door of the sweetmeat shop, and drew up the road to await the verdict. "Useful things, cars," said Madden, all man and no butler. "If I'd had one when mine took sick, she wouldn't have died." "How was it?" I asked. "Croup. Mrs. Madden was away. No one knew what to do. I drove 8 miles in a tax cart for the doctor. She was choked when we came back. This cart has saved her. She'd have been close on 10 now." "I'm sorry," I said. "I thought you were rather fond of children from what you told me going to the crossroads the other day." "Have you seen him again, sir?" "This morning." "Yes, but they're well broke to cars. I couldn't get any of them within 20 yards of it." He looked at me carefully, as a scout considers a stranger, not as a menial should lift his eyes to his divinely appointed superior. "I wonder why," he said, just above the breath that he drew. We waited on. A light wind from the sea wandered up and down the long lines of the woods, and the wayside grasses, whitened already with summer dust, rose and bowed in sallow waves. A woman, wiping the suds of her arms, came out of the cottage next the sweetmeat shop.
"I've been a-listening in the backyard," she said cheerily. "He says Arthur's unaccountable bad. Did he hear him struck just now? Unaccountable bad. I reckon 'twill come Jenny's turn to walk in the wood next week along, Mr. Madden." "Excuse me, sir, but your lap robe is slipping," said Madden deferentially. The woman started, dropped a curtsy, and hurried away. "What does she mean by walking in the wood?" I asked. "It must be some saying they use hereabout. I'm from Norfolk myself," said Madden. "They're an independent lot in this country. She took you for a chauffeur, sir." I saw the doctor come out of the cottage, followed by a draggle-tailed wench who clung to his arm as though he could make treaty for her with death. "That's odd," she wailed. "That's just as much to us as that asthma as if they was lawful born. Just as much. Just as much. And God, he'd be just as pleased if you saved him, Doctor. Don't take it from me. Miss Florence will tell you the very same. Don't leave him, Doctor."
I know," said the man. "But he'll be quiet for a while now. We'll get the nurse and the medicine as fast as we can." He signalled me to come forward with the car, and I strove not to be privy to what followed. But I saw the girl's face, blotched and frozen with grief, and I felt the hand without a ring clutching at my knees as we moved away. The doctor was a man of some humour, for I remembered he claimed my car under the oath of Aesculapius, and used it and me without mercy. First we convoyed Mrs. Maidhurst and the blind woman to wait by the sick bed till the nurse should come. Next we invaded a neat county town for prescriptions. The doctor said the trouble was cerebrospinal meningitis, and when the county institute, banked and flanked with scared market cattle, reported itself out of nurses, for the moment we literally flung ourselves loose upon the county. We conferred with the owners of great houses, magnates at the ends of overarching avenues whose big-boned women-folk strode away from their tea-tables to listen to the imperious doctor. At last a white-haired lady, sitting under a cedar of Lebanon and surrounded by a court of magnificent bourgeois, all hostile to motors, gave the doctor, who received them as from a princess, written orders which we bore many miles at top speed, through a park, to a French nunnery, where we took over in exchange a pallid-faced and trembling sister. She knelt at the bottom of the tonneau, telling her beads without pause, till, by short cuts of the doctor's invention, we had her to the sweetmeat shop once more. It was a long afternoon crowded with mad episodes that rose and dissolved like the dust of our wheels, cross-sections of remote and incomprehensible lives through which we raced at right angles, and I went home in the dusk, wearied out, to dream of the clashing horns of cattle, round-eyed nuns walking in a garden of graves, pleasant tea-parties beneath shaded trees, the carbolic-scented grey-painted corridors of the county institute, the steps of shy children in the woods, and the hands that clung to my knees as the motor began to move. I had intended to return in a day or two, but it pleased fate to hold me from that side of the county on many pretexts, till the elder and the wild rose had fruited. There came at last a brilliant day, swept clear from the southwest, that brought the hills within hand's reach, a day of unstable airs and high filmy clouds. Through no merit of my own I was free, and set the car for the third time on that known road. As I reached the crest of the downs, I felt the soft air change, saw it glaze under the sun, and looking down at the sea, in that instant beheld the blue of the channel turn through polished silver and dull steel to dingy pewter. A laden collier hugging the coast steered outward for deeper water, and across copper-coloured haze I saw sails rise one by one on the anchored fishing fleet. In a deep dence behind me an eddy of sudden wind drummed through sheltered oaks, and spun aloft the first dry sample of autumn leaves. When I reached the bench road the sea fog fumed over the brick-fields, and the tide was telling all the groins of the gale below Ushant. In less than an hour summer England vanished in chill grey. We were again the shut island of the north, all the ships of the world bellowing at our perilous gates, and between their outcries ran the piping of bewildered gulls. My cap dripped moisture, the folds of the rug held it in pools or sluiced its way in runnels, and the salt rime stuck to my lips. Inland the smell of autumn loaded the thickened fog among the trees, and the drip became a continuous shower. Yet the late flowers, mallow of the wayside, scabious of the field, and dahlia of the garden, showed gay in the mist, and beyond the sea's breadth there was little sign of decay in the leaf. Yet in the villages the house-doors were all open, and bare-legged, bare-headed children sat at ease on the damp doorsteps to shout "Pip, pip" at the stranger. I made bold to call on the sweetmeat shop, where Mrs. Maidhurst met me with a fat woman's hospitable tears. Jenny's child, she said, had died 2 days after the nun had come. It was, she felt, best out of the way, even though insurance offices, for reasons which she did not pretend to follow, would not willingly insure such stray lives. Not but what Jenny didn't tend to Arthur as though he'd come all proper at the end of the first year, like Jenny herself. Thanks to Miss Florence, the child had been buried with a pomp which, in Mrs. Maidhurst's opinion, more than covered the small irregularity of its birth. She described the coffin within and without, the glass hearse, and the evergreen lining of the grave. "But how's the mother?" I asked. "Jenny? Oh, she'll get over it.
I felt that way with one or two of my own. She'll get over. She's walking in the wood now."
"In this weather?" Mrs. Madehurst looked at me with narrowed eyes across the counter.
"I don't know, but it opens the heart like— yes, it opens the heart. That's where losing and bearing come so alike in the long run, we do say."
Now the wisdom of the old wives is greater than that of all the fathers, and this last oracle sent me thinking so extentedly as I went up the road that I nearly ran over a woman and a child at the wooded corner by the lodge gates of the House Beautiful. "Awful weather," I cried as I slowed dead for the turn. "Not so bad," she answered placidly out of the fog. "Mine's used to 'un. You'll find yours indoors, I reckon." Indoors, Madden received me with professional courtesy, and kind inquiries for the health of the motor, which he would put under cover. I waited in a still nut-brown hall, pleasant with late flowers and warmed with the delicious wood fire, a place of good influence and great peace. Men and women may sometimes, after great effort, achieve a creditable lie, but the house, which is their temple, cannot say anything save the truth of those who had lived in it. A child's cot and a doll lay on the black and white floor, where a rug had been kicked back. I felt that the children had only just hurried away, to hide themselves, most like, in the many turns of the great adzed staircase that climbed stately out of the hall, or to crouch at gaze behind the lions and roses of the carven gallery above. Then I heard her voice above me, singing as the blind sing, from the soul.
"In the pleasant orchard closes."
And all my early summer came back at the call.
"In the pleasant orchard closes. God bless all our gains, we say, but may God bless all our losses. Better suits with our degree."
She dropped the marring fifth line and repeated,
"Better suits with our degree."
I saw her lean over the gallery, her linked hands white as pearl against the oak.
"Is that you? From the other side of the county?"
she called. "Yes, me from the other side of the county," I answered, laughing.
"What a long time before you had to come here again,"
one hand lightly touching the broad rail.
"It's 2 months and 4 days. Summer's gone."
"I meant to come before, but fate prevented."
"I knew it. Please do something to that fire. They won't let me play with it, but I can feel it's behaving badly. Hit it."
I looked on either side of the deep fireplace, and found but a half-charred hedge stake with which I punched a black log into flame.
"It never goes out, day or night," she said, as though explaining. "In case anyone comes in with cold toes, you see."
"It's even lovelier inside than it was out," I murmured. The red light poured itself along the age-polished dusky panels till the Tudor roses and lions of the gallery took colour and motion. An old eagle-topped convex mirror gathered the picture into its mysterious heart, distorting afresh the distorted shadow, and curving the gallery lines into the curves of a ship. The day was shutting down in half a gale as the fog turned to stringy scud. Through the uncurtained mullions of the broad window I could see valiant horsemen of the lawn rear and recover against the wind that taunted them with legions of dead leaves.
"Yes, it must be beautiful," she said. "Would you like to go over it? There's still light enough upstairs."
I followed her up the unflinching wagon-wide staircase to the gallery, whence opened the thin-fluted Elizabethan doors.
"Feel how they put the latch down low for the sake of the children."
She swung a light door inward. "By the way, where are they?" I asked. "I haven't even heard them today." She did not answer at once. Then,
"I can only hear them,"
she replied softly.
"This is one of their rooms. Everything ready, you see."
She pointed into a tall timbered room. There were little low gate tables and children's chairs. A doll's house, its hooked front half open, faced a great dappled rocking horse, from whose padded saddle it was but a child's scramble to the broad window-seat overlooking the lawn. A toy gun lay in a corner beside a gilt wooden cannon. "Surely they've only just gone," I whispered. In the failing light a door creaked cautiously. I heard the rustle of a frock and a patter of feet. Quick feet through a room beyond.
"I heard that,"
she cried triumphantly.
"Did you? Children, oh children, where are you?"
The voice filled the walls that held it lovingly to the last perfect note. But there came no answering shout such as I had heard in the garden. We hurried on from room to oak-floored room, up a step here, down 3 steps there, among a maze of passages, always mocked by our quarry. One might as well have tried to work an unstopped warren with a single ferret. There were bolt-holes innumerable, recesses in walls, embrasures of deep slitten windows now darkened, whence they could start up behind us, an abandoned fireplace 6 feet deep in the masonry, as well as a tangle of communicating doors. Above all, they had the twilight for their helper in our game. I had caught 1 or 2 joyous chuckles of evasion, and once or twice had seen the silhouette of a child's frock against some darkening window at the end of a passage. But we returned empty-handed to the gallery, just as a middle-aged woman was setting a lamp in its niche. "No, I haven't seen her either this evening, Miss Florence," I heard her say. "But that Turpin, he says he wants to see you about his shed."
"Oh, Mr. Turpin must want to see me very badly. Tell him to come to the hall, Mrs. Madden."
I looked down into the hall, whose only light was the dulled fire, and deep in the shadow I saw them at last. They must have slipped down while we were in the passages, and now thought themselves perfectly hidden behind an old gilt leather screen. By child's law, my fruitless chase was as good as an introduction, but since I had taken so much trouble, I resolved to force them to come forward later by the simple trick which children detest, of pretending not to notice them. They lay close, in a little huddle, no more than shadows except when a quick flame betrayed an outline.
"And now we'll have some tea," she said. "I believe I ought to have offered it to you at first, but one doesn't arrive at manners, somehow, when one lives alone and is considered peculiar."
Then with very pretty scorn,
"Would you like a lamp to eat by?"
"The firelight's much pleasanter, I think." We descended into that delicious gloom, and Madden brought tea. I took my chair in the direction of the screen, ready to surprise or be surprised as the game should go, and at her permission, since her hearth is always sacred, bent forward to play with the fire. "Where do you get these beautiful short faggots from?" I asked idly. "Why, they are tallies."
"Of course," she said. "As I can't read or write, I'm driven back on the early English tally for my accounts. Give me one, and I'll tell you what it meant."
I passed her an unburnt hazel tally, about a foot long, and she ran her thumb down the nicks.
"This is the milk record for the home farm for the month of April last year, in gallons," said she. "I don't know what I should have done without tallies. An old forester of mine taught me the system. It's out of date now for everyone else, but my tenants respect it. One of them's coming now to see me. Oh, it doesn't matter. He has no business here out of office hours. He's greedy, ignorant man, very greedy, or he wouldn't come here after dark."
"Have you much land, then?"
"Only a couple of 100 acres in hand, thank goodness. The other 600 are nearly all let to folk who knew my folk before me. But this Turpin is quite a new man, and a highway robber."
"But are you sure I shan't be—"
"Certainly not. You have the right. He hasn't any children."
"Ah, the children," I said, and slid my low chair back till it nearly touched the screen that hid them. "I wonder whether they'll come out for me." There was a murmur of voices, Madden's, and a deeper note at the low dark side door, and a ginger-headed, canvas-gaitered giant of the unmistakable tenant-farmer type stumbled or was pushed in.
"Come to the fire, Mr. Turpin," she said.
If you please, miss, I'll be quite as well by the door."
He clung to the latch as he spoke, like a frightened child. Of a sudden I realized that he was in the grip of some almost overpowering fear.
"Well?"
"About that new shed for the young stock, that was all. These first autumn storms setting in. but I'll come again, miss."
His teeth did not chatter much more than the door latch.
"I think not,"
she answered levelly.
"The new shed, What did my agent write you on the 15th?
"I fancied perhaps that if I came to see you, man to man, like, miss, but—"
His eyes rolled into every corner of the room, wide with horror. He half opened the door through which he had entered, but I noticed it shut again, from without and firmly.
"He wrote what I told him," she went on. "You are overstocked already. Dunnett's farm never carried more than 50 bullocks, even in Mr. Wright's time. And he used cake. You're 67, and you don't cake. You've broken the lease in that respect. You're dragging the heart out of the farm."
I'm getting some minerals, superphosphates next week. I've as good as ordered a truckload already. I'll go down to the station tomorrow about 'em. Then I can come and see you man to man, like, miss, in the daylight. That gentleman's not going away, is he?"
He almost shrieked. I had only slid the chair a little further back, reaching behind me to tap on the leather of the screen. But he jumped like a rat.
"No. Please attend to me, Mr. Turpin."
She turned in a chair and faced him with his back to the door. It was an old and sordid little piece of scheming that she forced from him. His plea, for the new cowshed at his landlady's expense, that he might with the covered manure pay his next year's rent out of the valuation after, as she made clear, he had bled the enriched pastures to the bone. I could not but admire the intensity of his greed. When I saw him out facing for its sake whatever terror it was that ran wet on his forehead, I ceased to tap the leather, was indeed calculating the cost of the shed, when I felt my relaxed hand taken and turned softly between the soft hands of a child. So at last I had triumphed. In a moment I would turn and acquaint myself with those quick-footed wanderers. The little brushing kiss fell in the centre of my palm, as a gift on which the fingers were, once, expected to close. As to all faithful half-reproachful signal of a waiting child not used to neglect even when grown-ups were busiest, a fragment of the mute code devised very long ago. Then I knew. And it was as though I had known from the first day when I looked across the lawn at the high window. I heard the door shut. The woman turned to me in silence, and I felt that she knew. What time passed after this, I cannot say. I was roused by the fall of a log, and mechanically rose to put it back. Then I returned to my place in the chair very close to the screen.
"Now you understand,"
she whispered across the packed shadows. "Yes, I understand now, thank you."
I only hear them.
She bowed her head in her hands.
"I have no right, you know, no other right. I have neither borne nor lost, neither borne nor lost."
"Be very glad, then," said I, for my soul was torn open within me.
"Forgive me."
She was still, and I went back to my sorrow and my joy.
"It was because I loved them so,"
she said at last brokenly.
"That was why it was, even from the first, even before I knew that they were all I should ever have, and I loved them so."
She stretched out her arms to the shadows and the shadows within the shadow.
"They came because I loved them, because I needed them. I must have made them come. Was that wrong, think you?"
No, no.
I grant you that the toys and all that sort of thing were nonsense. But I used to so hate empty rooms myself when I was little."
She pointed to the gallery.
"And the passages all empty. How could I ever bear the garden door shut? Suppose—"
"Don't, for pity's sake, don't," I cried. The twilight had brought a cold rain with gusty squalls that plucked at the leaded windows.
"And the same thing with keeping the fire in all night. I don't think it's so foolish, do you?"
I looked at the broad brick hearth, saw, through tears I believe, that there was no unpassable iron on or near it, and bowed my head.
I did all that and lots of other things, just to make believe. Then they came. I heard them. But I didn't know that they were not mine by right till Mrs. Madden told me.
The butler's wife? What?
One of them I heard she saw and knew. Hers. Not for me. I didn't know at first. Perhaps I was jealous. Afterwards I began to understand that it was only because I loved them, not because, oh, you must bear or lose, she said piteously. There is no other way, and yet they love me. They must, don't they?
There was no sound in the room except the lapping voices of the fire. But we two listened intently, and she at least took comfort from what she heard. She recovered herself and half rose. I sat still in my chair by the screen.
Don't think me a wretch to whine about myself. But I'm all in the dark, you know, and you can see.
In truth, I could see, and my vision confirmed me in my resolve, though that was like the very parting of spirit and flesh. Yet a little longer I would stay, since it was the last time.
You think it is wrong, then?
She cried sharply, though I had said nothing. Not for you. 1,000 times no. For you it is right. I am grateful to you beyond words. For me it would be wrong. For me only.
Why?
She said, but passed her hand before her face as she had done at our second meeting in the wood.
Oh, I see.
She went on simply as a child.
For you it would be wrong.
Then, with a little indrawn laugh.
And do you remember, I called you lucky, once, at first. You who must never come here again.
She left me to sit a little longer by the screen, and I heard the sound of her feet die out along the gallery above. End of They by Rudyard Kipling. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Mr. Gray's Strange Story by Louisa Murray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Mr. Gray's Strange Story by Louisa Murray. What may this mean? So terribly to shake our dispositions, with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls. Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 4. I am a minister of the Presbyterian Church of Canada, 50 years old, in sound health of body and mind. I have never had any belief in spiritualism, clairvoyance, or any similar psychical delusions. My favorite studies at college were logic and mathematics, and no one who knew me could suspect me of belonging to that class of enthusiasts in which ghosts and other preternatural manifestations have their origin. Yet I have had one strange experience in my life, which apparently contradicts all my theories of the universe and its laws, nor have I ever been able to explain it on any rational hypothesis. That there is some reasonable explanation, I believe, and as there is no one living now except myself whom the facts concern, I have determined to give them to the world for the benefit of those who are interested in abnormal phenomena. 25 years ago, I was minister of a newly built church in a village on the shore of Lake Erie. The village had sprung up around the sawmills of Mason and Company, lately erected to turn the giant pines that grew up on the sandy borders of the lake into lumber. When the pines were all worked up, the great sawmills and lumber yards sought another locality, and the village, which had never had any individuality of its own, dropped out of existence. There was no manse, and I boarded in the house of the chief member of my congregation, Mr. Michael Forrest, who owned a fine farm of 400 acres close to the village. The Red House Farm, as it was called from the color of the paint Michael Forrest liberally bestowed on his buildings and fences, was in those days a pleasant place. There peace and plenty reigned, and everything within and without testified to good management, order, and comfort. My story opens in the parlor of the Red House, where, in the early afternoon of a splendid Indian summer day, a young man was writing at a desk placed under an open window that looked into a spacious veranda enclosed by cedar posts round which climbing plants were twined in picturesque profusion. This best room was never used by the family except on Sundays and festal occasions, and at other times was given up to the minister, the Reverend Gilbert Gray, who writes this narrative. The hurry and bustle of the dinner were over, the dinner things cleared away, and the kitchen and dining room made tidy. Mrs. Forrest was sitting in her rocking chair by the sunny kitchen window, and, her knitting in her lap, was taking her afternoon nap, her cat curled up at her feet. All was quiet in the house, till light steps came tripping downstairs, and two pretty girls entered the veranda, sitting down on the high-backed bench of rustic work, each holding some bit of light needlework in her hands. One was the only child of Farmer Forrest and his wife, the other a niece, brought up by Mrs. Forrest from infancy and filling the place of a second daughter. I have said they were two pretty girls, but Marjorie Forrest was beautiful. She was a tall, graceful blonde, fair and pale, with rose-red lips, violet eyes, and hair the very color of sunlight. She looked like the heroine of some happy love poem. Happy, I say, for there was no hint of tragedy in her pure, serene face. Celia Morris had a Hebe-like face and form, with bright chestnut hair, merry brown eyes, and a laughing mouth, showing 2 rows of pearly teeth. She was just 18, 2 years younger than Marjorie. They made a charming picture in their pretty print dresses, fresh and spotless, their bright heads bending over their work, and catching the changing light and shades coming in through the autumn-tinted leaves. But the picture darkened and dissolved as a handsome young man stood in the open arch of the doorway. The girls smiled a welcome, and taking off his hat, he stepped in and threw himself down on a pile of mats made of the husks of Indian corn. He was the son of the head of the great lumber firm of Mason and Company. His father was a hard-working, self-made man, but he prided himself on bringing up his son to be a gentleman. Not an idle gentleman, however, and he had lately sent the young man to the mills to gain some practical knowledge of business before admitting him to a junior partnership. As there had been many satisfactory dealings between Mr. Mason and Farmer Forrest, Leonard Mason was made welcome at the Red House, and speedily established himself on a friendly footing. His frank, unaffected manner and freedom from what Mrs. Forrest called city airs pleased the farmer and his wife. His knowledge of music and light literature charmed Marjorie and Celia. The young people were on the most familiar and friendly terms, but Leonard's attentions were so equally divided between them that if he had a preference, only a very close observer could have discerned it. Today he did not respond as readily as usual to Celia's lively chatter, and he soon got up from his seat on the mats, and placing himself against one of the posts, from which point of vantage he could better see Marjorie's face, said, "I'm going to Hamilton." Marjorie looked up with a startled glance. Celia laughed a quick little laugh as she asked, "Not this very minute, are you?" "I am going tomorrow. My father wants me." "Well, I suppose you mean to come back again?" said Celia lightly. "Yes, but not for a week. Shall you miss me very much while I'm away?" "Why, of course. There won't be anyone to sing 'Come into the garden, Maud,' will there, Marjorie?" "No, indeed," said Marjorie. "I wonder which of you will miss me most. If I knew, I would ask her to give me a lock of her hair to wear round my wrist as a keepsake." Celia's eyes were fixed on Leonard with an eager questioning expression, but he was looking at Marjorie, who kept her face steadily on her work, though a faint blush was stealing over her face. "I'll tell you what we must do," said Leonard. "I'll get 2 long and 2 short lots, and you must both draw. Whoever draws the 2 long lots loses a lock of her hair to me. I know you won't refuse me," he continued pleadingly, "because there may be an accident to the train I'm going on, and I may be killed, and then you'd be sorry for having been so unkind." "What nonsense!" cried Celia. "Not at all," said Leonard. "Wise men of old believed in the judgment of lots." And breaking off a slender vine tendril, he divided it into 2 long and 2 short lots, arranging them with some mysterious manipulations between his fingers. Then, kneeling on one knee, he held them to Marjorie. Slowly, with tremulous fingers and blushing cheeks, Marjorie drew a long lot. Leonard seemed going to say something, but checking himself, held out the lots to Celia. Celia did not blush. She grew deathly pale as she drew out her lot. It was a short one. "I see you don't intend to lose, Miss Celia," said Leonard. I think I hear now the wild, hysterical laugh with which she answered him. Then I did not heed it. "If you draw a short one this time," said Leonard, as he again held the lots to Marjorie, "we shall have to try again." But as he spoke, the second long lot was in her hand. "Oh, kind fortune!" cried Leonard. He tried to make Marjorie look at him, but she would not meet his eyes. Still, those subtle signs that lovers learn to read, the flickering flame on her cheek, the quivering of her lips and eyelids, who can say what, gave him courage. Snatching up his scissors, he held them over her head. "May I?" he asked beseechingly. With shy, timid grace, she bent her fair head still lower. He felt the mute consent, and the next moment one long braid was severed from the rest and lying in his hand. "Fasten it around my wrist with a true lover's knot," he whispered, softly touching her fingers with the braid. She took it at once, and as he pushed up his sleeve, she wound it round his wrist, Leonard helping her to tie the mystic knot. Holding her hand, which did not try to escape, he drew her gently towards him and kissed the virgin lips that confidingly met his. At that moment a shadow, as if from the wild flight of a bird, passed before the window at which I sat, and swift as an arrow from a bow, Celia darted out of the veranda. Till then I had seen and heard all that passed in a sort of stupor, like that which sometimes takes possession of one who listens to his death sentence, though every word is indelibly written on the tablets of his memory. Unwittingly I had been playing the part of an eavesdropper. Now consciousness returned, and, like a man coming out of a trance, I got up and left the room and the house. I had walked fast and far before I returned to the red house, and the moon, a brilliant hunter's moon, was flooding earth and heaven with light as I came in sight of the veranda. The inmates seemed all standing outside. Among them a tall, finely made young man, whom I at once recognized as Archie Johnson, Farmer Forrest's nephew, generally supposed to be the heir to the Red House farm. A marriage between him and Celia had been planned by the farmer and his wife, while the cousins were children. Archie had always been devoted to Celia, and she had been fond of him till he tried to win her for his wife. Then, either from coyness or coquetry, she became cold and unresponsive. His entreaties for an immediate marriage were indignantly refused, and the utmost concession she would make was that, after she was 21, she might think about it. A quarrel ensued, and, deeply wounded, Archie left his home. He was passionately fond of the water, and being known as a brave and skilful sailor, he found no difficulty in obtaining the place of mate on one of the best schooners on the lakes. I was surprised at seeing him, as he was not expected home until after the close of navigation, but still more astonished when he came to meet me before I reached the house. "Where's Celia?" he called out as he came near. "Celia!" I exclaimed, with a sudden feeling of alarm. "Isn't she at home?" "No. Marjorie thought she went with you to the village." "She hasn't been with me. I haven't seen her." My God!" he burst out passionately. "Where can she be?" "Perhaps she's hiding from you for fun," I said. "No, they had missed her before I got here." The farmer was calling us to come on, and as soon as we were near enough, he told us that shortly after dinner he had seen Celia running down the road to the bush. "But you see," he said, "I was so taken aback by Leonard coming to ask me for Marjorie that I forgot I had seen her till this minute." "She must have gone to get maple leaves for her Christmas wreath," said Marjorie. "But what keeps her so late?" said Mrs. Forrest. "Why, you needn't be scared about her," said the farmer. "There's nothing to harm her. There hasn't been a bear or a wolf or even a rattlesnake seen in these woods for 40 years. Nor so much verminous tramps, neither." "There's that swamp," rejoined his wife. "She's always hunting for some sort of weeds in it, and I often think she'll fall in and get drowned." "She couldn't be drowned if she didn't walk into the middle of it on purpose," said the farmer. "But where's Archie going?" "To bring home Celia," Archie called back, as he walked off at a pace that soon took him out of sight. "I'm sure I'm glad he's gone after her," said Mrs. Forrest. "She might have hurt her foot on a stub or a stone, and not be able to walk." I suggested that Leonard and I had better follow Archie, and Leonard said he was going to make the same proposal. "Archie won't want you," said the farmer. "If Celia has hurt herself, he can carry her home as easy as a baby. And like the job, too, I guess." "Oh, let them go, father," said Marjorie. "You see how anxious mother is, and so am I." "All right, let them go if they like," said the farmer, adding in an irritable tone that showed he was himself getting uneasy. "Women are always making a fuss about nothing." The moon was at the full, and the sky without a cloud. Every cluster of goldenrod and purple aster along the fences, every stick and stone on the road were as clearly seen as at noonday. Leonard and I hurried on, filled with an unspoken dread. The road was at first in a straight line, but on coming to a piece of marshy land, it turned away to the bush. A path from this turning led to the swamp, a few yards distant. These swamps are often places of surpassing beauty. There every species of wildfowl make their nests and rear their young broods, and the brilliant flowers and luxuriant leaves of all kinds of water plants form lovely aquatic gardens, richly coloured with ever-varying tints from April to December, and always the delight of an artist's eye. Round the edges of the swamp the water is usually shallow enough for the hunters to wade through in pursuit of their game, but in the centre it is often dangerously deep, and only to be crossed in a skiff or canoe. Where the road divided, Leonard would have kept a straight course to the bush, but a terrible fear dragged me in the other direction. "No, come this way," I cried, and he turned and followed me in silence. Faster and faster we hurried on, till we reached the swamp. There a heart-rending sight met our eyes. Archie Johnson was struggling through the beds of water lilies, reeds and rushes that obstructed his way, clasping Celia in his arms. Her long hair fell down dank and dripping. Her arms hung stiff and lifeless. Her face gleamed ghastly white under the strong moonlight. She was dead. "Drowned! Drowned!" As he ran towards him, Archie laid her on a grassy mound. Her limbs were not distorted, and her face was composed, except that her eyes were wide open, as if in startled surprise. "You are a doctor as well as a minister," Archie said to me hoarsely. "See if there's any life left." There was none. She had been dead for hours. As I said so, Archie sprung up from his kneeling attitude beside Celia, and turned to Leonard with a deadly rage and hatred in his eyes. "This is your doing," he said. "Mine?" exclaimed Leonard. "Are you mad?" "I am not mad. This is Celia, the girl I loved better than my life, lying dead before my eyes, and you are her murderer." "Good heavens!" cried Leonard. "What do you mean?" "The shock has been too much for him," I said. "Archie, my poor fellow, you don't know what you're saying." "I know very well what I am saying. He,
That man there fooled Celia, poor little innocent child, with his fine flattering manners, till she thought he was making love to her. And when she found out he had only been play-acting with her, she couldn't bear it. It made her crazy, and she came down to the swamp and drowned herself. Oh, my God, she drowned herself. But it was he made her do it. I never made love to Celia in my life, said Leonard. I loved Marjorie from the first hour I saw her. Oh, I dare say you were only playing with Celia, but she thought you were in earnest. Listen to me, Minister, he continued, controlling his passion with wonderful self-command. I had a warning, but I was a blind idiot and did not take it. 3 nights ago, I dreamed that I saw Celia standing on a bank sloping down to a big piece of water, and a man was standing beside her, and while I was looking on in a stupid kind of wonder, I saw she was slipping down towards the water and not able to stop herself, and she held out her hand to the man and cried to him to help her, but he turned right round and went up the bank. Then I woke, and the dream seemed so real it made me feel queer. But I never had any belief in dreams, and when I got up and went out into the daylight, I laughed at myself for being frightened at a nightmare, and thought no more about it. But the next night the dream came again, and this time I saw Celia throw herself into the water, and the man stood on the bank and looked on. Then I knew the dream was sent to warn me of some danger to Celia, though I couldn't tell what it meant, and I came home as quick as I could, and the first person I saw was the man I had seen in my dream, the man I am looking at now, and I heard he was going to marry Marjorie, and Celia could not be found. Then, when Aunt Forrest mentioned the swamp, the meaning of the dream came to me like a flash, and I made for the swamp. But I had come too late to save her, but not too late to revenge her wrongs. I attempted to reason with him as well as I could, and tried to show him how wicked and absurd it was to let a dream, a nightmare, as he had himself called it, put such wild fancies into his head. And you cannot know that she drowned herself? It may have been an accident, I said. It was no accident. She drowned herself in her madness. When I got to the swamp, I saw a bit of ribbon hanging on the reeds, and I went on till I came to the deep water. There I found her. She had not sunk very far down, because her skirt had caught on a stake that stood up there, and I got her out easily enough. But she was dead, and you, Leonard Mason, will have to answer to me for her death. I tell you I am innocent of her death as you are. Can you swear it? Cried Archie. Can you swear it while she lies there before your eyes? I can. I never had any love for Celia, and I never tried to make her think I had. I swear it before the God that hears me. As Leonard uttered this oath, Archie kept his eyes fixed on him with piercing intensity. But Leonard met the searching gaze without flinching. If you have sworn to a lie, Archie said, your sin will find you out, and you will have to answer to me for what you have done when you least expect it. Then he wheeled round, and going to his dead sweetheart, took her in his arms. Go before me, Minister, he said. Go before me and tell them what is coming. He would not allow me to help him, so Leonard and I walked on before, and Archie followed with his piteous burden. He was a tall, powerful young man, besides being under such a strong excitement as gives threefold strength to every nerve, and he carried poor Celia's death weight, as if she had been a living child. But I can write no more of that night of grief and anguish. When the dismal morning came, Archie had gone. 3 days after her death, Celia was laid in the village graveyard, a peaceful spot away from all the noise or traffic, on the side of a gentle hill within sight of the Red House. No one but Archie, Johnson, Leonard Mason, and myself ever suspected the manner of her death. It was naturally supposed that while gathering flowers in the swamp, she had fallen into some hidden pool, from which the water plants that covered it would prevent her escape.
Archie was not at her funeral, nor had he returned to the farm, but 2 days after she was buried, he wrote to Mrs. Forrest telling her that he had rejoined his vessel, the White Bird, which was going up Lake Superior with a cargo, the last trip she intended to make that season. The letter made no mention of Celia and was very brief, but it was calmly and coherently written, and the Forrests hoped he intended to come home when the schooner was laid up. But this gleam of light was soon lost in deeper darkness. In the middle of November, a letter from the owners of the White Bird came to Michael Forrest, informing him that the vessel with all her crew had been lost on Lake Superior in one of those sudden storms which, after a long period of fine weather in the fall, sometimes break over the lakes. Her figurehead, on which her name and that of the firm to which she belonged was carved, had been found floating and recognized by another vessel, confirming the fears for her fate that had been felt. The bodies of the crew were never found, for the ice-cold depths of Lake Superior never give up their dead. The winter passed slowly and sadly at the Red House, but with the spring came the promise of new hope and joy. Mr. Mason had built a pretty house for Leonard and his bride near the mills, of which Leonard was to be chief manager. They were to be married in May, and the month famous for its caprice wore its fairest aspect that year. The sorrows which Marjorie had gone through seemed only to have deepened the tender sweetness of her delicate beauty, and purified the happiness that illumined her lovely eyes. Leonard, as handsome and charming as ever, had grown more manly and thoughtful, and if possible, was more in love with Marjorie than ever. The old people gained new life from Marjorie's happy prospects, and if I had not known what depths of regret, sad remembrance can lie silent and secret in the human heart, I might have thought that Celia and Archie were forgotten. The wedding day came in warm and bright, and as full of opening buds and blossoms as if it had been expressly made for the occasion. The ceremony was to take place in the Red House parlour at 6 o'clock in the evening. The supper was to follow immediately. The bride and bridegroom were then to be driven to the nearest station to meet the train for Hamilton, where they were to stay a few days, and then go on to Niagara Falls to spend the remainder of their honeymoon there. It was a busy day at the Red House. 2 or 3 young girls from the village came to help in the pleasant task of putting all the rooms in festal array, and in preparing the dainties liberally provided for the wedding feast. As the time for the ceremony drew near, the day's excitement rose higher and higher. The bridesmaids were dressing the bride. Mrs. Forrest and 2 favourite assistants were setting out the supper table. The farmer had taken most of the guests to see his new peach orchard. 2 young men, one a cousin of Leonard's who had come from Hamilton to be the best man, were chatting and laughing through an open window with 2 pretty girls who were decorating the wedding cake with dainty little flags bearing embroidered mottos placed among loves and doves and other appropriate devices in sugar. Leonard and I were standing in the doorway of the veranda, and the eager bridegroom was looking at his watch. "It only wants 12 minutes to 6, he said. "I hope Marjorie is ready." "Your watch is too fast," I said, laughing. "Mine wants a full quarter." As I spoke, a boy employed to do chores came round the barnyard and said, "There's a man wants to see Mr. Leonard Mason." "A man? What man?" asked Leonard impatiently. "Dunno. He says he must see you for a minute." "Oh, hang it," said Leonard. "Well, I suppose I can give him a minute," and he stepped out on the veranda. Then looking back at me, he exclaimed, "I hope the day is not going to change." It was already changing. Grey clouds coming up from the lake were creeping over the sun. An icy wind followed them, chilling me to the bone, and I heard a distant peal of thunder. Farmer Forrest came hurrying his guests into the veranda. "Is all ready, Minister?" he inquired. "Where's Leonard?" "He went to the yard to speak to a man that wanted to see him," I answered. "Well, we'd best go to the parlour now, and receive the bride and bridegroom in state," said the farmer, leading the way. As Leonard did not come at once, I went to meet him, wondering at his delay. The clouds were growing darker. There was a sharp gleam of lightning, and the thunder that followed showed it was nearer. The storm was certainly coming up, but it might be only a shower. I looked all round the horizon, and while I was noting the darkening clouds, 2 men going up the road to the graveyard came into my view, a gleam of the fading sunlight making them distinctly visible. The one in front was more than commonly tall, and led the way with swift, vigorous strides. He was dressed in what seemed a sailor's rough jacket and trousers, and a sailor's glazed hat with floating ribbons. His companion followed him with curiously unequal steps, as if dragged by some invisible chain. It was easy to recognize in this last Leonard in his new wedding suit, and as I gazed the conviction flashed upon me that the man in front was Archie Johnson. After all, then, Archie had not been drowned when the White Bird was lost. But by what strange power had he compelled Leonard to leave his waiting bride and follow him to the graveyard? Such an extraordinary proceeding was both mysterious and alarming, and might be dangerous for Leonard. And on the impulse of the moment, I followed them as fast as I could. I was a rapid walker, but they had a start of some minutes, and I could not overtake them. When I entered the graveyard, the whole sky was wrapped in a black pall, except a little space above the plot of ground, bordered with periwinkles, in which Celia's grave lay. The white stone at the head of the grave, and the figures of 2 men beside it stood vividly out under that clear space, while the black cloud came swiftly on, as if to swallow them up. The tall man had his hand on the gravestone. His face was turned towards me, and I could see every feature. It was Archie Johnson's face, lividly pale, or it might have been the shadow of the thundercloud that made it appear so. Leonard's back was towards me, and he confronted Archie, if Archie it was, in a fixed and moveless attitude. I saw them distinctly for a moment. The next, the black cloud that seemed almost to touch the ground covered them, and all was hidden from eyes. Then a bolt of blue flame with a red light in its center shot from the cloud, and an awful crash seemed to rend the heavens. A blinding torrent of rain succeeded, but it ceased in a minute or 2. The cloud passed on, and the sun, now near its setting, shone clear in the western sky. Anxiously, I looked round for Leonard and his mysterious companion. Leonard was lying stretched on Celia's grave. Archie, or his avenging ghost, or whatever had assumed his likeness, had disappeared. Going up to Leonard, I found him dead. Killed by the lightning, I supposed, though I saw no signs of its having touched him. As I was still stooping over, half stunned by the shock, his cousin and 2 or 3 other young men came round me. They had heard a confused account of our having gone to the graveyard, and while others were looking for us in the barns and outhouses, they had come to see if it could be true. We made a rough litter of pine boughs, on which we laid poor Leonard, the young men carrying the bier, while I walked before, wondering how it would be possible for me to tell the awful tidings it was my hard fate to bring. But it was not left to me. Marjorie, who had been waiting and watching in an agony of terror at Leonard's absence, had seen the ominous procession coming down the hill, and before anyone could prevent her, she was flying madly to meet it. Desperately, I tried to stop her, but she broke away from me, saw her lover's dead body lying on the bier, and fell at the feet of the bearers in a death-like swoon, her dainty wedding dress and fair hair wreathed with flowers, lying in the muddy pools the thunder rain had made. It was long before she could be brought back to life, and then her mind was gone. She remembered nothing of the past. She had no recognition of the present. She knew no more, not even her mother. She never spoke, and did not seem conscious of anything said to her. She lingered a few days in this state, and then died so quietly that the watchers did not know when she passed away. The poor old people did not long survive the wreck of all their earthly hopes. The Red House farm was sold, and Michael Forrest's property was divided among relations he had never known. Leonard Mason's death was of course attributed to lightning. The chore boy's description of the man with whom Leonard had gone to the grave was so fanciful, and so mixed with improbable incidents, that his tale was not credited by anyone. From some dreamy, incoherent utterances of Mrs. Forrest, it was afterwards believed that Leonard had gone to the graveyard, at Marjorie's desire, to lay a wreath of flowers on Celia's grave, and when the conjecture was added that the unknown man must have been an express messenger from Hamilton, bringing the wreath that had delayed by some mistake, the mystery was supposed to be explained. As for the strange things connected with this tragedy that had come to my knowledge, I kept them hidden in my breast. I have never seen or heard anything of Archie Johnson since his inexplicable appearance on that fatal day, and I have been informed that it was absolutely impossible the best sailor that ever lived could have escaped in such a storm as that in which the White Bird, with her crew, foundered. End of Mr. Gray's Strange Story by Louisa Murray. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Mortonson's Funeral by Ambrose Bierce. John Mortonson was dead. His lines in The Tragedy of Man had all been spoken, and he had left the stage. The body rested in a fine mahogany coffin fitted with a plate of glass. All arrangements for the funeral had been so well attended to that had the deceased known he would doubtless have approved. The face, as it showed under the glass, was not disagreeable to look upon. It bore a faint smile, and, as the death had been painless, had not been distorted beyond the repairing power of the undertaker. At 2:00 of the afternoon the friends were to assemble to pay their last tribute of respect to one who had no further need of friends and respect. The surviving members of the family came severally every few minutes to the casket and wept above the placid features beneath the glass. This did them no good. It did no good to John Mortonson, but in the presence of death reason and philosophy are silent. As the hour of 2 approached, the friends began to arrive, and after offering such consolation to the stricken relatives as the proprieties of the occasion required, solemnly seated themselves about the room, with an augmented consciousness of their importance in the scheme funereal. Then the minister came, and in that overshadowing presence the lesser lights went into eclipse. His entrance was followed by that of the widow, whose lamentations filled the room. She approached the casket, and after leaning her face against the cold glass for a moment, was gently led to a seat near her daughter. Mournfully and low the man of God began his eulogy of the dead, and his doleful voice, mingled with the sobbing which it was its purpose to stimulate and sustain, rose and fell, seemed to come and go, like the sound of a sullen sea. The gloomy day grew darker as he spoke. A curtain of cloud underspread the sky, and a few drops of rain fell audibly. It seemed as if all nature were weeping for John Mortonson. When the minister had finished his eulogy with prayer, a hymn was sung, and the pall-bearers took their places besides the bier. As the last notes of the hymn died away, the widow ran to the coffin, cast herself upon it, and sobbed hysterically. Gradually, however, she yielded to dissuasion, becoming more composed, and as the minister was in the act of leading her away, her eyes sought the face of the dead beneath the glass. She threw up her arms, and with a shriek fell backwards insensible. The mourners sprang forward to the coffin, the friends followed, and as the clock on the mantel solemnly struck 3, all were staring down upon the face of John Mortonson, deceased. They turned away, sick and faint. One man, trying in his terror to escape the awful sight, stumbled against the coffin so heavily as to knock away one of its frail supports. The coffin fell to the floor, the glass was shattered to bits by the concussion. From the opening crawled John Mortonson's cat, which lazily leapt to the floor, sat up, tranquilly wiped its crimson muzzle with a forepaw, then walked with dignity from the room. End of John Mortonson's funeral.
Keeping His Promise by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Keeping His Promise by Algernon Blackwood. It was 11 o'clock at night, and young Marriott was locked into his room, cramming as hard as he could cram. He was a fourth-year man at Edinburgh University, and he had been ploughed for this particular examination so often that his parents had positively declared they could no longer supply the funds to keep him there. His rooms were cheap and dingy, but it was the lecture fees that took the money, so Marriott pulled himself together at last and definitely made up his mind that he would pass or die in the attempt, and for some weeks now he had been reading as hard as mortal man can read. He was trying to make up for lost time and money in a way that showed conclusively he did not understand the value of either. For no ordinary man, and Marriott was in every sense an ordinary man, can afford to drive the mind as he had lately been driving his, without sooner or later paying the cost. Among the students he had few friends or acquaintances, and these few had promised not to disturb him at night, knowing he was at last reading in earnest. It was, therefore, with feelings a good deal stronger than mere surprise that he heard his door-bell ring on this particular night and realized that he was to have a visitor. Some men would simply have muffled the bell and gone on quietly with their work, but Marriott was not this sort. He was nervous. It would have bothered and pecked at his mind all night long not to know who the visitor was and what he wanted. The only thing to do, therefore, was to let him in and out again as quickly as possible. The landlady went to bed at 10 o'clock punctually, after which hour nothing would induce her to pretend she heard the bell, so Marriott jumped up from his books with an exclamation that augured ill for the reception of his caller, and prepared to let him in with his own hand. The streets of Edinburgh town were very still at this late hour. It was late for Edinburgh, and in the quiet neighbourhood of F Street, where Marriott lived on the 3rd floor, scarcely a sound broke the silence. As he crossed the floor, the bell rang a second time, with unnecessary clamour, and he unlocked the door and passed into the little hallway with considerable wrath and annoyance in his heart at the insolence of the double interruption. "The fellows all know I'm reading for this exam. Why in the world do they come to bother me at such an unearthly hour?" The inhabitants of the building, with himself, were medical students, general students, poor writers to the signet, and some others whose vocations were perhaps not so obvious. The stone staircase, dimly lighted at each floor by a gas jet that would not turn above a certain height, wound down to the level of the street with no pretence at carpet or railing. At some levels it was cleaner than at others. It depended on the landlady of the particular level. The acoustic properties of a spiral staircase seemed to be peculiar. Marriott, standing by the open door, book in hand, thought every moment the owner of the footsteps would come into view. The sound of the boots was so close and so loud that they seemed to travel disproportionately in advance of their cause. Wondering who it could be, he stood ready with all manner of sharp greetings for the man who dared thus to disturb his work. But the man did not appear. The step sounded almost under his nose, yet no one was visible. A sudden queer sensation of fear passed over him, a faintness and a shiver down the back. It went, however, almost as soon as it came, and he was just debating whether he would call aloud to his invisible visitor or slam the door and return to his books, when the cause of the disturbance turned the corner very slowly and came into view. It was a stranger. He saw a youngish man, short of figure and very broad. His face was the colour of a piece of chalk, and the eyes, which were very bright, had heavy lines underneath them. Though the cheeks and chin were unshaven, and the general appearance unkempt, the man was evidently a gentleman, for he was well dressed and bore himself with a certain air. But strangest of all, he wore no hat and carried none in his hand, and although rain had been falling steadily all the evening, he appeared to have neither overcoat nor umbrella. 100 questions sprang up in Marriott's mind and rushed to his lips. Chief among them was something like, "Who in the world are you?" and "What in the name of heaven do you come to me for?" But none of these questions found time to express themselves in words, for almost at once the caller turned his head a little so that the gaslight in the hall fell upon his features from a new angle. Then in a flash Marriott recognized him. "Field? Man alive, is it you?" he gasped. The fourth-year man was not lacking in intuition, and he perceived at once that here was a case for delicate treatment. He divined without any actual process of thought that the catastrophe often predicted had come at last, and that this man's father had turned him out of the house. They had been at a private school together years before, and though they had hardly met once since, the news had not failed to reach him from time to time with considerable detail, for the family lived near his own, and between certain of the sisters there was great intimacy. Young Field had gone wild later. He remembered hearing about it all. Drink, a woman, opium, or something of the sort. He could not exactly call to mind. "Come in," he said at once, his anger vanishing. "There's been something wrong, I can see. Come in and tell me about it, and perhaps I can help." He hardly knew what to say, and stammered a lot more besides. The dark side of life and the horror of it belonged to a world that lay remote from his own select little atmosphere of books and dreamings, but he had a man's heart for all that. He led the way across the hall, shutting the front door carefully behind him, and noticed as he did so that the other, though certainly sober, was unsteady on his legs and evidently much exhausted. Marriott might not be able to pass his examinations, but he at least knew the symptoms of starvation, acute starvation, unless he was much mistaken when they stared him in the face. "Come along," he said cheerfully, and with genuine sympathy in his voice. "I'm glad to see you. I was going to have a bite of something to eat. You're just in time to join me." The other made no audible reply, and shuffled so feebly with his feet that Marriott took his arm by way of support. He noticed for the first time that the clothes hung on him with pitiful looseness. The broad frame was literally hardly more than a frame. He was as thin as a skeleton, but as he touched him, the sensation of faintness and dread returned. It only lasted a moment, and then passed off, and he ascribed it not unnaturally to the distress and shock of seeing a former friend in such a pitiful plight. "Better let me guide you. It's shamefully dark, this hall. I'm always complaining," he said lightly, recognizing by the weight upon his arm that the guidance was sorely needed. "But the old cat never does anything except promise." He led him to the sofa, wondering all the time where he had come from and how he had found out the address. It must be at least 7 years since those days at the private school when they used to be such close friends. "Now, if you'll forgive me for a minute," he said, "I'll get supper ready, such as it is. And don't bother to talk, just take it easy on the sofa. I see you're dead tired. You can tell me about it afterwards, and we'll make plans." The other sat down on the edge of the sofa and stared in silence, while Marriott got out the brown loaf, scones, and huge pot of marmalade that Edinburgh students always keep in their cupboards. His eyes shone with a brightness that suggested drugs, Marriott thought, stealing a glance at him from behind the cupboard door. He did not like yet to take a full square look. The fellow was in a bad way, and it would have been so like an examination to stare and wait for explanations. Besides, he was evidently almost too exhausted to speak. So, for reasons of delicacy, and for another reason as well which he could not exactly formulate to himself, he let his visitor rest apparently unnoticed, while he busied himself with the supper. He lit the spirit lamp to make cocoa, and when the water was boiling, he drew up the table with the good things to the sofa, so that Field need not have even the trouble of moving to a chair. "Now, let's tuck in," he said, "and afterwards we'll have a pipe and a chat. I'm reading for an exam, you know, and I always have something about this time. It's jolly to have a companion." He looked up and caught his guest's eyes directed straight upon his own. An involuntary shudder ran through him from head to foot. The face opposite him was deadly white, and wore a dreadful expression of pain and mental suffering. "By gad,
he said, jumping in. "I quite forgot. I've got some whiskey somewhere. What an ass I am. I never touch it myself when I'm working like this." He went to the cupboard and poured out a stiff glass, which the other swallowed at a single gulp, and without any water. Marriott watched him while he drank it, and at the same time noticed something else as well. Field's coat was all over dust, and on one shoulder was a bit of cobweb. It was perfectly dry. Field arrived on a soaking wet night without hat, umbrella, or overcoat, and yet perfectly dry, even dusty. Therefore, he had been under cover. What did it all mean? Had he been hiding in the building? It was very strange, yet he volunteered nothing, and Marriott had pretty well made up his mind by this time that he would not ask any questions until he had eaten and slept. Food and sleep were obviously what the poor devil needed most, and first. He was pleased with his powers of ready diagnosis, and it would not be fair to press him till he had recovered a bit. They ate their supper together while the host carried on a running one-sided conversation, chiefly about himself and his exams and his old cat of a landlady, so that the guest uttered not a single word unless he really wished to, which he evidently did not. But, while he toyed with his food, feeling no desire to eat, the other ate voraciously. To see a hungry man devour cold scones, stale oatcake, and brown bread laden with marmalade was a revelation to this inexperienced student, who had never known what it was to be without at least 3 meals a day. He watched in spite of himself, wondering why the fellow did not choke in the process. But Field seemed to be as sleepy as he was hungry. More than once his head dropped, and he ceased to masticate the food in his mouth. Marriott had positively to shake him before he would go on with his meal. A stronger emotion will overcome a weaker, but this struggle between the sting of real hunger and the magical opiate of overpowering sleep was a curious sight to the student, who watched it with mingled astonishment and alarm. He had heard of the pleasure it was to feed hungry men and watch them eat, but he had never actually witnessed it, and he had no idea it was like this. Field ate like an animal, gobbled, stuffed, gorged. Marriott forgot his reading and began to feel something very much like a lump in his throat. "Afraid there's been awfully little to offer you, old man," he managed to blurt out when at length the last scone had disappeared, and the rapid one-sided meal was at an end. Field still made no reply, for he was almost asleep in his seat. He merely looked up wearily and gratefully. "Now you must have some sleep, you know," he continued, "or you'll go to pieces. I shall be up all night reading for this blessed exam. You're more than welcome to my bed. Tomorrow we'll have a late breakfast and see what can be done, and make plans. I'm awfully good at making plans, you know," he added with an attempt at lightness. Field maintained his dead sleepy silence, but appeared to acquiesce, and the other led the way to the bedroom, apologizing as he did so to this half-starved son of a baronet, whose own home was almost a palace, for the size of the room. The weary guest, however, made no pretence of thanks or politeness. He merely steadied himself on his friend's arm as he staggered across the room, and then, with all his clothes on, dropped his exhausted body on the bed. In less than a minute he was to all appearances sound asleep. For several minutes Marriott stood in the open door and watched him, praying devoutly that he might never find himself in a like predicament, and then fell to wondering what he would do with his unbidden guest on the morrow. But he did not stop long to think, for the call of his books was imperative, and happen what might, he must see to it that he passed that examination. Having again locked the door into the hall, he sat down to his books and resumed his notes on materia medica, where he had left off when the bell rang. But it was difficult for some time to concentrate his mind on the subject. His thoughts kept wandering to the picture of that white-faced, strange-eyed fellow, starved and dirty, lying in his clothes and boots on the bed. He recalled their schooldays together before they had drifted apart, and how they had vowed eternal friendship, and all the rest of it. And now, what horrible straits to be in! How could any man let the love of dissipation take such hold upon him? But one of their vows together, Marriott, it seemed, had completely forgotten. Just now, at any rate, it lay too far in the background of his memory to be recalled. Through the half-opened door, the bedroom led out of the sitting-room and had no other door, came the sound of deep, long-drawn breathing, the regular steady breathing of a tired man, so tired that, even to listen to it made Marriott almost want to go to sleep himself. He needed it, reflected the student,
and perhaps it came only just in time. Perhaps so, for outside the bitter wind from across the fort howled cruelly and drove the rain in cold streams against the window panes and down the deserted streets. Long before Marriott settled down again properly to his reading, he heard distantly, as it were, through the sentences of the book, the heavy, deep breathing of the sleeper in the next room. A couple of hours later, when he yawned and changed his books, he still heard the breathing, and went cautiously up to the door to look around. At first the darkness of the room must have deceived him, or else his eyes were confused and dazzled by the recent glare of the reading lamp. For a minute or two he could make out nothing at all but dark lumps of furniture, the mass of the chest of drawers by the wall, and the white patch where his bath stood in the centre of the floor. Then the bed came slowly into view, and on it he saw the outline of the sleeping body gradually take shape before his eyes, growing up strangely into the darkness, till it stood out in marked relief, the long black form against the white counterpane. He could hardly help smiling. Field had not moved an inch. He watched him a moment or two, and then returned to his books. The night was full of the singing voices of the wind and rain. There was no sound of traffic, no hansoms clattered over the cobbles, and it was still too early for the milk carts. He worked on steadily and conscientiously, only stopping now and again to change a book or to sip some of the poisonous stuff that kept him awake and made his brain so active, and on these occasions Field's breathing was always distinctly audible in the room. Outside the storm continued to howl, but inside the house all was stillness. The shade of the reading lamp threw all the light upon the littered table, leaving the other end of the room in comparative darkness. The bedroom door was exactly opposite him where he sat. There was nothing to disturb the worker, nothing but an occasional rush of wind against the windows and a slight pain in his arm. This pain, however, which he was unable to account for, grew once or twice very acute. It bothered him, and he tried to remember how and when he could have bruised himself so severely, but without success. At length the page before him turned from yellow to grey, and there were sounds of wheels in the street below. It was 4 o'clock. Marriott leaned back and yawned prodigiously. Then he drew back the curtains. The storm had subsided, and the castle rock was shrouded in mist. With another yawn he turned away from the dreary outlook and prepared to sleep the remaining 4 hours till breakfast on the sofa. Field was still breathing heavily in the next room, and he first tiptoed across the floor to take another look at him. Peering cautiously round the half-open door, his first glance fell upon the bed, now plainly discernible in the grey light of morning. He stared hard. Then he rubbed his eyes. Then he rubbed his eyes again and thrust his head farther round the edge of the door. With fixed eyes he stared harder still, and harder. But it made no difference at all. He was staring into an empty room. The sensation of fear he had felt when Field first appeared upon the scene returned suddenly, but with much greater force. He became conscious, too, that his left arm was throbbing violently and causing him great pain. He stood wondering and staring, and trying to collect his thoughts. He was trembling from head to foot. By a great effort of the will he left the support of the door and walked forward boldly into the room. There upon the bed was the impress of a body, where Field had lain and slept. There was the mark of the head on the pillow, and the slight indentation at the foot of the bed where the boots had rested on the counterpane. And there, plainer than ever, for he was closer to it, was the breathing. Marriott tried to pull himself together. With a great effort he found his voice and called his friend aloud by name. "Field, is that you? Where are you?" There was no reply, but the breathing continued without interruption, coming directly from the bed. His voice had such an unfamiliar sound that Marriott did not care to repeat his questions, but he went down on his knees and examined the bed above and below, pulling the mattress off finally and taking the coverings away separately one by one. But though the sounds continued, there was no visible sign of Field, nor was there any space in which a human being, however small, could have concealed itself. He pulled the bed out from the wall, but the sound stayed where it was. It did not move with the bed. Marriott, finding self-control a little difficult in his weary condition, at once set about a thorough search of the room. He went through the cupboard, the chest of drawers, the little alcove where the clothes hung, everything. But there was no sign of anyone. The small window near the ceiling was closed, and anyhow was not large enough to let a cat pass. The sitting-room was locked on the inside. He could not have got out that way. Curious thoughts began to trouble Marriott's mind. bringing in their train unwelcome sensations. He grew more and more excited. He searched the bed again till it resembled the scene of a pillow fight. He searched both rooms, knowing all the time it was useless, and then he searched again. A cold perspiration broke out all over his body, and the sound of heavy breathing all the time never ceased to come from the corner where Field had lain down to sleep. Then he tried something else. He pushed the bed back exactly into its original position, and himself lay down upon it just where his guest had lain. But the same instant he sprang up again in a single bound. The breathing was close beside him, almost on his cheek, and between him and the wall. Not even a child could have squeezed into the space. He went back into his sitting room, opened the windows, welcoming all the light and air possible, and tried to think the whole matter over quietly and clearly. Men who read too hard and slept too little, he knew, were sometimes troubled with very vivid hallucinations. Again he calmly reviewed every incident of the night, his accurate sensations, the vivid details, the emotion stirred in him, the dreadful feast. No single hallucination could ever combine all these things and cover so long a period of time. But with less satisfaction, the thought of the recurring faintness and curious sense of horror that had once or twice come over him, and then of the violent pains in his arm. These were quite unaccountable. Moreover, now that he began to analyze and examine, there was one other thing that fell upon him like a sudden revelation. During the whole time, Field had not actually uttered a single word. Yet, as though in mockery upon his reflections, there came even from that inner room the sound of the breathing, long drawn, deep, and regular. The thing was incredible. It was absurd. Haunted by visions of brain fever and insanity, Marriott put on his cap and mackintosh and left the house. The morning air on Arthur's seat would blow the cobwebs from his brain, the scent of the heather, and above all the sight of the sea. He roamed over the wet slopes above Holyrood for a couple of hours, and did not return until the exercise had shaken some of the horror out of his bones and given him a ravening appetite into the bargain. As he entered, he saw there was another man in the room, standing against the window with his back to the light. He recognized his fellow student Green, who was reading for the same examination. "Read hard all night, Marriott," he said, "and thought I'd drop in here to compare notes and have some breakfast. You're out early," he added, by way of a question. Marriott said he had a headache, and a walk had helped it, and Green nodded and said, "Ah." But when the girl had set the steaming porridge on the table and gone out again, he went on with a rather forced tone. "Didn't know you had any friends who drank, Marriott." This was obviously tentative, and Marriott replied dryly that he did not know it either. "Sounds just as if some chap was sleeping it off in there, doesn't it, though?" persisted the other, with a nod in the direction of the bedroom, and looking curiously at his friend. The two men stared steadily at each other for several seconds, and then Marriott said earnestly, "Then you hear it too? Thank God." "Of course I hear it. The door's open. Sorry if I wasn't meant to." "Oh, I don't mean that," said Marriott, lowering his voice. "But I'm awfully relieved. Let me explain. Of course, if you hear it too, then it's all right. But really it frightened me more than I can tell you. I thought I was going to have brain fever or something, and you know what a lot depends on this exam. It always begins with sounds or visions or some sort of beastly hallucination, and I—" "Rot!" ejaculated the other impatiently. "What are you talking about?" "Now listen to me, Green," said Marriott, as calmly as he could, for the breathing was still plainly audible, "and I'll tell you what I mean, only don't interrupt." And thereupon he related exactly what had happened during the night, telling everything, even down to the pain in his arm. When it was over, he got up from the table and crossed the room. "You hear the breathing now plainly, don't you?" he said. Green said he did. "Well, come with me, and we'll search the room together." The other, however, did not move from his chair. "I've been in already," he said sheepishly. "I heard the sounds and thought it was you. The door was ajar, so I went in." Marriott made no comment, but pushed the door open as wide as it would go. As it opened, the sound of breathing grew more and more distinct. "Someone must be in there," said Green under his breath.
Someone is in there, but where? Said Marriott. Again he urged his friend to go in with him, but Green refused point-blank, said he had been in once and had searched the room and there was nothing there. He would not go in again for a good deal. They shut the door and retired into the other room to talk it over with many pipes. Green questioned his friend very closely, but without illuminating result, since questions cannot alter facts. The only thing that ought to have a proper, a logical explanation is the pain in my arm, said Marriott, rubbing that member with an attempt at a smile. It hurts so infernally and aches all the way up. I can't remember bruising it, though. Let me examine it for you, said Green. I'm awfully good at bones in spite of the examiner's opinion to the contrary. It was a relief to play the fool a bit, and Marriott took his coat off and rolled up his sleeve. By George, though, I'm bleeding, he exclaimed. Look here. What on earth's this? On the forearm, quite close to the wrist, was a thin red line. There was a tiny drop of apparently fresh blood on it. Green came over and looked closely at it for some minutes. Then he sat back in his chair, looking curiously at his friend's face. You scratched yourself without knowing it, he said presently. There's no sign of a bruise. It must be something else that made the arm ache. Marriott sat very still, staring silently at his arm as though the solution of the whole mystery lay there actually written upon the skin. What's the matter? I see nothing very strange about a scratch, said Green in an unconvincing sort of voice. It was your cufflinks, probably. Last night in your excitement. But Marriott, white to the very lips, was trying to speak. The sweat stood in great beads on his forehead. At last he leaned forward close to his friend's face. Look, he said in a low voice that shook a little. Do you see that red mark? I mean underneath what you call the scratch. Green admitted that he saw something or other, and Marriott wiped the place clean with a handkerchief and told him to look again more closely. Yes, I see, returned the other, lifting his head after a moment's careful inspection. It looks like an old scar. It is an old scar, whispered Marriott, his lips trembling. Now it all comes back to me. All what? Green fidgeted on his chair. He tried to laugh, but without success. His friend seemed bordering on collapse. Hush! Be quiet, and I'll tell you, he said. Field made that scar. For a whole minute the two men looked each other full in the face without speaking. Field made that scar, repeated Marriott at length in a louder voice. Field? You mean last night? No, not last night. Years ago, at school, with his knife. And I made a scar in his arm with mine. Marriott was talking rapidly now. We exchanged drops of blood in each other's cuts. He put a drop into my arm, and I put one into his. In the name of heaven, what for? It was a boys' compact. We made a secret pledge, a bargain. I remember it all perfectly now. We had been reading some dreadful book, and we swore to appear to one another. I mean, whoever died first swore to show himself to the other. And we sealed the compact with each other's blood. I remember it all so well. The hot summer afternoon in the playground 7 years ago. And one of the masters caught us and confiscated the knives, and I never thought of it again to this day. And you mean, stammered Green. But Marriott made no answer. He got up and crossed the room and lay down wearily upon the sofa, hiding his face in his hands. Green himself was a bit nonplussed. He left his friend alone for a little while, thinking it all over again. Suddenly an idea seemed to strike him. He went over to where Marriott still lay motionless on the sofa, and roused him. In any case, it was better to face the matter, whether there was an explanation or not. Giving in was always a silly exit. I say, Marriott, he began, as the other turned his white face up to him. There's no good being so upset about it. I mean, if it's all an hallucination, we know what to do. And if it isn't, well, we know what to think, don't we? I suppose so, but it frightens me horribly for some reason, returned the friend in a hushed voice. And that poor devil... But after all, if the worst is true, and that chap has kept his promise, well, he has, that's all, isn't it? Marriott nodded. There's only one thing that occurs to me, Green went on, and that is, are you quite sure that he really ate like that? I mean, that he actually ate anything at all? He finished, blurting out all his thought. Marriott stared at him for a moment, and then said he could easily make certain. He spoke quietly. After the main shock, no lesser surprise could affect him. I put the things away myself, he said, after we had finished. They are on the third shelf in that cupboard. No one's touched them since. He pointed without getting up, and Green took the hint and went over to look. Exactly, he said, after a brief examination. Just as I thought. It was partly hallucination, at any rate. The things haven't been touched. Come and see for yourself. Together they examined the shelf. There was the brown loaf, the plate of stale scones, the oat cake, all untouched. Even the glass of whiskey Marriott had poured out stood there with the whiskey still in it. You were feeding no one, said Green. Field ate and drank nothing. He was not there at all. But the breathing, urged the other in a low voice, staring with a dazed expression on his face. Green did not answer. He walked over to the bedroom while Marriott followed him with his eyes. He opened the door and listened. There was no need for words. The sound of deep, regular breathing came floating through the air. There was no hallucination about that, at any rate. Marriott could hear it where he stood on the other side of the room. Green closed the door and came back. There's only one thing to do, he declared with decision. Write home and find out about him. And meanwhile, come and finish your reading in my rooms. I've got an extra bed. Agreed, returned the fourth-year man. There's no hallucination about that exam. I must pass that whatever happens. And this was what they did. It was about a week later when Marriott got the answer from his sister. Part of it he read out to Green. It is curious, she wrote, that in your letter you should have inquired after Field. It seems a terrible thing, but you know only a short while ago Sir John's patience became exhausted, and he turned him out of the house, they say, without a penny. Well, what do you think? He has killed himself. At least it looks like suicide. Instead of leaving the house, he went down into the cellar and simply starved himself to death. They're trying to suppress it, of course, but I heard it all from my maid, who got it from their footman. They found the body on the 14th, and the doctor said he had died about 12 hours before. He was dreadfully thin. Then he died on the 13th, said Green. Marriott nodded. That's the very night he came to see you. Marriott nodded again. End of Keeping His Promise by Algernon Blackwood. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
A Strange and Terrible Wonder, The Black Dog of Bungay, by Abraham Fleming. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Wallace. A strange and terrible wonder wrought very late in the parish church of Bungay, a town of no great distance from the city of Norwich, namely the 4th of this August, in the year of our Lord 1577, in a great tempest of violent rain, lightning, and thunder, the like whereof hath been seldom seen, with the appearance of an horrible shaped thing, sensibly perceived of the people then and there assembled, drawn into plain method, according to the written copy, by Abraham Fleming. The preface to the reader. Among men it is grown in custom to have forewarnings of afterclaps, as beacons built upon hills which then are set on fire when danger is imminent and at hand, alarm bells serving to the same purpose, and other inventions of men proceeding and provided of policy, to prevent or else to prepare against that which is perilous. Every man can arm himself when hazard is at hand, to save him and his as he is able. For the preserving of temporal things, Jesus, how painful and venturous we be! And no sooner shall a premonition be given, but we are furnished, I warrant you, proof. God warneth us by signs from heaven, by fiery apparences in the air most terrible, by wonders wrought on earth, strange and unusual, by ex-inundations of waters beyond their appointed limits, by the removing of senseless trees from the natural place where they were planted, by the great power which the Prince of Darkness, through God's permission and sufferance, hath recovered, by many late most miserable murthers not to be named, much less to be committed among Christians, by insurrections full of danger and detestable treason on this side the seas, by tumults and uproars between princes of foreign nations, and what should I say more? By the trump of his sweet and heavenly gospel sounded unto us out of the mouths of his messengers. But we will not be warned. We will tumble still upon the bed of wantonness and drink ourselves drunk with the wine of sensuality, that while we lie wallowing in the sink of our sodomitical sin, we may be consumed with a sodomitical or Babylonical destruction. God, open the eyes of our hearts, that we may see in what wilderness, among what wild beasts and devouring serpents we do wander, and give us minds mollified and made soft, that at his works we may fear and be astonished. The occasion that I have wrote this warning, which I would to God I had the grace to follow, was a wonder lately wrought in Norfolk, and so lately wrought that the terror of the same is this instant fresh in memory. A spectacle, no doubt, of God's judgment, which as the fire of our iniquities hath kindled, so by none other means than by the tears of repentance it may be quenched. The order of the thing, as I received the same, I have committed to paper, for the present view and perusing of those that are disposed. It is grounded upon truth, and therefore not only worthy the writing and publishing, but also the hearing and considering. The report of a strange and wonderful spectacle. Sunday being the 4th of this August, in the year of our Lord 1577, to the amazing and singular astonishment of the present beholders and absent hearers, at a certain town called Bungay, not past 10 miles distant from the city of Norwich, there fell from heaven an exceeding great and terrible tempest, sudden violent, between 9 of the clock in the morning and 10 of the day aforesaid. This tempest took beginning with a rain, which fell with such a wonderful force, and with no less violence than abundance, which made the storm so much the more extreme and terrible. This tempest was not simply of rain, but also of lightning and thunder, the flashing of the one whereof was so rare and vehement, and the roaring noise of the other so forcible and violent, that it made not only people perplexed in mind and at their wits' end, but ministered such strange and unaccustomed cause of fear to be conceived, that dumb creatures, with the horror of that which fortuned, were exceedingly disquieted, and senseless things void of all life and feeling shook and trembled. There were assembled at the same season to hear divine service and common prayer, according to order, in the parish church of the said town of Bungay, the people thereabouts inhabiting, who were witnesses of the strangeness, the rareness, and suddenness of the storm, consisting of rain violently falling, fearful dashes of lightning, and terrible cracks of thunder, which came with such unwonted force and power, that to the perceiving of the people, at the time and in the place above named assembled, the church did, as it were, quake and stagger, which struck into the hearts of those that were present such a sore and sudden fear, that they were in a manner robbed of their right wits. Immediately hereupon there appeared, in a most horrible similitude and likeness to the congregation then there present, a dog, as they might discern it, of a black colour, at the sight whereof, together with the fearful flashes of fire which then were seen, moved such admiration in the minds of the assembly, that they thought doomsday was already come. This black dog, or the devil in such a likeness, God he knoweth all who worketh all, running all along the body of the church with great swiftness and incredible haste among the people in a visible form and shape, passed between two persons as they were kneeling upon their knees and occupied in prayer, as it seemed, wrung the necks of them both at one instant clean backwards, in so much that even at a moment where they kneeled they strangely died. This is a wonderful example of God's wrath, no doubt to terrify us, that we might fear him for his justice, or pulling back our footsteps from the paths of sin to love him for his mercy. To our matter again. There was at the same time another wonder wrought, for the same black dog, still continuing and remaining in one and the self-same shape, passing by another man of the congregation in the church, gave him such a gripe on the back, that therewithal he was presently drawn together and shrunk up, as it were a piece of leather scorched in a hot fire, or as the mouth of a purse or bag drawn together with a string. The man, albeit he was in so strange a taking, died not, but as it is thought is yet alive, which thing is marvellous in the eyes of men, and offereth much matter of amazing the mind. Moreover and beside, the clerk of the said church, being occupied in cleansing the gutter of the church, with a violent clap of thunder was smitten down, and beside his fall had no further harm, unto whom being all amazed, this strange shape, whereof we have before spoken, appeared, howbeit he escaped without danger, which might peradventure seem to sound against truth, and to be a thing incredible. But let us leave thus or thus to judge, and cry out with the prophet, O Domine, O Lord, how wonderful art thou in thy works. At the time that these things in this order happened, the rector, or curate of the church, being partaker of the people's perplexity, seeing what was seen and done, comforted the people, and exhorted them to prayer, whose counsel in such extreme distress they followed, and prayed to God as they were assembled together. Now for the verifying of this report, which to some will seem absurd, although the sensibleness of the thing itself confirmeth it to be a truth, as testimonies and witnesses of the force which rested in this strange shaped thing, there are remaining in the stones of the church, and likewise in the church door, which are marvellously rented and torn, the marks, as it were, of his claws or talons. Beside that, all the wires, the wheels, and other things belonging to the clock were wrung in sunder and broken in pieces. And, which I should have told you in the beginning of this report if I had regarded the observing of order, at the time that this tempest lasted, and while these storms endured, the whole church was so darkened, yea, with such a palpable darkness, that one person could not perceive another, neither yet might discern any light at all, though it were lesser than the least, but only when the great flashing of fire and lightning appeared. These things are not lightly with violence to be overpassed, but precisely and thoroughly to be considered. On the self-same day, in like manner, into the parish church of another town, called Blighbury, not above 7 miles distant from Bungay above said, the like thing entered in the same shape and similitude, where, placing himself upon a main balk or beam, whereon sometime the rood did stand, suddenly he gave a swing down through the church, and there also as before slew 2 men and a lad, and burned the hand of another person that was there among the rest of the company, of who divers were blasted. This mischief thus wrought, he flew with wonderful force, to not little fear of the assembly, out of the church, in a hideous and hellish likeness. These things are reported to be true, yea, by the mouths of them that were eyewitnesses of the same, and therefore dare with so much the more boldness verify whatsoever is reported. Let us pray unto God, as it is the duty of Christians, to work all things to the best, to turn our flinty hearts into fleshy hearts, that we may feel the fire of God's mercy and flee from the scourge of his justice. A necessary prayer. O God, which hast promised to be a shield to such as flee to thee for succour in their necessities, and with thy wings to overshadow them, that they feel not the scorching heat of afflictions and miseries, we beseech thee that although we, through the infinite and unmeasurable sins which we commit, provoke thee to smite us with the iron rod of thy wrath and judgment, yet that it would please thee to remember that we are but frail flesh, subject to sin, and too prone to offend, that it would please thee to cast thy gracious countenance upon us, that being restored into thy favour, from which our offences have separated us, we may shroud our safeguard against all manner of annoyances whatsoever, through Christ Jesus our only Saviour and Redeemer, in whose name, as he hath taught us, we say and pray, Ab omne malo libera nos Domine. Deliver us from all evil, good Lord. Amen. tibi laus honor et gloria in eum. Amen. Imprinted at London by Francis Godley, dwelling at the West End of Paul's. End of A Strange and Terrible Wonder, the Black Dog of Bungay.
The Death of Halpin Frayser by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Death of Halpin Frayser by Ambrose Bierce. For by death is wrought greater change than hath been shown. Whereas in general the spirit that removed cometh back upon occasion, and is sometimes seen of those in flesh, appearing in the form of the body it bore. Yet it hath happened that the veritable body without the spirit hath walked, and it is attested of those encountering who have lived to speak thereon, that a lich so raised up hath no natural affection, nor remembrance thereof, but only hate. Also it is known that some spirits which in life were benign become by death evil altogether. Hall. One dark night in midsummer, a man waking from a dreamless sleep in a forest lifted his head from the earth, and staring a few moments into the blackness said, "Catherine Leroux." He said nothing more. No reason was known to him why he should have said so much. The man was Halpin Frayser. He lived in St. Helena, but where he lives now is uncertain, for he is dead. One who practices sleeping in the woods with nothing under him but the dry leaves and the damp earth, and nothing over him but the branches from which the leaves have fallen, and the sky from which the earth has fallen, cannot hope for great longevity, and Frayser had already attained the age of 32. There are persons in this world, millions of persons, and far and away the best persons, who regard that as a very advanced age. They are the children. To those who view the voyage of life from the port of departure, the bark that has accomplished any considerable distance appears already in close approach to the farther shore. However, it is not certain that Halpin Frayser came to his death by exposure. He had been all day in the hills west of the Napa Valley, looking for doves and such small game as was in season. Late in the afternoon it had come on to be cloudy, and he had lost his bearings, and although he had only to go always downhill, everywhere the way to safety when one is lost, the absence of trails had so impeded him that he was overtaken by night while still in the forest. Unable in the darkness to penetrate the thickets of manzanita and other undergrowth, utterly bewildered and overcome with fatigue, he had lain down near the root of a large madrono and fallen into a dreamless sleep. It was hours later, in the very middle of the night, that one of God's mysterious messengers, gliding ahead of the incalculable host of his companions sweeping westward with the dawn line, pronounced the awakening world in the ear of the sleeper, who sat upright and spoke, he knew not why, a name, he knew not whose. Halpin Frayser was not much of a philosopher, nor a scientist. The circumstance that, waking from a deep sleep at night in the midst of a forest, he had spoken aloud a name that he had not in memory and hardly had in mind, did not arouse an enlightened curiosity to investigate the phenomenon. He thought it odd, and with a little perfunctory shiver, as if in deference to a seasonal presumption that the night was chill, he lay down again and went to sleep. But his sleep was no longer dreamless. He thought he was walking along a dusty road that showed white in the gathering darkness of a summer night. Whence and whither it led, and why he travelled it, he did not know, though all seemed simple and natural, as is the way in dreams. For in the land beyond the bed, surprises cease from troubling, and the judgment is at rest. Soon he came to a parting of the ways. Leading from the highway was a road less travelled, having the appearance, indeed, of having been long abandoned, because he thought it led to something evil. Yet he turned into it without hesitation, impelled by some imperious necessity. As he pressed forward, he became conscious that his way was haunted by invisible existences, whom he could not definitely figure to his mind. From among the trees on either side he caught broken and incoherent whispers in a strange tongue which yet he partly understood. They seemed to him fragmentary utterances of a monstrous conspiracy against his body and soul. It was now long after nightfall, yet the interminable forest through which he journeyed was lit with a wan glimmer having no point of diffusion, for in its mysterious illumination nothing cast a shadow. A shallow pool in the guttered depression of an old wheel-rut, as from a recent rain, met his eye with a crimson gleam. He stooped and plunged his hand into it. It stained his fingers. It was blood. Blood, he then observed, was about him everywhere. The weeds growing rankly by the roadside showed it in blots and splashes on their big, broad leaves. Patches of dry dust between the wheelways were pitted and spattered as with a red rain. Defiling the trunks of the trees were broad maculations of crimson, and blood dripped like dew from their foliage. All this he observed with a terror which seemed not incompatible with the fulfilment of a natural expectation. It seemed to him that it was all in expiation of some crime which, though conscious of his guilt, he could not rightly remember. To the menaces and mysteries of his surroundings, the consciousness was an added horror. Vainly he sought, by tracing life backward in memory, to reproduce the moment of his sin. Scenes and incidents came crowding tumultuously into his mind, one picture effacing another, or commingling with it in confusion and obscurity. But nowhere could he catch a glimpse of what he sought. The failure augmented his terror. He felt as one who had murdered in the dark, not knowing whom nor why. So frightful was the situation. The mysterious light burned with so silent and awful a menace. The noxious plants, the trees that by common consent are invested with a melancholy or baleful character, so openly in his sight conspired against his peace. From overhead and all about came so audible and startling whispers, and the sighs of creatures so obviously not of earth, that he could endure it no longer, and with a great effort to break some malign spell that bound his faculties to silence and inaction, he shouted with the full strength of his lungs. His voice, broken, it seemed, into an infinite multitude of unfamiliar sounds, went babbling and stammering away into the distant reaches of the forest, died into silence, and all was as before. But he had made a beginning at resistance, and was encouraged. He said, "I will not submit unheard. There may be powers that are not malignant travelling this accursed road. I shall leave them a record and an appeal. I shall relate my wrongs, the persecutions that I endure. I, a helpless mortal, a penitent, an unoffending poet." Halpin Frayser was a poet only as he was a penitent in his dream. Taking from his clothing a small red leather pocket-book, one half of which was leaved for memoranda, he discovered that he was without a pencil. He broke a twig from a bush, dipped it into a pool of blood, and wrote rapidly. He had hardly touched the paper with the point of his twig when a low, wild peal of laughter broke out at a measureless distance away, and growing ever louder, seemed approaching ever nearer. A soulless, heartless, and unjoyous laugh, like that of the loon, solitary by the lakeside at midnight. A laugh which culminated in an unearthly shout close at hand, then died away by slow gradations, as if the accursed being that uttered it had withdrawn over the verge of the world whence it had come. But the man felt that this was not so, that it was nearby and had not moved. A strange sensation began slowly to take possession of his body and his mind. He could not have said which, if any, of his senses was affected. He felt it rather as a consciousness, a mysterious mental assurance of some overpowering presence, some supernatural malevolence different in kind from the invisible existences that swarmed about him, and superior to them in power. He knew that it had uttered that hideous laugh, and now it seemed to be approaching him, From what direction he did not know, dared not conjecture. All his former fears were forgotten or merged in the gigantic terror that now held him in thrall. Apart from that, he had but one thought: to complete his written appeal to the benign powers who, traversing the haunted wood, might sometime rescue him if he should be denied the blessing of annihilation. He wrote with terrible rapidity, the twig in his fingers rilling blood without renewal. But in the middle of a sentence his hands denied their service to his will. His arms fell to his sides, the book to the earth, and powerless to move or cry out, he found himself staring into the sharply drawn face and blank, dead eyes of his own mother, standing white and silent in the garments of the grave. In his youth, Halpin Frayser had lived with his parents in Nashville, Tennessee. The Fraysers were well-to-do, having a good position in such society as had survived the wreck wrought by civil war. Their children had the social and educational opportunities of their time and place, and had responded to good associations and instruction with agreeable manners and cultivated minds. Halpin, being the youngest and not over-robust, was perhaps a trifle spoiled. He had the double disadvantage of a mother's assiduity and a father's neglect. Frayser père was what no southern man of means is not, a politician. His country, or rather his section and state, made demands upon his time and attention so exacting that to those of his family he was compelled to turn an ear, partly deafened by the thunder of the political captains and the shouting, his own included. Young Halpin was of a dreamy, indolent, and rather romantic turn, somewhat more addicted to literature than law, the profession to which he was bred. Among those of his relations who professed the modern faith of heredity, it was well understood that in him the character of the late Myron Bayne, a maternal great-grandfather, had revisited the glimpses of the moon, by which orb Bayne had in his lifetime been sufficiently affected to be a poet of no small colonial distinction. If not specially observed, it was observable that while a Frayser who was not the proud possessor of a sumptuous copy of the ancestral poetical works, printed at the family expense and long ago withdrawn from an inhospitable market, was a rare Frayser indeed, there was an illogical indisposition to honour the great deceased in the person of his spiritual successor. Halpin was pretty generally deprecated as an intellectual black sheep who was likely at any moment to disgrace the flock by bleating in metre. The Tennessee Fraysers were a practical folk, not practical in the popular sense of devotion to sordid pursuits, but having a robust contempt for any qualities unfitting a man for the wholesome vocation of politics. In justice to young Halpin, it should be said that while in him were pretty faithfully reproduced most of the mental and moral characteristics ascribed by history and family tradition to the famous colonial bard, his succession to the gift and faculty divine was purely inferential. Not only had he never been known to quote the muse, but in truth he could not have written correctly a line of verse to save himself from the killer of the wise. Still, there was no knowing whether the dormant faculty might wake and smite the lyre. In the meantime, the young man was a rather loose fish, anyhow. Between him and his mother was the most perfect sympathy, for secretly the lady was herself a devout disciple of the late and great Myron Bayne, though with the tact so generally and justly admired in her sex, despite the hardy calumniators who insist that it is essentially the same thing as cunning. She had always taken care to conceal her weakness from all eyes but those of him who shared it. Their common guilt in respect of that was an added tie between them. If in Halpin's youth his mother had spoiled him, he had assuredly done his part toward being spoiled. As he grew to such manhood as is attainable by a Southerner who does not care which way elections go, the attachment between him and his beautiful mother, whom from early childhood he had called Katy, became yearly stronger and more tender. In these two romantic natures was manifest in a signal way that neglected phenomenon, the dominance of the sexual element in all the relations of life, strengthening, softening, and beautifying even those of consanguinity. The two were nearly inseparable, and by strangers observing their manners were not infrequently mistaken for lovers. Entering his mother's boudoir one day, Halpin Frayser kissed her upon the forehead, toyed for a moment with a lock of her dark hair which had escaped from its confining pins, and said, with an obvious effort at calmness, "Would you greatly mind, Katy, if I were called away to California for a few weeks?" It was hardly needful for Katy to answer with her lips a question to which her telltale cheeks had made instant reply. Evidently she would greatly mind, and the tears, too, sprang into her large brown eyes as corroborative testimony. "Ah, my son," she said, looking up into his face with infinite tenderness, "I should have known that this was coming. Did I not lie awake a half of the night weeping because, during the other half, Grandfather Bayne had come to me in a dream, and standing by his portrait, young, too, and handsome at that, pointed to yours on the same wall, and when I looked it seemed that I could not see the features. You had been painted with a face-cloth, such as we put upon the dead. Your father had laughed at me, but you and I, dear, know that such things are not for nothing. And I saw below the edge of the cloth the marks of hands on your throat. Forgive me, but we have not been used to keep such things from each other. Perhaps you have another interpretation. Perhaps it does not mean that you will go to California. Or maybe you will take me with you." It must be confessed that this ingenious interpretation of the dream in the light of newly discovered evidence did not wholly commend itself to the son's more logical mind. He had, for the moment at least, a conviction that it foreshadowed a more simple and immediate, if less tragic, disaster than a visit to the Pacific coast. It was Halpin Frayser's impression that he was to be garroted on his native heath. "Are there not medicinal springs in California?" Mrs. Frayser resumed before he had time to give her the true reading of the dream. "Places where one recovers from rheumatism and neuralgia." "Look, my fingers feel so stiff, and I am almost sure they have been giving me great pain while I slept." She held out her hands for his inspection. What diagnosis of her case the young man may have thought it best to conceal with a smile, the historian is unable to state, but for himself he feels bound to say that fingers looking less stiff, and showing fewer evidences of even insensible pain, have seldom been submitted for medical inspection by even the fairest patient desiring a prescription of unfamiliar scenes. The outcome of it was that of these two odd persons having equally odd notions of duty, the one went to California, as the interest of his client required, and the other remained at home in compliance with a wish that her husband was scarcely conscious of entertaining. While in San Francisco, Halpin Frayser was walking one dark night along the waterfront of the city, when, with a suddenness that surprised and disconcerted him, he became a sailor. He was in fact shanghaied aboard a gallant ship, and sailed for a far country. Nor did his misfortunes end with the voyage, for the ship was cast ashore on an island of the South Pacific, and it was 6 years afterward when the survivors were taken off by a venturesome trading schooner and brought back to San Francisco. Though poor in purse, Frayser was no less proud in spirit than he had been in the years that seemed ages and ages ago. He would accept no assistance from strangers, and it was while living with a fellow survivor near the town of St. Helena, awaiting news and remittances from home, that he had gone gunning and dreaming. The apparition confronting the dreamer in the haunted wood, the thing so like, yet so unlike his mother, was horrible. It stirred no love nor longings in his heart. It came unattended with pleasant memories of a golden past, inspired no sentiment of any kind. All the finer emotions were swallowed up in fear. He tried to turn and run from before it, but his legs were as lead. He was unable to lift his feet from the ground. His arms hung helpless at his sides. Of his eyes only he retained control, and these he dared not remove from the lustreless orbs of the apparition, which he knew was not a soul without a body, but that most dreadful of all existences infesting that haunted wood,
a body without a soul. In its blank stare was neither love nor pity, nor intelligence, nothing to which to address an appeal for mercy. An appeal will not lie, he thought, with an absurd reversion to professional slang, making the situation more horrible, as the fire of a cigar might light up a tomb. For a while, which seemed so long that the world grew grey with age and sin, and the haunted forest, having fulfilled its purpose in this monstrous culmination of its terrors, vanished out of his consciousness with all its sights and sounds. The apparition stood within a pace, regarding him with the mindless malevolence of a wild brute, then thrust its hands forward and sprang upon him with appalling ferocity. The act released his physical energies without unfettering his will. His mind was still spellbound, but his powerful body and agile limbs, endowed with a blind, insensate life of their own, resisted stoutly and well. For an instant he seemed to see this unnatural contest between a dead intelligence and a breathing mechanism only as a spectator. Such fancies are in dreams. Then he regained his identity almost as if by a leap forward into his body, and the straining automaton had a directing will as alert and fierce as that of its hideous antagonist. But what mortal can cope with a creature of his dream? The imagination creating the enemy is already vanquished. The combat's result is the combat's cause. Despite his struggles, despite his strength and activity, which seemed wasted in a void, he felt the cold fingers close upon his throat. Borne backward to the earth, he saw above him the dead and drawn face within a hand's breadth of his own. And then all was black. A sound as of the beating of distant drums, a murmur of swarming voices, a sharp far cry signing all to silence, and Halpin Frayser dreamed that he was dead. A warm, clear night had been followed by a morning of drenching fog. At about the middle of the afternoon of the preceding day, a little whiff of light vapour, a mere thickening of the atmosphere, the ghost of a cloud, had been observed clinging to the western side of Mount St. Helena, away up along the barren altitudes near the summit. It was so thin, so diaphanous, so like a fancy made visible, that one would have said, "Look quickly, in a moment it will be gone." In a moment it was visibly larger and denser. While with one edge it clung to the mountain, with the other it reached farther and farther out into the air above the lower slopes. At the same time it extended itself to north and south, joining small patches of mist that appeared to come out of the mountainside on exactly the same level, with an intelligent design to be absorbed. And so it grew and grew until the summit was shut out of view from the valley, and over the valley itself was an ever-extending canopy, opaque and grey. At Calistoga, which lies near the head of the valley and the foot of the mountain, there were a starless night and a sunless morning. The fog, sinking into the valley, had reached southward, swallowing up ranch after ranch, until it had blotted out the town of St. Helena 9 miles away. The dust in the road was laid. Trees were adrip with moisture. Birds sat silent in their coverts. The morning light was wan and ghastly, with neither colour nor fire. 2 men left the town of St. Helena at the first glimmer of dawn, and walked along the road northward up the valley toward Calistoga. They carried guns on their shoulders, yet no one having knowledge of such matters could have mistaken them for hunters of bird or beast. They were a deputy sheriff from Napa and a detective from San Francisco, Holker and Yarrelson, respectively. Their business was man-hunting. "How far is it?" inquired Holker, as they strode along, their feet stirring white the dust beneath the damp surface of the road. "The white church? Only half a mile farther," the other answered. "By the way," he added, "it is neither white nor a church. It is an abandoned schoolhouse, grey with age and neglect. Religious services were once held in it, when it was white, and there is a graveyard that would delight a poet. Can you guess why I sent for you, and told you to come armed?" "Oh, I never have bothered you about things of that kind. I've always found you communicative when the time came. But if I may hazard a guess, you want me to help you arrest one of the corpses in the graveyard. You remember Branscombe?" said Jarlson, treating his companion's wit with the inattention that it deserved. "The chap who cut his wife's throat? I ought. I wasted a week's work on him and had my expenses for my trouble. There is a reward of $500, but none of us ever got a sight of him. You don't mean to say—" "Yes, I do. He has been under the noses of you fellows all the time. He comes by night to the old graveyard at the White Church." "The devil! That's where they buried his wife." "Well, you fellows might have had sense enough to suspect that he would return to her grave sometime. The very last place that anyone would have expected him to return to. But you had exhausted all other places, learning your failure at them. I laid for him there. And you found him? Damn it, he found me. The rascal got the drop on me, regularly held me up and made me travel. It's God's mercy that he didn't go through me. Oh, he's a good one, and I fancy the half of that reward is enough for me if you're needy." Holker laughed good-humouredly and explained that his creditors were never more importunate. "I wanted merely to show you the ground and arrange a plan with you," the detective explained. "I thought it as well for us to be armed even in daylight." "The man must be insane," said the deputy sheriff. "The reward is for his capture and conviction. If he's mad, he won't be convicted." Mr. Holker was so profoundly affected by that possible failure of justice that he involuntarily stopped in the middle of the road, then resumed his walk with abated zeal. "Well, he looks it," assented Jarlson. "I'm bound to admit that a more unshaven, unshorn, unkempt, and uneverything wretch I never saw outside the ancient and honourable order of tramps. But I've gone in for him, and can't make up my mind to let go. There's glory in it for us, anyhow. Not another soul knows that he's on this side of the mountains of the moon." "All right," Holker said. "We will go and view the ground." And he added, in the words of a once favourite inscription for tombstones, "where you must shortly lie. I mean, if old Branscombe ever gets tired of you and your impertinent intrusion. By the way, I heard the other day that Branscombe was not his real name." "What is?" "I can't recall it. I had lost all interest in the wretch, and it did not fix itself in my memory. Something like Pardee. The woman whose throat he had the bad taste to cut was a widow when he met her. She had come to California to look up some relatives. There are persons who will do that sometimes, but you know all that." "Naturally. But not knowing the right name, by what happy inspiration did you find the right grave? The man who told me what the name was said it had been cut on the headboard." "I don't know the right grave." Jarlson was apparently a trifle reluctant to admit his ignorance of so important a point of his plan. "I have been watching about the place generally. A part of our work this morning will be to identify that grave. Here is the White Church." For a long distance the road had been bordered by fields on both sides, but now on the left there was a forest of oaks, madronos, and gigantic spruces whose lower parts only could be seen dim and ghostly in the fog. The undergrowth was in places thick, but nowhere impenetrable. For some moments Holker saw nothing of the building, but as they turned into the woods it revealed itself in faint grey outline through the fog, looking huge and far away. A few steps more, and it was within an arm's length, distinct, dark with moisture, and insignificant in size. It had the usual country schoolhouse form, belonged to the packing-box order of architecture, had an underpinning of stones, a moss-grown roof, and blank window spaces, whence both glass and sash had long departed. It was ruined, but not a ruin, a typical Californian substitute for what are known to guide-bookers abroad as monuments of the past. With scarcely a glance at this uninteresting structure, Jarlson moved on into the dripping undergrowth beyond. "I will show you where he held me up," he said. "This is the graveyard. Here and there among the bushes were small enclosures containing graves, sometimes no more than one. They were recognized as graves by the discolored stones or rotting boards at head and foot, leaning at all angles, some prostrate, by the ruined picket fences surrounding them, or, infrequently, by the mound itself showing its gravel through the fallen leaves. In many instances nothing marked the spot where lay the vestiges of some poor mortal, who, leaving a large circle of sorrowing friends, had been left by them in turn, except a depression in the earth more lasting than that in the spirits of the mourners. The paths, if any paths had been, were long obliterated. Trees of a considerable size had been permitted to grow up from the graves and thrust aside with root or branch the enclosing fences. Over all was that air of abandonment and decay which seems nowhere so fit and significant as in a village of the forgotten dead. As the two men, Jarlson leading, pushed their way through the growth of young trees, that enterprising man suddenly stopped and brought up his shotgun to the height of his breast, uttering a low note of warning, and stood motionless, his eyes fixed upon something ahead. As well as he could, obstructed by brush, his companion, though seeing nothing, imitated the posture and so stood, prepared for what might ensue. A moment later, Jarlson moved cautiously forward, the other following. Under the branches of an enormous spruce lay the dead body of a man. Standing silent above it, they noted such particulars as first strike the attention: the face, the attitude, the clothing. Whatever most promptly and plainly answers the unspoken question of a sympathetic curiosity. The body lay upon its back, the legs wide apart. One arm was thrust upward, the other outward, but the latter was bent acutely, and a hand was near the throat. Both hands were tightly clenched. The whole attitude was that of a desperate but ineffectual resistance to. Nearby lay a shotgun and a game bag, through the meshes of which was seen the plumage of shot birds. All about were evidences of a furious struggle. Small sprouts of poison oak were bent and denuded of leaf and bark. Dead and rotting leaves had been pushed into heaps and ridges on both sides of the legs by the action of other feet than theirs. Alongside the hips were unmistakable impressions of human knees. The nature of the struggle was made clear by a glance at the dead man's throat and face. While breasts and hand were white, those were purple, almost black. The shoulders lay upon a low mound, and the head was turned back at an angle otherwise impossible, the expanded eyes staring blankly backward in a direction opposite to that of the feet. From the froth filling the open mouth the tongue protruded, black and swollen. The throat showed horrible contusions, not mere finger marks, but bruises and lacerations wrought by two strong hands that must have buried themselves in the yielding flesh, maintaining their terrible grasp until long after death. Breast, throat, face were wet. The clothing was saturated. Drops of water, condensed from the fog, studded the hair and moustache. All this the two men observed without speaking, almost at a glance. Then Holker said, "Poor devil! He had a rough deal." Jarlson was making a vigilant circumspection of the forest, his shotgun held in both hands and at full cock, his finger upon the trigger. "The work of a maniac," he said, without withdrawing his eyes from the enclosing wood. "It was done by Branscombe, Pardee." Something half hidden by the disturbed leaves on the earth caught Holker's attention. It was a red leather pocket-book. He picked it up and opened it. It contained leaves of white paper for memoranda, and upon the first leaf was the name Halpin Frayser. Written in red on several succeeding leaves, scrawled as if in haste and barely legible, were the following lines, which Holker read aloud, while his companion continued scanning the dim grey confines of their narrow world and hearing matter of apprehension in the drip of water from every burdened branch. Enthralled by some mysterious spell, I stood in the lit gloom of an enchanted wood. The cypress there and myrtle twined their boughs, significant in baleful brotherhood. The brooding willow whispered to the yew, beneath the deadly nightshade and the rue, with immortelles self-woven into strange funereal shapes, and horrid nettles grew. No song of bird, nor any drone of bees, nor light leaf lifted by the wholesome breeze. The air was stagnant all, and silence was, a living thing that breathed among the trees. Conspiring spirits whisper in the gloom, half heard the stilly secrets of the tomb. With blood the trees were all adrip, the leaves shone in the witch-light with a ruddy bloom. I cried aloud. The spell unbroken still rested upon my spirit and my will. Unsouled, unhearted, hopeless and forlorn, I strove with monstrous presages of ill. At last the viewless Holker ceased reading. There was no more to read. The manuscript broke off in the middle of a line. "That sounds like Bane," said Jarlson, who was something of a scholar in his way. He had abated his vigilance and stood looking down at the body. "Who's Bane?" Holker asked rather incuriously. "Myron Bane, a chap who flourished in the early years of the nation, more than a century ago. Wrote mighty dismal stuff. I have his collected works. That poem is not among them, but it must have been omitted by mistake." "It is cold," said Holker. "Let us leave here. We must have up the coroner from Napa." Jarlson said nothing, but made a movement in compliance. Passing the end of the slight elevation of earth upon which the dead man's head and shoulders lay, his foot struck some hard substance under the rotting forest leaves, and he took the trouble to kick it into view. It was a fallen headboard, and painted on it were the hardly decipherable words, "Catherine Larue." "Larue! Larue!" exclaimed Holker, with sudden animation. "Why, that is the real name of Branscombe, not Pardee. And bless my soul, how it all comes to me. The murdered woman's name had been Frayser." "There is some rascally mystery here," said Detective Jarlson. "I hate anything of that kind." There came to them out of the fog, seemingly from a great distance, the sound of a laugh, a low, deliberate, soulless laugh, which had no more of joy than that of a hyena night prowling in the desert, a laugh that rose by slow gradation, louder and louder, clearer, more distinct and terrible, until it seemed barely outside the narrow circle of their vision, a laugh so unnatural, so unhuman, so devilish, that it filled those hardy man-hunters with a sense of dread unspeakable. They did not move their weapons nor think of them. The menace of that horrible sound was not of the kind to be met with arms. As it had grown out of silence, so now it died away, from a culminating shout which had seemed almost in their ears. It drew itself away into the distance until its failing notes, joyous and mechanical to the last, sank to silence at a measureless remove. End of The Death of Halpin Frayser by Ambrose Bierce. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The Water Ghost of Harrowby Hall by John Kendrick Banks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. The Water Ghost of Harrowby Hall by John Kendrick Banks. The trouble with Harrowby Hall was that it was haunted. And, what was worse, the ghost did not content itself with merely appearing at the bedside of the afflicted person who saw it, but persisted in remaining there for one mortal hour before it would disappear. It never appeared except on Christmas Eve, and then, as the clock was striking 12, in which respect alone was it lacking in that originality which in these days is a sine qua non of success in spectral life. The owners of Harrowby Hall had done their utmost to rid themselves of the damp and dewy lady who rose up out of the best bedroom floor at midnight, but without avail. They had tried stopping the clock so that the ghost would not know when it was midnight, but she made her appearance just the same, with that fearful miasmatic personality of hers, and there she would stand until everything about her was thoroughly saturated. Then the owners of Harrowby Hall caulked up every crack in the floor with the very best quality of hemp, and over this was placed layers of tar and canvas. The walls were made waterproof, and the doors and windows likewise. The proprietors having conceived the notion that the unexercised lady would find it difficult to leak into the room after these precautions had been taken. But even this did not suffice. The following Christmas Eve she appeared as promptly as before, and frightened the occupant of the room quite out of his senses by sitting down alongside of him and gazing with her cavernous blue eyes into his. And he noticed too that in her long, aqueously bony fingers bits of dripping seaweed were entwined, the ends hanging down, and these ends she drew across his forehead until he became like one insane. And then he swooned away and was found unconscious in his bed the next morning by his host, simply saturated with sea water and fright, from the combined effects of which he never recovered, dying 4 years later of pneumonia and nervous prostration at the age of 78. The next year the master of Harrowby Hall decided not to have the best spare bedroom opened at all, thinking that perhaps the ghost's thirst for making herself disagreeable would be satisfied by haunting the furniture. But the plan was as unavailing as the many that had preceded it. The ghost appeared as usual in the room. That is, it was supposed she did, for the hangings were dripping wet the next morning, and in the parlor below the haunted room a great damp spot appeared on the ceiling. Finding no one there, she immediately set out to learn the reason why, and she chose none other to haunt than the owner of the Harrowby himself. She found him in his own cozy room drinking whiskey undiluted, and felicitating himself upon having foiled her ghostship, when all of a sudden the curl went out of his hair, his whiskey bottle filled and overflowed, and he was himself in a condition similar to that of a man who has fallen into a water butt. When he recovered from the shock, which was a painful one, he saw before him the lady of the cavernous eyes and seaweed fingers. The sight was so unexpected and so terrifying that he fainted, but immediately came to, because of the vast amount of water in his hair, which, trickling down over his face, restored his consciousness. Now it so happened that the master of Harrowby was a brave man, and while he was not particularly fond of interviewing ghosts, especially such quenching ghosts as the one before him, he was not to be daunted by an apparition. He had paid the lady the compliment of fainting from the effects of his first surprise, and now that he had come to, he intended to find out a few things he felt he had a right to know. He would have liked to put on a dry suit of clothes first, but the apparition declined to leave him for an instant until her hour was up, and he was forced to deny himself that pleasure. Every time he would move, she would follow him, with the result that everything she came in contact with got a ducking. In an effort to warm himself up, he approached the fire, an unfortunate move, as it turned out, because it brought the ghost directly over the fire, which immediately was extinguished. The whiskey became utterly valueless as a comforter to his chilled system, because it was by this time diluted to a proportion of 90% of water. The only thing he could do to ward off the evil effects of his encounter he did, and that was to swallow 10 2-grain quinine pills, which he managed to put into his mouth before the ghost had time to interfere. Having done this, he turned with some asperity to the ghost and said, "Far be it from me to be impolite to a woman, madam, but I am hanged if it wouldn't please me better if you'd stop these infernal visits of yours to this house. Go sit out on the lake, if you like that sort of thing. Soak the water butt if you wish, but do not, I implore you, come into a gentleman's house and saturate him and his possessions in this way. It is damned disagreeable." "Henry Hartwick Oglethorpe," said the ghost in a gurgling voice, "you don't know what you are talking about." "Madam," returned the unhappy householder, "I wish that remark was strictly truthful. I was talking about you. It would be shillings and pence, nay pounds, in my pockets, madam, if I did not know you." "That is a bit of a specious nonsense," returned the ghost, throwing a quart of indignation into the face of the master of Harrowby. "It may rank high as repartee, but as a comment upon my statement that you do not know what you are talking about, it savours of irrelevant impertinence. You do not know that I am compelled to haunt this place year after year by inexorable fate. It is no pleasure to me to enter this house and ruin and mildew everything I touch. I never aspired to be a shower bath, but it is my doom. Do you know who I am?" "No, I don't," returned the master of Harrowby. "I should say you were the Lady of the Lake, or little Sally Waters." "You are a witty man for your years," said the ghost. "Well, my humour is drier than yours ever will be," returned the master. "No doubt I'm never dry. I'm the water ghost of Harrowby Hall, and dryness is a quality entirely beyond my wildest hope. I have been the incumbent of this highly unpleasant office for 200 years to-night." "How the deuce did you ever come to get elected?" asked the master. "Through a suicide," replied the spectre. "I am the ghost of that fair maiden whose picture hangs over the mantelpiece in the drawing-room. I should have been your great-great-great-great-great-aunt if I had lived, Henry Hartwick Oglethorpe, for I was the own sister of your great-great-great-great-grandfather." "But what induced you to get this house into such a predicament?" "I was not to blame, sir," returned the lady. "It was my father's fault. He it was who built Harrowby Hall, and the haunted chamber was to have been mine. My father had it furnished in pink and yellow, knowing well that blue and grey formed the only combination of colour I could tolerate. He did it merely to spite me, and with what I deem a proper spirit I declined to live in the room, whereupon my father said I could live there or on the lawn. He didn't care which. That night I ran from the house and jumped over the cliff into the sea." "That was rash," said the master of Harrowby. "So I've heard," returned the ghost. "If I had known what the consequences were to be, I should not have jumped. But I really never realized what I was doing until after I was drowned. I had been drowned a week when a sea nymph came to me and informed me that I was to be one of her followers for ever afterwards, adding that it should be my doom to haunt Harrowby Hall for 1 hour every Christmas Eve throughout the rest of eternity. I was to haunt that room on such Christmas Eves as I found it inhabited, and if it should turn out not to be inhabited, I was and am to spend the allotted hour with the head of the house." "I'll sell the place." "That you cannot do, for it also required of me that I shall appear as the deeds are to be delivered to any purchaser, and divulge to him the awful secret of the house." "Do you mean to tell me that on every Christmas Eve that I don't happen to have somebody in that guest chamber, you are going to haunt me wherever I may be, ruining my whiskey, taking all the curl out of my hair, extinguishing my fire, and soaking me through to the skin?" demanded the master. "You have stated the case, Oglethorpe, "And what is more," said the water ghost, "it doesn't make the slightest difference where you are. If I find that room empty, wherever you may be, I shall douse you with my spectral press." Here the clock struck 1, and immediately the apparition faded away. It was perhaps more of a trickle than a fade, but as a disappearance it was complete. "By St. George and his dragon!" ejaculated the master of Harrowby, wringing his hands. "It is guineas to hot cross buns that next Christmas there's an occupant of the spare room, or I spend the night in a bathtub." But the master of Harrowby would have lost his wager had there been anyone there to take him up, for when Christmas Eve came again he was in his grave, never having recovered from the cold contracted that awful night. Harrowby Hall was closed, and the heir to the estate was in London, where to him, in his chambers, came the same experience that his father had gone through, saving only that, being younger and stronger, he survived the shock. Everything in his room was ruined. His clocks were rusted in the works. A fine collection of watercolor drawings was entirely obliterated by the onslaught of the water ghost. And what was worse, the apartments below his were drenched with the water soaking through the floors, a damage for which he was compelled to pay, and which resulted in his being requested by his landlady to vacate the premises immediately. The story of the visitation inflicted upon his family had gone abroad, and no one could be got to invite him out to any function save afternoon teas and receptions. Fathers of daughters declined to permit him to remain in their houses later than 8 o'clock at night, not knowing but that some emergency might arise in the supernatural world which would require the unexpected appearance of the water ghost in this on nights other than Christmas Eve, and before the mystic hour when weary churchyards, ignoring the rules which are supposed to govern polite society, begin to yawn. Nor would the maids themselves have aught to do with him, fearing the destruction by the sudden incursion of aqueous femininity of the costumes which they held most dear. So the heir of Harrowby Hall resolved, as his ancestors for several generations before him had resolved, that something must be done. His first thought was to make one of his servants occupy the haunted room at the crucial moment, but in this he failed, because the servants themselves knew the history of that room and rebelled. None of his friends would consent to sacrifice their personal comfort to his, nor was there to be found in all England a man so poor as to be willing to occupy the doomed chamber on Christmas Eve for pay. Then the thought came to the heir to have the fireplace in the room enlarged, so that he might evaporate the ghost at its first appearance, and he was felicitating himself upon the ingenuity of his plan, when he remembered what his father had told him, how that no fire could withstand the lady's extremely contagious dampness. And then he bethought him of steam pipes. These, he remembered, could lie hundreds of feet deep in water, and still retain sufficient heat to drive the water away in vapor, and as a result of this thought, the haunted room was heated by steam to a withering degree, and the heir for 6 months attended daily the Turkish baths, so that when Christmas Eve came, he could himself withstand the awful temperature of the room. The scheme was only partially successful. The water ghost appeared at the specified time and found the heir of Harrowby prepared, but hot as the room was, it shortened her visit by no more than 5 minutes in the hour, during which time the nervous system of the young master was well nigh shattered, and the room itself was cracked and warped to an extent which required the outlay of a large sum of money to remedy. And worse than this, as the last drop of the water ghost was slowly sizzling itself out on the floor, she whispered to her would-be conqueror that his scheme would avail him nothing, because there was still water in great plenty where she came from, and that next year would find her rehabilitated and as exasperatingly saturating as ever. It was then that the natural action of the mind in going from one extreme to the other suggested to the ingenious heir of Harrowby the means by which the water ghost was ultimately conquered, and happiness once more came within the grasp of the house of Oglethorpe. The heir provided himself with a warm suit of fur underclothing. Donning this with the furry side in, he placed over it a rubber garment, tight-fitting, which he wore just as a woman wears a jersey. On top of this he placed another set of underclothing, this suit made of wool, and over this was a second rubber garment like the first. Upon his head he placed a light and comfortable diving helmet, and so clad on the following Christmas Eve he awaited the coming of his tormentor. It was a bitterly cold night that brought to a close this 24th day of December. The air outside was still, but the temperature was below zero. Within all was quiet, the servants of Harrowby Hall awaiting with beating hearts the outcome of their master's campaign against his supernatural visitor. The master himself was lying on the bed in the haunted room, clad as has already been indicated, and then the clock clanged out the hour of 12. There was a sudden banging of doors. A blast of cold air swept through the halls. The door leading into the haunted chamber flew open. A splash was heard, and the water ghost was seen standing at the side of the heir of Harrowby, from whose outer dress there streamed rivulets of water, but whose own person, deep down under the various garments he wore, was as dry and as warm as he could have wished. "Ha!" said the young master of Harrowby. "I'm glad to see you." "You are the most original man I've met, if that is true," returned the ghost. "May I ask where did you get that hat?" "Certainly, madam," returned the master courteously. "It is a little portable observatory I had made for just such emergencies as this. But tell me, is it true that you are doomed to follow me about for one mortal hour, to stand where I stand, to sit where I sit?" "That is my delectable fate," returned the lady. "We'll go out on the lake," said the master, starting up. "You can't get rid of me that way," returned the ghost. "The water won't swallow me up. In fact, it will just add to my present bulk." "Nevertheless," said the master firmly, "we will go out on the lake." "But my dear sir," returned the ghost with a pale reluctance, "it is fearfully cold out there. You will be frozen hard before you've been out 10 minutes." "Oh, no, I'll not," replied the master. "I'm very warmly dressed. Come." This last in a tone of command that made the ghost ripple. And they started. They had not gone far before the water ghost showed signs of distress. "You walk too slowly," she said. "I am nearly frozen. My knees are so stiff now I can hardly move. I beseech you to accelerate your step." "I should like to oblige a lady," returned the master courteously, "but my clothes are rather heavy, and 100 yards an hour is about my speed. Indeed, I think we would better sit down here on this snowdrift and talk matters over." Do not do so, I beg," cried the ghost. "Let me move on. I feel myself growing rigid as it is. If we stop here, I shall be frozen stiff." "That, madam," said the master slowly, and seating himself on an ice cake, "that is why I have brought you here. We have been on this spot just 10 minutes. We have 50 more. Take your time about it, madam, but freeze. That is all I ask of you." "I cannot move my right leg now," cried the ghost in despair, "and my overskirt is a solid sheet of ice. Oh, good, kind Mr. Oglethorpe, Light a fire, and let me go free from these icy fetters." "Never, madam, it cannot be. I have you at last." "Alas!" cried the ghost, a tear trickling down her frozen cheek. "Help me! I beg! I congeal!" "Congeal, madam, congeal!" returned Oglethorpe coldly. "You have drenched me and mine for 203 years, madam. Tonight you have had your last drench." "Ah, but I shall thaw out again, and then you'll see. Instead of the comfortably tepid, genial ghost I have been in my past, sir, I shall be iced water," cried the lady threateningly. "No, you won't either," returned Oglethorpe, "for when you are frozen quite stiff, I shall send you to a cold storage warehouse, and there shall you remain an icy work of art for evermore." "But warehouses burn." "So they do, but this warehouse cannot burn. It is made of asbestos, and surrounding it are fireproof walls, and within those walls the temperature is now, and shall forever be, 416 degrees below the 0 point, low enough to make an icicle of any flame in this world or the next," the master added, with an ill-suppressed chuckle. "For the last time, let me beseech you. I would go on my knees to you, Oglethorpe, were they not already frozen. I beg of you, do not do." Here even the words froze on the water ghost's lips, and the clock struck 1. There was a momentary tremor throughout the ice-bound form, and the moon, coming out from behind a cloud, shone down on the rigid figure of a beautiful woman, sculptured in clear, transparent ice. There stood the ghost of Harrowby Hall, conquered by the cold, a prisoner for all time. The heir of Harrowby had won at last, and to-day, in a large storage house in London, stands the frigid form of one who will never again flood the house of Oglethorpe with woe and sea-water. As for the heir of Harrowby, his success in coping with the ghost has made him famous, a fame that still lingers about him, although his victory took place some 20 years ago. And so far from being unpopular with the fair sex, as he was when we first knew him, he has not only been married twice, but is to lead a third bride to the altar before the year is out. End of The Water Ghost of Harrowby Hall by John Kendrick Banks. Read by Lars, Rolander.
The Apparition by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oteria. The subject of sequestration of the person came up in speaking of a recent lawsuit, and each of us had a story to tell. A true story, he said. We had been spending the evening together at an old family mansion in the Rue de Grenelle, just a party of intimate friends. The old Marquis de la Tour Samuel, who was 82, rose and, leaning his elbow on the mantelpiece, said in his somewhat shaky voice, "I also know of something strange, so strange that it has haunted me all my life. It is now 56 years since the incident occurred, and yet not a month passes that I do not see it again in a dream. So great is the impression of fear it has left on my mind. For 10 minutes I experienced such horrible fright that ever since then a sort of constant terror has remained with me. Sudden noises startle me violently, and objects, imperfectly distinguished at night, inspire me with a mad desire to flee from them. In short, I am afraid of the dark. But I would not have acknowledged that before I reached my present age. Now I can say anything. I have never receded before real danger before ladies. It is therefore permissible, at 82 years of age, not to be brave in presence of imaginary danger. That affair so completely upset me, caused me such deep and mysterious and terrible distress that I never spoke of it to anyone. I will now tell it to you exactly as it happened, without any attempt at explanation. In July 1827, I was stationed at Rouen. One day, as I was walking along the quay, I met a man whom I thought I recognized without being able to recall exactly who he was. Instinctively, I made a movement to stop. The stranger perceived it and at once extended his hand. He was a friend to whom I had been deeply attached as a youth. For 5 years I had not seen him. He seemed to have aged half a century. His hair was quite white, and he walked bent over as though completely exhausted. He apparently understood my surprise, and he told me of the misfortune which had shattered his life. Having fallen madly in love with a young girl, he had married her, but after a year of more than earthly happiness, she died suddenly of an affection of the heart. He left his country home on the very day of her burial, and came to his town house in Rouen, where he lived, alone and unhappy, so sad and wretched that he thought constantly of suicide. "Since I have found you again in this manner," he said, "I will ask you to render me an important service. It is to go and get me out of the desk in my bedroom, our bedroom, some papers of which I have urgent need. I cannot send a service or a business clerk, as discretion and absolute silence are necessary. As for myself, nothing on earth would induce me to re-enter that house. I will give you the key of the room which I myself locked on leaving, and the key of the desk. Also a few words from my gardener, telling him to open the chateau for you. But come and breakfast with me tomorrow, and we will arrange all that." I proposed to do him the slight favor he asked. It was, for that matter, only a ride which I could make in an hour on horseback, his property being but a few miles distant from Rouen. At 10 o'clock the following day, I breakfasted, tete-a-tete with my friend, but he scarcely spoke. He begged me to pardon him. The thought of the visit I was about to make to that room, the scene of his dead happiness, overcame him. He said, he indeed seemed singularly agitated and preoccupied, as though undergoing some mysterious mental struggle. At length he explained to me exactly what I had to do. It was very simple. I must take 2 packages of letters and a roll of papers from the first right-hand drawer of the desk, of which I had the key. He added, "I need not beg you to refrain from glancing at them." I was wounded at that remark, and told him so, somewhat sharply. He stammered, "Forgive me, I suffer so," and tears came to his eyes. At about 1 o'clock, I took leave of him to accomplish my mission. The weather was glorious, and I trotted across the fields listening to the song of the larks and the rhythmical clang of my sword against my boot. Then I entered the forest and walked my horse. Branches of trees caressed my face, and as I passed, now and then I caught a leaf with my teeth and I chewed it, from sheer gladness of heart at being alive and vigorous on such a radiant day. As I approached the chateau, I took from my pocket the letter I had for the gardener, and was astonished at finding it sealed. I was so irritated that I was about to turn back without having fulfilled my promise, but reflected that I should thereby display undue susceptibility. My friend in his troubled condition might easily have fastened the envelope without noticing that he did so. The manor looked as if it had been abandoned for 20 years. The open gate was falling from its hinges, the walks were overgrown with grass, and the flower beds were no longer distinguishable. The noise I made by kicking at a shutter brought out an old man from a side door. He seemed stunned with astonishment at seeing me. On receiving my letter, he read it, reread it, turned it over and over, looked me up and down, put the paper in his pocket, and finally said, "Well, what is it you wish?" I replied shortly, "You ought to know, since you have just read your master's orders. I wish to enter the chateau." He seemed overcome. "Then you are going into her room." I began to lose patience. "Damn it, are you presuming to question me?" He stammered in confusion. "No, sir, but it has not been opened since the death." If you will be kind enough to wait 5 minutes, I will go and see if... I interrupted him angrily. See here, what do you mean by your tricks? You know very well you cannot enter the room, since here is the key. He no longer objected. Then, sir, I will show you the way. Show me the staircase and leave me. I'll find my way without you. But, sir, indeed... This time I lost patience, and pushing him aside, went into the house. I first went through the kitchen, then 2 rooms occupied by this man and his wife. I then crossed a large hall, mounted a staircase, and recognized the door described by my friend. I easily opened it and entered the apartment. It was so dark that at first I could distinguish nothing. I stopped short, disagreeably affected by that disagreeable, musty odor of closed, unoccupied rooms. As my eyes slowly became accustomed to the darkness, I saw plainly enough a large and disordered bedroom, the bed without sheets, but still retaining its mattresses and pillows, on one of which was a deep impression, as though an elbow or a head had recently rested there. The chairs all seemed out of place. I noticed that a door, doubtless that of a closet, had remained half opened. I first went to the window, which I opened to let in the light, but the fastenings of the shutters had grown so rusty that I could not move them. I even tried to break them with my sword, but without success. As I was growing irritated over my useless efforts and could now see fairly well in the semi-darkness, I gave up the hope of getting more light and went over to the writing desk. I seated myself in an armchair, and letting down the lid of the desk, I opened the drawer designated. It was full to the top. I needed but 3 packages, which I knew how to recognize, and began searching for them. I was straining my eyes in the effort to read the superscriptions when I seemed to hear, or rather feel, something rustle back of me. I paid no attention, believing that a draught from the window was moving some drapery. But in a minute or so, another movement, almost imperceptible, sent a strangely disagreeable little shiver over my skin. It was so stupid to be affected, even slightly, that self-respect prevented my turning around. I had just found the second package I needed, and was about to lay my hand on the third, when a long and painful sigh, uttered just at my shoulder, made me bound like a madman from my seat and land several feet off. As I jumped, I had turned round, my hand on the hilt of my sword, and truly, if I had not felt it at my side, I should have taken to my heels like a coward. A tall woman, dressed in white, stood gazing at me from the back of the chair where I had been sitting an instant before. Such a shudder ran through all my limbs that I nearly fell backward. No one who has not experienced it can understand that frightful, unreasoning terror. The mind becomes vague, the heart ceases to beat, the entire body grows as limp as a sponge. I do not believe in ghosts. Nevertheless, I collapsed from a hideous dread of the dead, and I suffered. Oh, I suffered in a few moments more than in all the rest of my life from the irresistible terror of the supernatural. If she had not spoken, I should have died, perhaps, but she spoke. She spoke in a sweet, sad voice that set my nerves vibrating. I dare not say that I became master of myself and recovered my reason. No, I was terrified and scarcely knew what I was doing, but a certain innate pride, a remnant of soldierly instinct, made me, almost in spite of myself, maintain a bold front. She said, "Oh, sir, you can render me a great service." I wanted to reply, but it was impossible for me to pronounce a word. Only a vague sound came from my throat. She continued, "Will you? You can save me, cure me. I suffer frightfully. I suffer, oh, how I suffer." And she slowly seated herself in my armchair, still looking at me. "Will you?" she said. I nodded in assent, my voice still being paralyzed. Then she held out to me a tortoise-shell comb and murmured, "Comb my hair. Oh, comb my hair. That will cure me. It must be combed. Look at my head, how I suffer, and my hair pulls so." Her hair unbound, very long and very black, It seemed to me hung over the back of the armchair and touched the floor. Why did I promise? Why did I take that comb with a shudder, and why did I hold it in my hands? Her long black hair that gave my skin a frightful cold sensation, as though I were handling snakes, I cannot tell. That sensation has remained in my fingers, and I still tremble in recalling it. I combed her hair. I handled, I know not how, those icy locks. I twisted, knotted, and unknotted, and braided them. She sighed, bowed her head, seemed happy. Suddenly she said thank you, snatched the comb from my hands, and fled by the door that I had noticed ajar. Left alone, I experienced for several seconds the horrible agitation of one who awakens from a nightmare. At length I regained my senses. I ran to the window, and with a mighty effort burst open the shutters, letting a flood of light into the room. Immediately I sprang to the door by which that being had departed. I found it closed and immovable. Then the mad desire to flee overcame me like a panic, the panic which soldiers know in battle. I seized the 3 packets of letters on the open desk, ran from the room, dashed down the stairs 4 steps at a time, found myself outside, I know not how, and perceiving my horse a few steps away, leaped into the saddle and galloped away. I stopped only when I reached ruin, and alighted at my lodgings. Throwing the reins to my orderly, I fled to my room and shut myself in to reflect. For an hour I anxiously asked myself if I were not the victim of a hallucination. Undoubtedly, I had had one of those incomprehensible nervous attacks, those exaltations of the mind that give rise to visions and are the stronghold of the supernatural, and I was about to believe I had seen a vision, had a hallucination when, as I approached the window, my eyes fell by chance upon my breast. My military cape was covered with long black hairs. One by one, with trembling fingers, I plucked them off and threw them away. I then called my orderly. I was too disturbed, too upset to go and see my friend that day, and I also wished to reflect more fully upon what I had ought to tell him. I sent him his letters, for which he gave the soldier a receipt. He asked after me most particularly, and on being told I was ill, had had a sunstroke, appeared exceedingly anxious. Next morning I went to him, determined to tell him the truth. He had gone out the evening before and had not yet returned. I called again during the day. My friend was still absent. After waiting a week longer without news of him, I notified the authorities, and a judicial search was instituted. Not the slightest trace of his whereabouts or manner of disappearance was discovered. A minute inspection of the abandoned chateau revealed nothing of a suspicious character. There was no indication that a woman had been concealed there. After fruitless searches, all further efforts were abandoned, and for 56 years I have heard nothing. I know no more than before. That was the end of The Apparition by Guy de Maupassant, recorded by Oteria.
Old Mr. Wiley by Grayla Spina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aurora Seemore. Old Mr. Wiley and the dog came every night, but were they real? Old Mr. Wiley by Grayla Spina. He just lies here, tossing and moaning until he's so weak that he sinks into a kind of coma, said the boy's father huskily. There doesn't seem anything particular the matter with him now but weakness. Only, he choked, that he doesn't care much about getting well. Miss Beaver kept her eyes on that thin little body outlined by the fine linen sheet. She caught her breath and bit her lower lip to check its trembling. So pitiful that, small scion of a long line of highly placed aristocratic and wealthy forebears, that her cool, capable hand went out involuntarily to soothe the fevered childish brow. She wanted suddenly to gather the little body into her warm arms against her kind breast. Her emotion, she realized, was far from professional. Frank Wiley IV had somehow laid a finger on her heartstrings. "If you can rouse him from this lethargy and let him find some interest in living," Frank Wiley III said thickly, "you won't find me inappreciative, Miss Beaver." The nurse contemplated that small, apathetic patient in silence. Dr. Parris had warned her that unless the boy's interest could somehow be stimulated, the little fellow would die from sheer lack of incentive to life. Her emotion moistened her eyes and contracted her throat muscles. She had to clear her throat before she could speak. "I can only promise to do my very best for this dear little boy," she said hurriedly. "No human being can do more than his best." "Dr. Parris tell me you have been uniformly successful with the cases he put you on. I hope," the young fathers entered, "that you will follow your usual precedent." "The doctor is too kind," murmured Miss Beaver with slightly lifted brows. "I fear he gives me more credit than I deserve." "There, I hope you're wrong. He calls you an intuitive psychic. It's upon your intuition that I'm banking now. My affection hampers me from fathoming Frank's innermost thoughts. If I were really sure what he needed most, I'd get it for him if it were a spotted giraffe," declared his father passionately. "But I'm unable to go deeply enough into his real thoughts." "If his own father cannot think of something he would care for enough to make him want to live, how can an outsider find out what he might be wanting?" argued the nurse, a touch of resentment in her voice. "Would not his own mother know what would make him want to take hold on life?" There was an awkward pause. "His mother," began Frank Wiley III, and was interrupted by a light tap on the door panel, at which he went silent, turning away as if relieved to escape any explanation. The door swung open, permitting the entrance of a young and very pretty woman, one who knew exactly what a charming picture she made in a jade negligee over her peach pajamas. About her exceedingly well-shaped head, ash blonde hair lay in close artificial waves. She was such a distinctly blonde type that Miss Beaver could not control her slightly startled downward glance at the dark child tossing on the bed. Her upward look of bewilderment was met by Frank Wiley's faint smile. "He takes after the founder of our family," said he in a low, almost confidential voice. "His great-grandfather was said to have had Indian blood in his veins, as well as a touch of old Spain. The boy doesn't look like his mother or me. He's a real throwback." The pretty woman had come across the room, pettishly lifting her silk-clad shoulders. Through the straps of embroidered sandals, red tiptoes toes wrinkled. At the tumble bed and its small restless occupant she threw what appeared to Miss Beaver a distasteful glance, ignoring the nurse entirely, although she had not met her previously and must have known that the strange young woman was the new night nurse. "Do come to bed, Frank," she urged crossly, placing a proprietary hand on her husband's coat sleeve. "It won't do you any good to moon around in here, and it might disturb Francis." Miss Beaver stood by her patient's bed, her clear grey eyes full upon young Mrs. Wiley. The nurse experienced a kind of disgust, together with one of those uncomfortable intuitions upon the reliability of which Dr. Parris was always depending. She knew all at once that Mrs. Wiley was that strange type of modern woman which makes a cult of a personal beauty, taking wifehood lightly and submitting to maternity as infrequently as possible. "I suppose you're right, Florrie," the father conceded, with a last solicitous look at the exhausted child. "Miss Beaver?" The nurse nodded, her lips a tight red line. "It would be better for the patient if the room were quiet and darkened," she said with decision. When the door had closed behind the pair, Miss Beaver busied herself making the child more comfortable for the night. She smoothed out the cool linen sheets, drawing them taut under the wasted little body. She bathed the hot face with water and alcohol. To all her ministration the child submitted in a kind of lethargy, speaking no word, making no sign that he had noticed a different attendant. When she was quite finished, he breathed a long sigh of relaxation. His quivering, weak little body went suddenly limp, and Miss Beaver had a good scare as she bent over him, trying to bring back that weary and reluctant spirit to its exhausted mortal domicile. It was by then nearly 7:30. The child lay supine, heavy-lidded eyes half opened, upon this tormentress who had somehow succeeded in calling him back into the dimly lighted room from the shadows of the Let's alluring banks. Miss Beaver, kneeling beside young Frank's bed, talked tenderly to him in a soft monotone. She made all manner of gratuitous promises, if only Frank would try like a good boy to get well. She told him firmly that he could if he wanted to. She made her suggestions with a gently persuasive voice, coloring all she said with the warmth of a heart peculiarly open to the unknown needs of the listless child. To those unknown needs she opened wide her spirit, crying with it for enlightenment and help. While she was thus occupied, she became aware of that sensation of being watched that is so startling when one considers oneself alone. Without rising, she turned her face quickly from the pillow of young Frank and looked across the bed. A member of the household, about whom Dr. Paris had neglected to tell her, was standing there, one finger on his lips, which, though firm, wore a reassuring smile that immediately conveyed his warm friendliness. He was a well-preserved elderly gentleman of aristocratic mien, clad in a bright blue garment of odd cut, his neck wound about with spotlessly white linen in lieu of a starched collar. His high nose, raised cheekbones, flashing black eyes, and olive skin contrasted in a lively fashion with a heavy mane of white hair. His eyes, as well as his lips, conveyed a kindliness which Miss Beaver's answering smile reciprocated. Tapping his lips again with admonitory forefinger, the old gentleman now produced, with a broad smile, something from beneath his right arm. Leaning down, he set this carefully beside the listless child. As he put it down, it gave a whining little cry. Young Frank's eyes widened incredulously. Miss Beaver kept him under intent regard as he turned his dark head on the pillow to see what it was that was sitting on the bed. "Oh!" he cried in a kind of rapture, and put one thin white hand outside the covers to touch the small creature that now stood wagging a brief tail in a friendly fashion. "Is it mine?" The child looked up at the old gentleman, who once more, with serious mien and significant movement of his head toward the door, gestured for silence. The boy's eyes blinked once or twice, then, with a weak but ecstatic smile, he laid a pale hand upon the furry coat of the little dog that began to bounce about, licking the hands that caressed it. Miss Beaver told herself that the old gentleman had found a way to lay hold on a young Frank's reluctant spirit. She watched color creep into the boy's face as he cuddled the little dog blissfully, and she drew a deep breath of heartfelt relief when the heavy eyelids dropped and the boy slipped into a natural sleep, nothing like the heavy coma from which she had struggled so hard to bring him back earlier that night. She looked up thankfully to meet the understanding gaze of the old gentleman, who, with that gesture of admonishment, bent over and picked up the dog tucked it under his blue-sleeved arm, and went across the room to the door. He did not speak, but Miss Beaver received the vivid impression that his visit would be repeated the following night. It was as if her sensitive intuition could receive and register a wordless message from that other sympathetic soul. The following morning found the lad refreshed and improved. His first waking thought was for the dog, and in reply his cautiously whispered inquiry, Miss Beaver whispered back that his grandfather, the strong family resemblance made her sure it had been the boy's wise grandfather who had found the means of rousing the child from an all but fatal lethargy, had taken it with him, but would bring it back that night. Miss Beaver wondered at herself for promising this, but felt somehow sure that old Mr. Wiley would bring the pup without fail. She believed that she had read indomitable determination in those piercing black eyes. She knew inwardly that he would not rest until he had found that thing which would give young Frank renewed interest in living. Although the child appeared, if anything, a trifle less apathetic the following day, and Miss Beaver felt that each succeeding visit of old Mr. Wiley with the fox terrier would give the lad another push toward convalescence, yet the nurse did not feel inclined to mention openly that secret visit in the dead of night. The old gentleman's finger tapping his gravely smiling lips was one thing that restrained her, the other was the irritation betrayed, ingeniously enough, by the boy's mother during her early morning visit to the sick room. Young Mrs. Wiley looked especially pretty in a pleated jade sports skirt, a white pullover sweater, a jade beret on her fair hair. Under one arm she carried a small white Pomeranian, about whose neck flared a matching white jade satin bow. "Well, how is Francis this morning?" she inquired briskly, with the determined manner of one dutifully performing an unpleasant task. "He looks better, doesn't he?" Miss Beaver, to whom this inquiry was addressed, nodded shortly. The boy did not look at his pretty young mother after his first indifferent glance as she entered the room. He lay in a silence with closed eyes and compressed lips, a most unchildlike expression on his thin boyish face. "Look, Francis, see how sweet Kiki looks with this big green bow." Mrs. Wiley dropped the Pomeranian on the bed. The dog snarled and snapped viciously. Frank thrust one of hand and gave the animal a pettish push. Bestowing a hard, cold glare on her son, Mrs. Wiley snatched up the growling dog in high indignation. "There, I ask you, nurse, if that child isn't just unnatural. I thought boys liked dogs. Francis is queer. I believe he actually hates Kiki." She lifted the dog against her face, permitting it to loll its pink tongue against her carefully rouged cheek. "Pavicious? Was it worse oven pavicious Iki Kiki, Francis?" She addressed her son sharply. "You'll have to get over your nasty ugliness to poor little Kiki. It's a shame the way you hate dogs." "But I don't hate dogs," cried the boy vehemently, his voice breaking with indignant resentment. "It's just Kiki. I'd love to have a dog of my very own, mother. If you'd only let me have a little dog of my very own." The faint voice died away in a sick wail. The boy's eyelids closed tightly against gushing tears. Mrs. Wiley gave a short exclamation of impatience. "Francis has an idea that a dirty mongrel would be nicer than a beautiful pedigreed dog like Kiki," she cried disgustedly. "But why not let him have a dog of his own?" asked Miss Beaver ill-advisedly, her interest getting the better of her. "Perhaps it would give him interest enough Nonsense! Snapped Mrs. Wiley sharply. I won't have a street mutts wandering around the house to irritate the poor little Kiki. Nasty, smelly, common mongrels with fleas. Indeed not. I'm surprised at you, nurse, for making the suggestions. With that, young Mrs. Wiley removed her vivid presence from the room, leaving Miss Beaver shrugging her shoulders and raising her eyebrows, and the little boy crying softly, the sheet pulled over his dark head. What's all this, Frankie? Asked the father's voice. She won't let me have a dog of my own, sobbed the little boy, coming out from under the concealing sheet, lips a-quiver, eyes humid. Miss Beaver's lip compressed. He called his mother she, as if she were an outsider. Frank Wiley III stood for a moment looking at his son, then let himself gently down on the edge of the bed, lying one big palm over the little chap's hot forehead. He did not speak, just sat and stroked the forehead brow with tenderness. On his face a dark look brooded. His eyes were absent, unhappy. Daddy, why couldn't I have just a little puppy of my own? The father replied with obvious effort. You know, Frankie, we have one small dog already, said he with a forced lightness. Oh, Kiki! Couldn't you manage to make friends with Kiki? She doesn't really want Kiki to like me, Daddy. Wise beyond his years, marveled Miss Beaver. Kiki doesn't really like little boys. Oh my God, Frankie, don't go crying again. Don't you see that Daddy can't quarrel with Mother over a dog? Try to get well, old man, and we'll see then what we can do. How about a pony, son? The little boy disappeared under the sheet, refusing to reply. Miss Beaver could not bear his convulsive, hardly controlled sobs, and turned an accusing face upon Frank Wiley III. Is it possible, she asked itchly, that Frank's mother would actually refuse him so small a thing as a puppy, if it meant the merest chance of his getting better? The face turned to hers was gloomy, the voice impatient. Oh, good God! Was ever a man in such a damnable situation? My dear Miss Beaver, ask the doctor to tell you how much influence I have in this household, before you blame me for not taking a firm stand with a woman as nervous and temperamental as Mrs. Wiley. I'd give my life willingly to bring my boy back to health, but unhappily I'm not like the founders of our family. Some day I'll show you our family album. You'll find it easy to trace the strong resemblance Frankie had to his forebears. It's the damnably high spirit he gets from them that is so stubbornly killing him now. He rose, wheeled about, and went to the door. Paused. Still with that brooding dark look on his face, he turned to her again. My death would make it any easier for Frank. I wouldn't hesitate a moment. I'm a failure. It wouldn't matter, but I feel that by living and watching over him, I'm standing between my boy's development as an individual and the subtlest, softest peril that could possibly threaten him. I would rather he died if he cannot bring about what he wills for his own development. As for me, I am a dead man walking futilely among the living. With that, he swung out of the room. Miss Beaver knelt by the boy's bed, murmuring persuasively to him as she strove to make him check his hysterical sobs. Frankie, you really must stop crying. You're too big chap to cry, and it only makes you worse. If you're a good boy today and eat your food, I'll let your grandfather bring a little dog tonight, she promised rashly. The sheet turned out, and Frank's reddened face peered at her plaintively. That was my great-grandfather, he assured her gravely. Well, great or great-great, it's all the same, she conceded good-humoredly. Do you really think he'll bring Spot tonight? Oh, of course he will, but you must eat your meals, take a long nap, and stop crying. Oh, I promise, the boy cried eagerly. The day, Miss Beaver was told later, was uneventful. She had remained with the day nurse until Dr. Parris had made his visit. The doctor had been much pleased to find his small patient in good spirits, and congratulated himself upon having put Miss Beaver on the case.
If our young friend continues to improve like this, Miss Beaver,
he joked,
we'll have him playing football within a month.
He lowered his voice for her ear only.
Has anything particular came under your notice that might account for this agreeable change?
Miss Beaver's forehead wrinkled slightly. She regarded the doctor from narrowed, thoughtful eyes. Tell me, Dr. Parris, if isn't asking too much, why Mr. Wiley is a man afraid of his wife? The doctor could not repress an involuntary chuckle.
Come on, nurse. Don't you think you're asking rather a good deal?
No, I don't, retorted Miss Beaver shortly. Nor do you think so either. What am I trying to get is why Mr. Wiley lets Mrs. Wiley prevent him from giving Frank a puppy that he wants.
So, it is a pup that boy wants.
He uttered. I'm asking you, she repeated impatiently.
Oh, well.
Mrs. Wiley, you have undoubtedly discerned, is one of those self-centered egoists who simply cannot permit people to live any way but her way.
She won't have another dog in the house because
it might interfere with the comfort of that silly pom of hers. If Frank were a bit older and could feign a penchant for the pom, and his mother got the idea that the animal's affection might be alienated from her, she would at once get the child another dog, just to keep him away from Kiki. All of which sounds subtle but isn't very helpful, decided Miss Beaver with unflattering directness. I've told Mr. Wiley that I thought a dog might interest his son, and Mr. Wiley replies that his wife won't let him get one. There is something more beyond this, and it's obvious you don't want to tell me.
Oh, hang it, nurse. You always manage to get your own way with me, don't you? I'll probably have to marry you one of these days, so I can keep the upper hand.
He grinned.
Well then, Wiley is a weak sister, and oughtn't to be. He is completely under his chorus girl wife's thumb. He lost a good bit in Wall Street, and what's left is in her name, so he's got to watch his step until he's recouped his losses. If he were like his father or his grandfather, but he isn't,
snapped the doctor vexedly.
Now, this boy here, he's throwback, young Frankie's. He's a spitting image of the founder of the family, and I'm willing to wager he's got the grit and determination that once endued old Frank Wiley the First.
I've observed, murmured Miss Beaver, that you and his father call the boy Frank, while his mother refers to him as a Francis.
That's her Hifflinton way of putting on the dog, nurse.
Dr. Parris grinned wickedly.
His name on the birth certificate is Frank, but she'd made a girlish Francis of him if she had her own way. For some reason, she isn't getting it. Her husband sticks to the old family name of Frank, and the boy won't answer to Francis. She has a healthy respect for the first old Frank Wiley. If you were to see the family album, nurse, you'd quick to catch the look in the old boy's eyes. Nobody ever put anything over that lad, believe me.
I've no doubt of that,
thought Miss Beaver to herself, the indomitable countenance of her midnight visitor clear before her mind's eyes. It was astonishing, that strong family resemblance. Aloud she snapped, "Family album, indeed! What I'm after is to get permission for this child to have a pet. I'm positive it would make it all difference in the world for him." "You won't get permission, nurse. Mrs. Frank won't have any other pets around to bother precious Kiki," he said grimly.
"Not if it's a matter of life or death,"
she persisted. "She would laugh at you putting it just that way," growled the doctor, an absent expression stealing over his kindly face.
"Well, we'll see what we'll see,"
observed Miss Beaver cryptically, her mouth an ominous tight red line. The doctor suddenly spoke close to her ear, an odd note in his voice. "I'm going to prescribe something very unusual, nurse. Tomorrow night a covered basket will be delivered here for you. Take it into the boy's room and open it if he wakens during the night. Understand?"
"I can't say I do, Dr. Parris."
"You will," he promised. "I'll take that basket and its content when I came round for my morning call. Unless," he told grimly, "I can see my way to make the prescription stick." It was with the utmost anxiety that Miss Beaver awaited the coming that night of old Mr. Wiley. The day nurse had told her that Frank had eaten a good lunch, and what for him was a hearty supper. He had agreed to sleep if he were awakened the moment the spot arrived, and Miss Beaver had accepted his whispered offer. To her relief, he fell asleep immediately, natural color on his thin cheeks. Mr. Wiley's light tap came on the door panel. She met his grave smile with a soft exclamation of welcome. The small dog was tucked under one arm, and he paused to warn her, that admonitory touch of one finger to his lips, that the secret of his visit must be preserved. She nodded comprehension, leaned over the sleeping boy, and whispered softly in his ear. He stared, open drowsy eyes. Then he pulled himself up on his pillow, reaching thin hands out to the spotted dog which nipped playfully at him.
"Isn't he wonderful? When may I have it all time?"
"When you're well and don't need a night nurse," promised Miss Beaver rashly, and recovered the boy a broad smile from the courtly old gentleman, who tipped back his white-maned head and laughed silently but wholeheartedly.
"I'll get well at once, nurse. Don't you think I might be well enough tomorrow or the day after? Not?"
he added politely, making Miss Beaver's heart ache with his childish apology.
"Not that I want you to leave, you know."
"That will be for the doctor to decide, Frank. But the more you eat and sleep and grow happy in your heart, the faster you'll get well," advised Miss Beaver earnestly. For a long happy hour young Frank fraternized with the fox terrier, while the old gentleman sat silently observing him, a grimly humorous smile hovering about his firm lips. Then the boy's eyes began to cloud sleepily, and much to Miss Beaver's surprise and pleasure, Frank relinquished his canine playmate and fell asleep, a blissful smile curving his childish mouth as he breathed with soft regularity. Then old Mr. Wiley picked up the puppy,
tucked it under one blue-clad arm, and again admonishing Miss Beaver with a finger athwart his lips, tiptoed from the room, closing the door behind very gently. The nurse thought with a sigh of relief that the old gentleman had looked both pleased and gratified. She herself could hardly wait for morning and for the day to pass, and was both pleased and encouraged herself when she went on a duty the next night. Frank had asked to sit up for supper, and when Miss Beaver entered the room he manfully refused the day nurse's assistance back to bed. The day nurse's uplifted brows betrayed her astonishment at the sudden turn for the better the young patient had taken. "I'm almost well," picked up Frank Wiley IV the moment the door closed behind the day nurse. "Tomorrow, the doctor says I can sit out in the garden in the sun. Couldn't I have Spot then?" "You just leave it to me," said Miss Beaver determinedly. "I may have much to say about your keeping Spot, Frank." In her heart she was in reality panic-stricken, for she knew that pretty Mrs. Wiley would indifferently laugh of the idea that ownership of a dog could mean returned health to her little son. Upon Frank Wiley III, Miss Beaver felt no reliance could be placed. He was an uxorious weakling. Her unfounded hope rested on old Mr. Wiley alone. Old Mr. Wiley, whose firm mouth and implacable dark eyes made her feel that he, and he alone, held the key to the situation. That he had realized young Frank's need and had filled it, albeit in secret, gave her to believe that he would also furnish such good reason for yielding to young Frank's boyish yearning as would make Mrs. Frank retire undisordered from any contest of clashing wills. But when the old gentleman stepped into the room that night, he did not carry the little dog under his arm. What he had was something bulkier. He stopped beside the basket which had been sent to Miss Beaver and which she had not yet opened. He leaned down and released the lid. A little fox terrier jumped out and stood, one small paw upheld, its head cocked on one side. Miss Beaver drew a quick gasping breath of admiring amazement, and what she realized was the doctor's unusual prescription. If only old Mr. Wiley would stand by to uphold it. She felt that the boy would recover. She drew his attention with a gesture. "See how nicely our patient's coming along, Mr. Wiley," she whispered. "Only please, won't you make him let him keep the little dog Dr. Paris had sent him? You can, I know you can." Old Mr. Wiley leaned over the bed, apparently taking pleased note of the faint color of the boy's cheeks. He smiled with obvious satisfaction. He lifted his head, met Miss Beaver's pleading eyes, and nodded emphatically. Then he slipped his hold on whatever he had tucked under the arm and deposited it on the foot of the bed, meeting Miss Beaver's questioning eyes with a significant narrowing of his own. She looked at him, then up at him, puzzled. What he had brought in was one of those huge plush-covered atrocities with tall ivory letters on the front that proclaimed it to be a family album. She surmised that this must be the album which the doctor had said she should look over to note how closely the small boy in the bed resembled his ancestors. With a light gesture, old Mr. Wiley relegated the album to the background, his glance seeking the fox terrier that still hesitated in the middle of the room. Miss Beaver understood. She gently wakened the small patient, who sat up, rubbing sleepy eyes expectantly. The dog, sensing a playmate, bounded up the bed and began leaping at Frank's eager fingers with small whimperings. "He loves me, don't you, Spot? Look, nurse, he has black spots over his eyes, bigger than I remember them, and he seems little tonight, doesn't he? But he knows me. Gee, I wish I could keep him all the time." Old Mr. Wiley sat silently in a comfortable chair at the shadowy back of the room, as he had done on his previous visit, but his severe old features softened as he watched the happy child and the antics of the little dog. When at last Frank's eyes grew humid and heavy with sleep, and he began to slip down on his pillow, he clung to his canine playmate, refusing to relinquish the puppy which had cuddled cozily against him. Old Mr. Wiley's heavy brows lifted into a straight line over his high nose. A grimly ironical smile drew up the corners of his mouth. He made a gesture of resignation. His humorously twinkling eyes met the consternation in Miss Beaver's, but he appeared pleased and unmoved at the prospect of the dog's remaining with the boy. He rose from his comfortable chair, drew a deep breath again, touched the admonitory finger to his lips, and withdrew, still smiling. The door closed quietly behind his stately blue-clad figure. Miss Beaver told herself agitatedly that he had no business to throw the onus on the whole situation onto her shoulders, but even while she resented this high-handed behavior, she was inwardly aware, with one of her strong intuitions, that old Mr. Wiley knew undoubtedly what he was about, and that at the psychological moment he would justify her permitting the dog to remain with young Frank. She was in no hurry the following morning to turn over her patient to the day nurse, and lingered on in hope that Dr. Parris would appear early enough to get the dog away, as he had half hinted. That he would do his best to make the prescription stick, she saw immediately after he took a single look at young Frank, who sat up nimbly, his color normal for the first time in weeks. The suppressed excitement in the atmosphere Dr. Parris could hardly be expected to understand until the boy drew back the covers to show the inquisitive black nose and beady eyes hidden beneath. "Gee, Dr. Parris, isn't he just cutest dog you ever saw?" chuckled young Frank. "Oh gosh, here she comes." The cover was wiped over the dog, whose whimpers subsided with uncommonly good sense. Perhaps young Mrs. Wiley might not have felt the puppy's presence, but Kiki's sharp nose was not so easily put upon. Kiki, with a shrill bark, scrambled from her arms and leaped upon the bed, where he began scratching furiously at the cover which Frank was holding desperately but vainly against this unexpected onslaught. "What on earth?" began his mother, her eyes going from Kiki to Miss Beaver's hurried expression. "Oh, a nasty little dog, right in Francis' bed. Francis, put this out. It's probably full of fleas. How did that nasty little mongrel get in here?"
"This pup isn't a mongrel, Mrs. Wiley," snapped the doctor. "Anyone can see with a half an eye it's a pedigreed animal."
She disregarded him. "Frank, come here. Nurse, you should have known better than to allow that horrid little mutt." Frank Wiley III almost ran into the room, obviously distressed over something quite different from his wife's trouble.
"Somebody has meddled with one of our family portraits,"
he cried with obvious agitation.
"It's been damaged."
"Oh, bother the family portraits!" shrilled his wife, highly exasperated. "Look at the nasty common little dog this nurse has left Francis have right in his bed. I never heard of such nerve. Call Mason. Have him put this dog out immediately."
"I'll take the dog if it's to be put out," growled Dr. Paris. "I know a good dog when I see one," he muttered resentfully. "Let me see that dog!" exclaimed Frank Wiley III in a strangely grave voice. He pushed the frantically excited Kiki from the bed to the floor. He drew back the cover from the little dog huddled apprehensively against young Frank's thin body. "Oh, good Lord, it's incredible! It just isn't possible!" "Isn't it?" snapped his wife, looking with distastefully wrinkled nose at her husband's chalky face, wide staring eyes. "Well, here it is and out it goes. Ring for Mason Frank at once. I want this dirty little mongrel out." Without paying the slightest attention, her husband turned to Miss Beaver. As he did so, his staring eyes fell upon the ornate plush album on the foot of the bed. "How did that got here?" he demanded. "Old Mr. Wiley brought it last night," admitted Miss Beaver, who was feeling a trifle indigent at the old gentleman's defection. "Old Mr. Wiley?" echoed Dr. Paris stupidly. For him, Miss Beaver thought. "Old Mr. Wiley?" Frank Wiley III, his voice shaky, almost shouted her. Do you mean to stand there and tell me that old Mr. Wiley has here and brought this album?" "I may as well tell you now as ever," snapped Miss Beaver, and deliberately turned her back upon Mrs. Frank, addressing herself pointedly to Dr. Paris and the boy's father. "The old gentleman has been in here every night to see Frank since I've been on duty, and he brought this little dog, and in my opinion his little dog should get the credit of any improvement in the patient's condition." Frank Wiley III picked the bulky volume and began turning the thick cardboard pages. His hands trembled, his face was queerly pasty. "Turn the pages yourself, nurse, will you? See if you can find old Mr. Wiley's picture." Miss Beaver flipped the cardboard pages one after another until a family face looked quizzically at her from a faded old daguerreotype. She put one finger triumphantly on it. "Here he is. This is old Mr. Wiley." Mrs. Frank tiptoed nearer, took a single look, then, with a shrill scream, fainted into Dr. Paris' convenient arms. He muttered under his breath, "Suspicious damsel, this." Of Miss Beaver he asked dryly, as he deposited his fair burden distastefully in the big chair where the old gentleman had been sitting on his nightly visits. "My dear Miss Beaver, are you very certain old Mr. Wiley has been dropping in of nights?" "Of course I am," declared Miss Beaver indignantly. "It's so astonishing that I recognize a face I've been seeing now for 3 consecutive nights." "This is unbelievable," Frank Wiley III gasped. The doctor said gravely, "I ask you to be very certain, nurse, because the original of that picture has been dead for over 15 years." At those astonishing words fell on Miss Beaver's ears. She turned from the doctor in sheer resentment. "I don't care for practical jokes," said she with dignity to the boy's apparently stupefied father. "And I must say I resent being made sport of. I tell you plainly that old Mr. Wiley, the man in this picture," and she tapped the finger impressively on the album's page, "has spent a couple of hours with Frankie and me every night since I've been on duty here, and that's that." "Then that's settled," exclaimed the boy's father in a loud and determined voice. "The dog stays." As if miraculously restored, Mrs. Frank sprang to her feet. "Is that so? Well, my dear husband, I'm afraid you're sadly mistaken. The dog goes." She gave her husband glare for glare, the rouge standing in 2 round spots on her white face. His look was one of active dislike. "We'll see about that, Florrie. All of you came out into the hall. I want you to see something. Then let anyone say Frank can't keep that dog." He beckoned imperatively, and they followed down the great staircase into the great hall below, where he stopped under a gilt-framed oil portrait, life-size. His finger pointed significantly. Miss Beaver deciphered the small label at the front of the massive frame. The painting was a portrait of Frank Wiley I, the founder of the Wiley family. Her eyes rose higher to really look at the picture for the first time since she had been in the house. It was the living likeness of old Mr. Wiley, and it almost seemed to her that, as she stared, one of his eyelids quivered slightly as if in recognition of her belated admiration for his diplomatic procedure. Beside him, on the painted table of his fine hands, lay negligently, or rather seemed to be lying higher than the table proper, resting on, was it just a bare canvas? "Look for yourself, Florrie. There's the fox terrier that was painted sitting on the table under grandfather's hand." Young Mrs. Wiley stared pallidly at the likeness of the founder of the Wiley clan. "White paint?" she conjectured. Then, peering closer at the canvas, "Somebody's scraped off the paint where the dog used to be." Stiff and grim, his oven man now, her husband, faced her. "Does my boy keep the dog?" Behind them sounded a low exclamation. At the head of the staircase stood young Frank, the puppy tucked securely under one arm. "Nobody's going to take away my little dog that Grandfather Wiley brought me," cried the lad stoutly, black eyes flashing, thin face determined and unyielding. "Don't let that dog come near me!" screamed Mrs. Frank, and went into the genuine attack of hysteria. "He isn't real." Dr. Parris exchanged a look with Miss Beaver, whose face was pale and contented. "I always knew you were a psychic," he whispered, brows drawn into the puzzled scowl. "That's how the old gentleman, God rest his willful soul, get through." "I wondered that he never spoke a single word. Now that it's over, I think I'm going to faint," decided Miss Beaver shakily. "Nonsense," snapped the doctor with a scant courtesy. "But she is well scared, thank God. I hardly think she will interfere much in the future with young Frank. And by the looks of him, the boy's father has had his backbone stiffened considerably." "That painted dog?" whispered Miss Beaver, tremulous lips. Yes, the dog," muttered the doctor, too casually. "You dared," uttered Miss Beaver incoherently under her breath. "Not altogether," he protested against her rear. He pointed upward. Miss Beaver's eyes followed that gesture,
and met the admonitory, inscrutable but very gratified, pictured eyes of old Mr. Wiley. End of Old Mr. Wiley by Gray Laspina. Recording by Aurora Seemore, Sarajevo.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher M. Wallace. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening, so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea. Perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch, with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or grief. Oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that rises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple, dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open. Wide open. And I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness. All a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder and louder, and I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once. Once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scanlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I'd been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own, in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt, I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men. But the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no. They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks here, here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart. Recording by Christopher M. Wallace. The Signal Man by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher M. Wallace. The Signal Man by Charles Dickens. "Hello, below there." When he heard a voice thus calling to him, he was standing at the door of his box with a flag in his hand, furled round its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood on the top of the steep cutting nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the line. There was something remarkable in his manner of doing so, though I could not have said for my life what. But I know it was remarkable enough to attract my notice, even though his figure was foreshortened and shadowed, down in the deep trench, and mine was high above him, so steeped in the glow of an angry sunset that I had shaded my eyes with my hand before I saw him at all. "Hello, below!" From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and, raising his eyes, saw my figure high above him. "Is there any path by which I can come down and speak to you?" He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with a repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration in the earth and air, quickly changing into a violent pulsation and an oncoming rush that caused me to start back, as though it had force to draw me down. When such vapors rose to my height from this rapid train had passed me, and was skimming away over the landscape, I looked down again, and saw him refurling the flag he had shown while the train went by. I repeated my inquiry. After a pause, during which he seemed to regard me with fixed attention, he motioned with his rolled-up flag towards a point on my level, some 200 or 300 yards distant. I called down to him, "All right," and made for that point. There, by dint of looking closely about me, I found a rough zigzag descending path notched out, which I followed. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. For these reasons, I found the way long enough to give me time to recall a singular air of reluctance or compulsion with which he had pointed out the path. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, I saw that he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed, in an attitude as if he were waiting for me to appear. He had his left hand at his chin, and that left elbow rested on his right hand, crossed over his breast. His attitude was one of such expectation and watchfulness that I stopped a moment, wondering at it. I resumed my downward way, and stepping out upon the level of the railroad, and drawing nearer to him, saw that he was a dark, sallow man, with a dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as I ever saw. On either side, a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of sky. The perspective one way only a crooked prolongation of this great dungeon, the shorter perspective in the other direction terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance to a black tunnel in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to this spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me as if I had left the natural world. Before he stirred, I was near enough to him to have touched him. Not even then removing his eyes from mine, he stepped back one step and lifted his hand. This was a lonely post to occupy, I said, and it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. A visitor was a rarity, I should suppose, not an unwelcome rarity, I hoped. In me, he merely saw a man who had been shut up within narrow limits all his life, and who, being at last set free, had a newly awakened interest in these great works. To such purpose I spoke to him, but I am far from sure of the terms I used, for, besides that I am not happy in opening any conversation, there is something in the man that daunted me. He directed a most curious look towards the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it, as if something were missing from it, and then looked at me. That light was part of his charge, was it not? He answered in a low voice, "Don't you know it is?" The monstrous thought came into my mind as I perused the fixed eyes and the saturnine face, that this was a spirit, not a man. I have speculated since whether there may have been infection in his mind. In my turn, I stepped back, but in making the action, I detected in his eyes some latent fear of me. This put the monstrous thought to flight. "You look at me," I said, forcing a smile, "as if you had a dread of me." "I was doubtful," he returned, "whether I had seen you before." "Where?" He pointed to the red light he had looked at. "There?" I said. Intently watchful of me, he replied, but without sound, "Yes." "My good fellow, what should I do there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, you may swear." "I think I may," he rejoined. "Yes, I am sure I may." His manner cleared, like my own. He replied to my remarks with readiness and in well-chosen words. Had he much to do there? Yes. That was to say, he had enough responsibility to bear, but exactness and watchfulness were what was required of him, and of actual work, manual labor, he had next to none. To change that signal, to trim those lights, and to turn this iron handle now and then, was all he had to do under that head. Regarding those many long and lonely hours, of which I seemed to make so much, he could only say that the routine of his life had shaped itself into that form, and he had grown used to it. He had taught himself a language down here, if only to know it by sight, and have formed his own crude ideas of its pronunciation, could be called learning it. He had also worked at fractions and decimals, and tried a little algebra, but he was, and had been as a boy, a poor hand at figures. Was it necessary for him, when on duty, always to remain in that channel of damp air? And could he never rise into the sunshine from between those high stone walls? Why, that depended upon times and circumstances. Under some conditions there would be less upon the line than under others, and the same held good as to certain hours of the day and night. In bright weather, he did choose occasions for getting a little above these lower shadows, but, being at all times liable to be called by his electric bell, and at such times listening for it with redoubled anxiety, the relief was less than I would suppose. He took me into his box, where there was a fire, a desk for an official book in which he had to make certain entries, a telegraphic instrument with its dial, face, and needles, and the little bell of which he had spoken. On my trusting that he would excuse the remark that he had been well educated, and, I hoped I might say without offense, perhaps educated above that station, he observed that instances of slight incongruity in such wise would rarely be found wanting among large bodies of men. That he had heard it was so in workhouses, in the police force, even in that last desperate resource, the army, and that he knew it was so, more or less, in any great railway staff. He had been, when young, if I could believe it, sitting in that hut. He scarcely could. A student of natural philosophy, and had attended lectures. But he had run wild, misused his opportunities, gone down, and never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He had made his bed, and he lay upon it. It was far too late to make another. "All that I have here condensed," he said in a quiet manner, with his grave dark regards divided between me and the fire. He threw in the word "sir" from time to time, and especially when he referred to his youth, as though to request me to understand that he claimed to be nothing but what I found him. He was several times interrupted by the little bell, and had to read off messages and send replies. Once he had to stand without the door and display a flag as a train passed and make some verbal communication to the driver. In the discharge of his duties, I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant, breaking off his discourse at a syllable and remaining silent until what he had to do was done. In a word, I should have set this man down as one of the safest of men to be employed in that capacity. But for the circumstance that while he was speaking to me, he twice broke off with a fallen color, turned his face toward the little bell when it did not ring, opened the door of the hut, which was kept shut to exclude the unhealthy damp, and looked out toward the red light near the mouth of the tunnel. On both of these occasions he came back to the fire with the inexplicable air upon him which I had remarked, without being able to define, when we were so far asunder. Said I, when I rose to leave him, "You almost make me think that I have met with a contented man. I am afraid I must acknowledge that I said it to lead him on." "I believe I used to be so," he rejoined in the low voice in which he had first spoken. "But I'm troubled, sir. I'm troubled." He would have recalled the words if he could. He had said them, however, and I took them up quickly. "With what? What is your trouble?" "It is very difficult to impart, sir. It is very, very difficult to speak of. If ever you make me another visit, I will try to tell you." "But I expressly intend to make you another visit. Say, when shall it be?" "I go off early in the morning, and I shall be on again at 10 tomorrow night, sir." "I will come at 11. He thanked me and went out the door with me. "I'll show you my white light, sir," he said in his peculiar low voice, "till you have found the way up. When you have found it, don't call out. And when you are at the top, don't call out." His manner seemed to make the place strike colder to me. But I said no more then. Very well. And when you come down tomorrow night, don't call out. Let me ask you a parting question. What made you cry, "Hello, below there," tonight? Heaven knows, said I. I cried something to that effect. Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well. Admit those were the very words. I said them, no doubt, because I saw you below. For no other reason. What other reason could I possibly have? You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way? No. He wished me good night and held up his light. I walked by the side of the down line of rails, with a very disagreeable sensation of a train coming behind me, until I found the path. It was easier to mount than to descend, and I got back to my inn without any adventure. Punctual to my appointment, I placed my foot on the first notch of the zigzag next night, as the distant clocks were striking 11. He was waiting for me at the bottom, with his white light on. "I have not called out," I said, when we came close together. "May I speak now?" "By all means, sir." "Good night, then, and here's my hand." "Good night, sir, and here's mine." With that, we walked side by side to his box, entered it, closed the door, and sat down by the fire. "I have made up my mind, sir," he began, bending forward as soon as we were seated, and speaking in a tone but a little above a whisper, "that you shall not have to ask me twice what troubles me. I took you for someone else yesterday evening. That troubles me." "That mistake?" "No, that someone else." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Like me?" "I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved, this way." I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the action of an arm gesticulating, with the utmost passion and vehemence. "For God's sake, clear the way." "One moonlight night," said the man, "I was sitting here, when I heard a voice cry, 'Hello, below there.' I started up, looked from that door, and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving, as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, 'Look out! Look out!' And then attain, 'Hello, below there! Look out!' I caught up my lamp, turned it on red, and ran towards the figure, calling, 'What's wrong? What has happened? Where?' It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up at it and had my hand stretched out to pull the sleeve away. when it was gone. "Into the tunnel?" said I. "No." I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards. I stopped and held my lamp above my head and saw the figures of the measured distance, and saw the wet stains stealing down the walls and trickling through the arch. I ran out again faster than I had run in, for I had a mortal abhorrence of the place upon me, and I looked all round the red light with my own red light, and I went up the iron ladder to the gallery atop of it, and I came down again and ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. "An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong?" The answer came back both ways. "All well." Resisting the slow touch of a frozen finger tracing out my spine, I showed him how that this figure must be a deception of his sense of sight, and how that figures originating in disease of the delicate nerves that minister to the functions of the eye were known to have often troubled patients, some of whom had become conscious of the nature of their affliction, and had even proved it by experiments upon themselves. "As to the imaginary cry," said I, "do but listen for a moment to the wind in this unnatural valley while we speak so low, and to the wild harp it makes of the telegraph wires." That was all very well, he returned, after we had sat listening for a while, and he ought to know something of the wind and the wires, he who so often passed long winter nights there, alone and watching. But he would beg to remark that he had not finished. I asked his pardon, and he slowly added these words, touching my arm. "Within 6 hours after the appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened. And within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure had stood. A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied. I rejoined that this was a remarkable coincidence, and calculated deeply to impress his mind. But it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur, and they must be taken into account in dealing with such a subject. Though to be sure, I must admit, I added, for I thought I saw that he was going to bring the objection to bear upon me. Men of common sense did not allow for much coincidences in making the ordinary calculations of life. He again begged to remark that he had not finished. I again begged his pardon for being betrayed into interruptions. "This," he said, again laying his hand upon my arm and glancing over his shoulder with hollow eyes, "was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I had recovered from the surprise and shock when one morning, as the day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked towards the red light and saw the specter again. He stopped with a fixed look at me. Did it cry out? No. It was silent. Did it wave its arm? No. It leaned against the shaft of the light, with both hands before the face, like this. Once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I have seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. Did you go up to it? I came in and sat down, partly to collect my thoughts, partly because it had turned me faint. When I went to the door again, daylight was above me, and the ghost was gone. But nothing followed. Nothing came out of this. He touched me on the arm with his forefinger twice or thrice, giving a ghastly nod each time. That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at a carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the driver, "Stop." He shut off and put his brake on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along, heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments and was brought in here and laid down on this floor between us. Involuntarily, I pushed my chair back as I looked from the boards at which he pointed to himself. True, sir. True. Precisely as it happened. So I tell it to you. I could think of nothing to say to any purpose, and my mouth was very dry. The wind in the wires took up the story with a long, lamenting wail. He resumed, "Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The spectre came back a week ago. Ever since, it has been there, now and again, by fits and starts. At the light, at the danger light. What does it seem to do? He repeated, if possible with increased passion and vehemence, that former gesticulation of, "For God's sake, clear the way." Then he went on, "I have no peace or rest for it. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner. Below there, look out, look out." It stands waving to me. It rings my little bell. I caught at that. Did it ring your bell yesterday evening when I was here and you went to the door? Twice. Why, see, said I, how your imagination misleads you. My eyes are on the bell, and my ears were open to the bell. And if I am a living man, it did not ring at those times. No, nor at any other time, except when it was rung in the natural course of physical things by the station communicating with you. He shook his head. I have never made a mistake as to that yet, sir. I have never confused the spectre's ring with the man's. The ghost's ring is a strange vibration in the bell, that it derives from nothing else. And I have not asserted that the bell stirs to the eye. I don't wonder that you failed to hear it. But I heard it. And did the spectre seem to be there when you looked out? It was there. Both times? He repeated firmly. Both times. Will you come to the door with me and look for it now? He bit his underlip as though he were somewhat unwilling, but arose. I opened the door and stood on the step, while he stood in the doorway. There was the danger light. There was the dismal mouth of the tunnel. There were the high, wet stone walls of the cutting. There were the stars above them. Do you see it? I asked him, taking particular note of his face. His eyes were prominent and strained, but not very much more so, perhaps, than my own had been when I had directed them earnestly towards the same spot. No, he answered. It is not there. Agreed, said I. We went in again, shut the door, and resumed our seats. I was thinking how best to improve this advantage, if it might be called one, when he took up the conversation in such a matter-of-course way, so assuming that there could be no serious question of fact between us, that I felt myself placed in the weakest of positions. "By this time you will fully understand, sir," he said, "that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the spectre mean?" I was not sure, I told him, that I did fully understand. "What is its warning against?" he said, ruminating with his eyes on the fire, and only by times turning them on me. "What is the danger? Where is the danger?" "There is danger overhanging somewhere on the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It is not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do?" He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. "If I telegraph danger on either side of me, or on both, I could give no reason for it," he went on, wiping the palms of his hands. "I should get into trouble and do no good. They would think I was mad. This is the way it would work. Message: danger, take care, answer. What danger? Where? Message: don't know, but for God's sake, take care. They would displace me. What else could they do?" His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man, oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. "When it first stood under the danger light," he went on, putting his dark hair back from his head and drawing his hands outward across his temples in an extremity of feverish distress. "Why not tell me where that accident was to happen, if it must happen? Why not tell me how it could be averted, if it could have been averted? When on its second coming it hit its face, why not tell me, instead, she is going to die? Let them keep her at home." If it came on those two occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, and so to prepare me for the third, why not warn me plainly now? And I, Lord help me, a mere poor signal man on this solitary station, why not go to somebody with credit to be believed and power to act? When I saw him in this state, I saw that for the poor man's sake, as well as for the public safety, what I had to do for the time was to compose his mind. Therefore, setting aside all question of reality or unreality between us, I represented to him that whoever thoroughly discharged his duty must do well, and that at least it was his comfort that he understood his duty, though he did not understand these confounding appearances. In this effort I succeeded far better than in the attempt to reason him out of his conviction. He became calm. The occupations incidental to his post as the night advanced began to make larger demands on his attention, and I left him at 2 in the morning. I had offered to stay through the night, but he would not hear of it. That I more than once looked back at the red light as I ascended the pathway. that I did not like the red light, and that I should have slept but poorly if my bed had been under it, I see no reason to conceal. Nor did I like the 2 sequences of the accident and the dead girl. I see no reason to conceal that either. But what ran in my thoughts was the consideration of how ought I to act, having become the recipient of this disclosure. I had proved the man to be intelligent, vigilant, painstaking, and exact. But how long might he remain so, in his state of mind? Though in a subordinate position, still, he held a most important trust, and would I, for instance, like to stake my own life on the chances of his continuing to execute it with precision? Unable to overcome a feeling that there would be something treacherous in my communicating what he had told me to his superiors in the company, while at first being plain with himself and proposing a middle course to him, I ultimately resolved to offer to accompany him, otherwise keeping his secret for the present, to the wisest medical practitioner we could hear of in those parts, and to take his opinion. A change in his time of duty would come round next night. He had apprised me, and he would be off an hour or 2 after sunrise, and on again soon after sunset. I had appointed to return accordingly. Next evening was a lovely evening, and I walked out early to enjoy it. The sun was not yet quite down when I traversed the field path near the top of the deep cutting. I would extend my walk for an hour, I said to myself, half an hour on and half an hour back, and it would then be time to go to my signalman's box. Before pursuing my stroll, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down. From the point from which I had first seen him, I could not describe the thrill that seized upon me when, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw the appearance of a man with his left sleeve across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. The nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for in a moment I saw that this appearance of a man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men standing at a short distance, to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. The danger light was not yet lighted. Against its shaft, a little low hut, entirely new to me, had been made of some wooden supports and tarpaulin. It looked no bigger than a bed. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a flashing, self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there, and causing no one to be sent to overlook or correct what he did, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. "What is the matter?" I asked the men. "Signalman killed this morning, sir." "Not the man belonging to that box?" "Yes, sir. Not the man I know." "You will recognize him, sir, if you knew him," said the man who spoke for the others, solemnly uncovering his own head and raising an end of the tarpaulin, for his face is quite composed. "Oh, how did this happen? How did this happen?" I asked, turning from one to another as the hut closed in again. "He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better. But somehow he was not clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He had struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. As the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was towards her, and she cut him down. That man drove her. I was showing how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom. The man who wore a rough, dark dress stepped back to his former place at the mouth of the tunnel. "Coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir," he said. "I saw him at the end, as if I saw him down a perspective glass. There's no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him, and called to him as loud as I could call. 'What did you say?' I said, 'Below there, look out, look out. For God's sake, clear the way.' I started. Ah, it was a dreadful time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last. But it was no use. Without prolonging the narrative to dwell on any one of its curious circumstances more than on any other, I may, in closing it, point out the coincidence that the warning of the engine driver included not only the words which the unfortunate signalman had repeated to me as haunting him, but also the words which I myself, not he, had attached, and that only in my own mind, to the gesticulation he had imitated. End of The Signalman. Recording by Christopher M. Wallace.
Mrs. Amworth by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. Mrs. Amworth by E. F. Benson. The village of Maxley, where last summer and autumn these strange events took place, lies on a heathery and pine-clad upland of Sussex. In all England you could not find a sweeter and saner situation. Should the wind blow from the south, it comes laden with the spices of the sea. To the east, high downs protected from the inclemencies of March, and from the west and north the breezes which reach it travel over miles of aromatic forest and heather. The village itself is insignificant enough in point of population, but rich in amenities and beauty. Half-way down the single street, with its road and spacious areas of grass on each side, stands the little Norman church, and the antique graveyard long disused. For the zest, there are a dozen small, sedate Georgian houses, red-bricked and long-windowed, each with a square of flower garden in front and an ampler strip behind. A score of shops and a couple of score of thatched cottages belonging to labourers on neighbouring estates complete the entire cluster of its peaceful habitations. The general peace, however, is sadly broken on Saturdays and Sundays, for we lie on one of the main roads between London and Brighton, and our quiet street becomes a racecourse for flying motor-cars and bicycles. A notice just outside the village begging them to go slowly only seems to encourage them to accelerate their speed, for the road lies open and straight, and there is really no reason why they should do otherwise. By way of protest, therefore, the ladies of Maxley cover their noses and mouths with their handkerchiefs as they see a motor-car approaching, though, as the street is asphalted, they need not really take these precautions against dust. But late on Sunday night the horde of scorchers has passed, and we settle down again to 5 days of cheerful and leisurely seclusion. Railway strikes, which agitate the country so much, leave us undisturbed, because most of the inhabitants of Maxley never leave it at all. I am the fortunate possessor of one of these small Georgian houses, and consider myself no less fortunate in having so interesting and stimulating a neighbour as Francis Ercombe, who, the most confirmed of Maxleyites, has not slept away from his house, which stands just opposite to mine in the village street, for nearly 2 years, at which date, though still in mid-life, he resigned his physiological professorship at Cambridge University and devoted himself to the study of those occult and curious phenomena which seem equally to concern the physical and the psychical sides of human nature. Indeed, his retirement was not unconnected with his passion for the strange, uncharted places that lie on the confines and borders of science, the existence of which is so stoutly denied by the more materialistic minds, for he advocated that all medical students should be obliged to pass some sort of examination in mesmerism, and that one of the tri-post papers should be designed to test their knowledge in such subjects as appearances at time of death, haunted houses, vampirism, automatic writing, and possession. "Of course they wouldn't listen to me," ran his account of the matter, "for there is nothing that these seats of learning are so frightened of as knowledge, and the road to knowledge lies in the study of things like these. The functions of the human frame are, broadly speaking, known. They are a country, anyhow, that has been charted and mapped out. But outside that lie huge tracts of undiscovered country, which certainly exist, and the real pioneers of knowledge are those who, at the cost of being derided as credulous and superstitious, want to push on into those misty and probably perilous places. I felt that I could be of more use by setting out without compass or knapsack into the mists than by sitting in a cage like a canary and chirping about what was known. Besides, teaching is very bad for a man who knows himself only to be a learner. You only need to be a self-conceited ass to teach." Here, then, in Francis Ercombe was a delightful neighbour to one who, like myself, had an uneasy and burning curiosity about what he called the misty and perilous places. And this last spring we had a further and most welcome addition to our pleasant little community, in the person of Mrs. Amworth, widow of an Indian civil servant. Her husband had been a judge in the northwest provinces, and after his death at Peshawar she came back to England, and after a year in London found herself starving for the ampler air and sunshine of the country to take the place of the fogs and griminess of town. She had, too, a special reason for settling in Maxley, since her ancestors up till 100 years ago had long been native to the place, and in the old churchyard now disused are many gravestones bearing her maiden name of Chaston. Big and energetic, her vigorous and genial personality speedily woke Maxley up to a higher degree of sociality than it had ever known. Most of us were bachelors or spinsters or elderly folk not much inclined to exert ourselves in the expense and effort of hospitality, and hitherto the gaiety of a small tea-party, with bridge afterwards and galoshes when it was wet, to trip home in again for a solitary dinner, was about the climax of our festivities. But Mrs. Amworth showed us a more gregarious way, and set an example of luncheon parties and little dinners, which we began to follow. On other nights, when no such hospitality was on foot, a lone man like myself found it pleasant to know that a call on the telephone to Mrs. Amworth's house, not 100 yards off, and an inquiry as to whether I might come over after dinner for a game of piquet before bedtime would probably evoke a response of welcome. There she would be, with a comrade-like eagerness for companionship, and there was a glass of port and cup of coffee and a cigarette and a game of piquet. She played the piano, too, in a free and exuberant manner, and had a charming voice and sang to her own accompaniment. And as the days grew long and the light lingered late, we played our game in her garden, which in the course of a few months she had turned from being a nursery for slugs and snails into a glowing patch of luxuriant blossoming. She was always cheery and jolly. She was interested in everything, and in music, in gardening, in games of all sorts was a competent performer. Everybody, with one exception, liked her. Everybody felt her to bring with her the tonic of a sunny day. That one exception was Francis Ercombe. He thought he confessed he did not like her, acknowledged that he was vastly interested in her. This always seemed strange to me, for pleasant and jovial as she was, I could see nothing in her that could call forth conjecture or intrigued surmise, so healthy and unmysterious a figure did she present. But of the genuineness of Ercombe's interest there could be no doubt. One could see him watching and scrutinizing her. In matter of age, she frankly volunteered the information that she was 45. But her briskness, her activity, her unravaged skin, her coal-black hair, made it difficult to believe that she was not adopting an unusual device, and adding 10 years on to her age instead of subtracting them. Often also, as our quite unsentimental friendship ripened, Mrs. Amworth would ring me up and propose her advent. If I was busy writing, I was to give her, so we definitely bargained, a frank negative, and in answer I could hear her jolly laugh and her wishes for a successful evening of work. Sometimes, before her proposal arrived, Ercombe would already have stepped across from his house opposite for a smoke and a chat, and he, hearing who my intending visitor was, always urged me to beg her to come. She and I should play our piquet, said he, and he would look on, if we did not object, and learn something of the game. But I doubt whether he paid much attention to it, for nothing could be clearer than that, under that penthouse of forehead and thick eyebrows, his attention was fixed not on the cards, but on one of the players. But he seemed to enjoy an hour spent thus, and often, until one particular evening in July, he would watch her with the air of a man who has some deep problem in front of him. She, enthusiastically keen about our game, seemed not to notice his scrutiny. Then came that evening, when, as I see in the light of subsequent events, began the first twitching of the veil that hid the secret horror from my eyes. I did not know it then, though I noticed that thereafter, if she rang up to propose coining round, she always asked not only if I was at leisure, but whether Mr. Ercombe was with me. If so, she said, she would not spoil the chat of two old bachelors, and laughingly wished me good night. Ercombe on this occasion had been with me for some half-hour before Mrs. Amworth's appearance, and had been talking to me about the medieval beliefs concerning vampirism, one of those borderland subjects which he declared had not been sufficiently studied before it had been consigned by the medical profession to the dust-heap of exploded superstitions. There he sat, grim and eager, tracing with that pellucid clearness which had made him in his Cambridge days so admirable a lecturer, the history of those mysterious visitations. In them all there were the same general features. One of those ghoulish spirits took up its abode in a living man or woman, conferring supernatural powers of bat-like flight, and glutting itself with nocturnal blood feasts. When its host died, it continued to dwell in the corpse, which remained undecayed. By day it rested, by night it left the grave and went on its awful errands. No European country in the Middle Ages seemed to have escaped them. Earlier yet, parallels were to be found, in Roman and Greek and in Jewish history. "It's a large order to set all that evidence aside as being moonshine," he said. "Hundreds of totally independent witnesses in many ages have testified to the occurrence of these phenomena, and there's no explanation known to me which covers all the facts. And if you feel inclined to say, why then, if these are facts, do we not come across them now? There are two answers I can make you. One is that there were diseases known in the Middle Ages, such as the Black Death, which were certainly existent then and which have become extinct since. But for that reason we do not assert that such diseases never existed. Just as the Black Death visited England and decimated the population of Norfolk, so here in this very district about 300 years ago there was certainly an outbreak of vampirism, and Maxley was the centre of it. My second answer is even more convincing, for I tell you that vampirism is by no means extinct now. An outbreak of it certainly occurred in India a year or two ago. At that moment I heard my knocker plied in the cheerful and peremptory manner in which Mrs. Amworth is accustomed to announce her arrival, and I went to the door to open it. "Come in at once," I said, "and save me from having my blood curdle. Mr. Ercombe has been trying to alarm me." Instantly her vital, voluminous presence seemed to fill the room. "Ah, but how lovely," she said. "I delight in having my blood curdled. Go on with your ghost story, Mr. Ercombe. I adore ghost stories." I saw that, as his habit was, he was intently observing her. "It wasn't a ghost story exactly," said he. "I was only telling our host how vampirism was not extinct yet. I was saying that there was an outbreak of it in India only a few years ago." There was more than a perceptible pause, and I saw that if Ercombe was observing her, she on her side was observing him with fixed eye and parted mouth. Then her jolly laugh invaded that rather tense silence. "Oh, what a shame," she said. "You're not going to curdle my blood at all. Where did you pick up such a tale, Mr. Ercombe? I have lived for years in India, and never heard a rumour of such a thing. Some storytellers in the bazaars must have invented it. They are famous for that." I could see that Ercombe was on the point of saying something further, but checked himself. "Ah, very likely that it was," he said. But something had disturbed our usual peaceful sociability that night, and something had dampened Mrs. Amworth's usual high spirits. She had no gusto for her piquet, and left after a couple of games. Ercombe had been silent too. Indeed, he hardly spoke again till she departed. "That was unfortunate," he said, "for the outbreak of a very mysterious disease, let us call it, took place at Peshawar, where she and her husband were, and—" "Well?" I asked. "He was one of the victims of it," said he. "Naturally, I had quite forgotten that when I spoke." The summer was unreasonably hot and rainless, and Maxley suffered much from drought, and also from a plague of big black night-flying gnats, the bite of which was irritating and virulent. They came sailing in of an evening, settling on one's skin so quietly that one perceived nothing till the sharp stab announced that one had been bitten. They did not bite the hands or face, but chose away the neck and throat for their feeding ground, and most of us, as the poison spread, assumed a temporary goitre. Then, about the middle of August, appeared the first of those mysterious cases of illness which our local doctor attributed to the long-continued heat coupled with the bite of these venomous insects. The patient was a boy of 16 or 17, the son of Mrs. Amworth's gardener, and the symptoms were an anemic pallor and a languid prostration, accompanied by great drowsiness and an abnormal appetite. He had, too, on his throat 2 small punctures, where, so Dr. Ross conjectured, one of these great gnats had bitten him. But the odd thing was that there was no swelling or inflammation round the place where he had been bitten. The heat at this time had begun to abate, but the cooler weather failed to restore him, and the boy, in spite of the quantity of good food which he so ravenously swallowed, wasted away to a skin-clad skeleton. I met Dr. Ross in the street one afternoon about this time, and in answer to my inquiries about his patient, he said he was afraid the boy was dying. The case, he confessed, completely puzzled him. Some obscure form of pernicious anemia was all he could suggest. But he wondered whether Mr. Ercombe would consent to see the boy, on the chance of his being able to throw some new light on the case, and since Ercombe was dining with me that night, I proposed to Dr. Ross to join us. He could not do this, but said he would look in later. When he came, Ercombe at once consented to put his skill at the other's disposal, and together they went off at once. Being thus shorn of my sociable evening, I telephoned to Mrs. Amworth to know if I might inflict myself on her for an hour. Her answer was a welcoming affirmative, and between piquet and music the hour lengthened itself into 2. She spoke of the boy who was lying so desperately and mysteriously ill, and told me that she had often been to see him, taking him nourishing and delicate food. But today, and her kind eyes moistened as she spoke, she was afraid she had paid her last visit. Knowing the antipathy between her and Ercombe, I did not tell her that he had been called into consultation, and when I returned home she accompanied me to my door for the sake of a breath of night air, and in order to borrow a magazine which contained an article on gardening which she wished to read. "Ah, this delicious night air," she said, luxuriously sniffing in the coolness. "Night air and gardening are the great tonics. There is nothing so stimulating as bare contact with rich Mother Earth. You are never so fresh as when you have been grubbing in the soil. Black hands, black nails, and boots covered with mud." She gave her great jovial laugh. "I am a glutton for air and earth," she said. "Positively, I look forward to death, for then I shall be buried and have the kind earth all round me. No leaden caskets for me. I have given explicit directions. But what shall I do about air? Well, I suppose one can't have everything. The magazine." "1,000 thanks. I will faithfully return it. Good night. Garden and keep your windows open, and you won't have asthma." "I always sleep with my windows open," said I. I went straight to my bedroom, of which one of the windows looks out over the street, and as I undressed I thought I heard voices talking outside not far away. But I paid no particular attention, put out my lights, and falling asleep plunged into the depths of a most horrible dream, distortedly suggested, no doubt, by my last words with Mrs. Amworth. I dreamed that I awoke, and found that both my bedroom windows were shut. Half suffocating, I dreamed that I sprang out of bed, and went across to open them. The blind over the first was drawn down, and pulling it up I saw, with the indescribable horror of incipient nightmare, Mrs. Amworth's face suspended close to the pane in the darkness outside, nodding and smiling at me. Pulling down the blind again to keep that terror out, I rushed to the second window on the other side of the room, and there again was Mrs. Amworth's face. Then the panic came upon me in full blast. Here I was suffocating in the airless room, and whichever window I opened, Mrs. Amworth's face would float in like those noiseless black gnats that bit before one was aware. The nightmare rose to screaming point, and with strangled yells I awoke to find my room cool and quiet, with both windows open and blinds up, and a half-moon high in its course, casting an oblong of tranquil light on the floor. But even when I was awake, the horror persisted, and I lay tossing and turning. I must have slept long before the nightmare seized me, for now it was nearly day, and soon in the east the drowsy eyelids of morning began to lift. I was scarcely downstairs next morning, for after the dawn I slept late, when Ercom rang up to know if he might see me immediately. He came in grim and preoccupied, and I noticed that he was pulling on a pipe that was not even filled. "I want your help," he said, "and so I must tell you first of all what happened last night. I went round with the little doctor to see his patient, and found him just alive, but scarcely more. I instantly diagnosed in my own mind what this anemia, unaccountable by any other explanation, meant. The boy is the prey of a vampire." He put his empty pipe on the breakfast table, by which I had just sat down, and folded his arms, looking at me steadily from under his overhanging brows. "Now, about last night," he said. "I insisted that he should be moved from his father's cottage into my house. As we were carrying him on a stretcher, whom should we meet but Mrs. Amworth? She expressed shocked surprise that we were moving him. Now, why do you think she did that?" With a start of horror, as I remembered my dream that night before, I felt an idea come into my mind so preposterous and unthinkable that I instantly turned it out again. "I haven't the smallest idea," I said. "Then listen while I tell you what happened later. I put out all light in the room where the boy lay and watched. One window was a little open, for I had forgotten to close it, and about midnight I heard something outside, trying apparently to push it farther open. I guessed who it was. Yes, it was full 20 feet from the ground, and I peeped round the corner of the blind. Just outside was the face of Mrs. Amworth, and her hand was in the frame of the window. Very softly I crept close, and then banged the window down, and I think I just caught the tip of one of her fingers." "But it's impossible," I cried. "How could she be floating in the air like that? And what had she come for? Don't tell me such—" Once more, with closer grip, the remembrance of my nightmare seized me. "I am telling you what I saw," said he. "And all night long, until it was nearly day, she was fluttering outside like some terrible bat trying to gain admittance. Now put together various things I have told you." He began checking them off on his fingers. "Number 1, he said, there was an outbreak of disease similar to that which this boy is suffering from at Peshawar, and her husband died of it. Number 2, Mrs. Amworth protested against my moving the boy to my house. Number 3, she, or the demon that inhabits her body, a creature powerful and deadly, tries to gain admittance. And add this too. In medieval times there was an epidemic of vampirism here at Maxley. The vampire, so the accounts run, was found to be Elizabeth Chaston. I see you remember Mrs. Amworth's maiden name. Finally, the boy is stronger this morning. He would certainly not have been alive if he had been visited again." "And what do you make of it?" There was a long silence, during which I found this incredible horror assuming the hues of reality. "I have something to add," I said, "which may or may not bear on it. You say that the spectre went away shortly before dawn?" "Yes." I told him of my dream, and he smiled grimly. "Yes, you did well to awake," he said. "That warning came from your subconscious self, which never wholly slumbers and cries out to you of deadly danger. For 2 reasons, then, you must help me. 1 to save others, the second to save yourself." "What do you want me to do?" I asked. "I want you first of all to help me in watching this boy, in ensuring that she does not come near him. Eventually, I want you to help me in tracking the thing down, in exposing and destroying it. It is not human. It is an incarnate fiend. What steps we shall have to take, I don't know yet." It was now 11 in the forenoon, and presently I went across to his house for a 12-hour vigil while he slept, to come on duty again that night, so that for the next 24 hours either Ercom or myself was always in the room where the boy, now getting stronger every hour, was lying. The day following was Saturday, and a morning of brilliant pellucid weather and already when I went across to his house to resume my duty, the stream of motors down to Brighton had begun. Simultaneously I saw Ercombe with a cheerful face, which boded good news of his patient coming out of his house, and Mrs. Amworth with a gesture of salutation to me and a basket in her hand, walking up the broad strip of grass which bordered the road. There we all met. I noticed, and saw that Ercombe noticed it too, that one finger on her left hand was bandaged. "Good morning to you both," said she. "And I hear your patient is doing well, Mr. Ercombe." "I have come to bring him a bowl of jelly, and to sit with him for an hour. He and I are great friends. I am overjoyed at his recovery." Ercombe paused a moment, as if making up his mind, then shot out a pointing finger at her. "I forbid that," he said. "You shall not sit with him or see him, and you know the reason as well as I do." I have never seen so horrible a change pass over a human face as that which now blanched hers to the colour of a grey mist. She put up her hand as if to shield herself from that pointing finger, which drew the sign of the cross in the air, and shrank back cowering on to the road. There was a wild hoot from a horn, a grinding of brakes, a shout, too late, from a passing car, and one long scream suddenly cut short. Her body rebounded from the roadway after the first wheel had gone over it, and the second followed. It lay there, quivering and twitching, and was still. She was buried 3 days afterwards in the cemetery outside Maxley, in accordance with the wishes she had told me that she had devised about her interment, and the shock which her sudden and awful death had caused to the little community began by degrees to pass off. To 2 people only, Ercombe and myself, the horror of it was mitigated from the first by the nature of the relief that her death brought. But naturally enough, we kept our own counsel, and no hint of what greater horror had been thus averted was ever let slip. But oddly enough, so it seemed to me, he was still not satisfied about something in connection with her, and would give no answer to my questions on the subject. Then, as the days of a tranquil, mellow September and the October that followed began to drop away like the leaves of the yellowing trees, his uneasiness relaxed. But before the entry of November the seeming tranquillity broke into hurricane. I had been dining one night at the far end of the village, and about 11 o'clock was walking home again. The moon was of an unusual brilliance, rendering all that it shone on as distinct as in some etching. I had just come opposite the house which Mrs. Amworth had occupied, where there was a board up telling that it was to let, when I heard the click of a front gate, and next moment I saw, with a sudden chill and quaking of my very spirit, that she stood there. Her profile, vividly illuminated, was turned to me, and I could not be mistaken in my identification of her. She appeared not to see me. Indeed, the shadow of the yew hedge in front of her garden enveloped me in its blackness, and she went swiftly across the road and entered the gate of the house directly opposite. There I lost sight of her completely. My breath was coming in short pants as if I had been running, and now indeed I ran, with fearful backward glances, along the 100 yards that separated me from my house and Ercombe's. It was to his that my flying steps took me, and next minute I was within. "What have you come to tell me?" he asked. "Or shall I guess?" "You can't guess," said I. "No, it's no guess. She has come back, and you have seen her. Tell me about it." I gave him my story. "That's Major Pearsall's house," he said. "Come back with me there at once." "But what can we do?" I asked. "I've no idea. That's what we have got to find out." A minute later we were opposite the house. When I had passed it before, it was all dark. Now lights gleamed from a couple of windows upstairs. Even as we faced it, the front door opened, and next moment Major Pearsall emerged from the gate. He saw us and stopped. "I'm on my way to see Dr. Ross," he said quickly. "My wife has been taken ill, suddenly ill. She had been in bed an hour before I came upstairs, and I found her white as a ghost and utterly exhausted. She had been to sleep, it seemed. But you will excuse me." "One moment, Major," said Ercombe. "Was there any mark on her throat?" "How did you guess that?" said he. "There was. One of those beastly gnats must have bitten her twice there. She was streaming with blood." "And there's someone with her?" asked Ercom. Yes, I roused her maid. He went off, and Ercom turned to me. I know now what we have to do, he said. Change your clothes, and I'll join you at your house. What is it? I asked. I'll tell you on our way. We're going to the cemetery. He carried a pick, a shovel, and a screwdriver when he rejoined me, and wore round his shoulders a long coil of rope. As we walked, he gave me the outlines of the ghastly hour that lay before us. What I have to tell you, he said, will seem to you now too fantastic for credence. But before dawn we shall see whether it outstrips reality. By a most fortunate happening, you saw the spectre, the astral body, whatever you choose to call it, of Mrs. Amworth going on its grisly business, and therefore, beyond doubt, the vampire spirit which abode in her during life animates her again in death. That is not exceptional. Indeed, all these weeks since her death, I have been expecting it. If I am right, we shall find her body undecayed and untouched by corruption. But she has been dead nearly 2 months, said I. If she had been dead 2 years, it would still be so, if the vampire has possession of her. So remember, whatever you see done, it will be done not to her, who in the natural course would now be feeding the grasses above her grave, but to a spirit of untold evil and malignancy, which gives a phantom life to her body. But what shall I see done? Said I. I will tell you. But know that now, at this moment, the vampire, clad in her mortal semblance, is out, dining out. But it must get back before dawn, and it will pass into the material form that lies in her grave. We must wait for that, and then, with your help, I shall dig up her body. If I am right, you will look on her as if she was in life, with the full vigor of the dreadful nutriment she has received pulsing in her veins. And then, when dawn has come, and the vampire cannot leave the lair of her body, I shall strike her with this. And he pointed to his pick. Through the heart, and she, who comes to life again only with the animation the fiend gives her, she and her hellish partner will be dead indeed. Then we must bury her again, delivered at last. We had come to the cemetery, and in the brightness of the moonshine there was no difficulty in identifying her grave. It lay some 20 yards from the small chapel, in the porch of which, obscured by shadow, we concealed ourselves. From that we had a clear and open sight of the grave, and now we must wait till its infernal visitor returned home. The night was warm and windless, yet even if a freezing wind had been raging, I think I should have felt nothing of it. So intense was my preoccupation as to what the night and dawn would bring. There was a bell in the turret of the chapel, and that struck the quarters of the hour, and it amazed me to find how swiftly the chimes succeeded one another. The moon had long set, but a twilight of stars shone in a clear sky, when 5 o'clock of the morning sounded from the turret. A few minutes more passed, and then I felt Ercom's hand softly nudging me, and looking out in the direction of his pointing finger, I saw that the form of a woman, tall and large in build, was approaching from the right. Noiselessly, with a motion more of gliding and floating than walking, she moved across the cemetery to the grave which was the centre of our observation. She moved round it as if to be certain of its identity, and for a moment stood directly facing us. In the greyness to which now my eyes had grown accustomed, I could see her face and recognize its features. She drew her hand across her mouth as if wiping it, and broke into a chuckle of such laughter as made my hair stand on end. Then she leaped on to the grave, holding her hands high above her head, and inch by inch disappeared into the earth. Ercom's hand was laid on my arm, in an injunction to keep still, but now he removed it. "Come," he said. With pick and shovel and rope we went to the grave. The earth was light and sandy, and soon after 6 struck we had delved down to the coffin lid. With his pick he loosened the earth round it, and adjusting the rope through the handles by which it had been lowered, we tried to raise it. This was a long and laborious business, and the light had begun to herald day in the east before we had it out and lying by the side of the grave. With his screwdriver he loosened the fastenings of the lid and slid it aside, and standing there we looked in the face of Mrs. Amworth. The eyes, once closed in death, were open. The cheeks were flushed with colour. The red, full-lipped mouth seemed to smile. "One blow, and it is all over," he said. "You need not look." Even as he spoke, he took up the pick again, and, laying the point of it on her left breast, measured his distance, and though I knew what was coming, I could not look away. He grasped the pick in both hands, raised it an inch or two for the taking of his aim, and then with a full force brought it down on her breast. A fountain of blood, though she had been dead so long, spouted high in the air, falling with the thud of a heavy splash over the shroud, and simultaneously from those red lips came one long appalling cry, swelling up like some hooting siren, and dying away again. With that, instantaneous as a lightning flash, came the touch of corruption on her face. The colour of it faded to ash, the plump cheeks fell in, the mouth dropped. "Thank God that's over," said he, and without pause slipped the coffin lid back into its place. Day was coming fast now, and working like men possessed, we lowered the coffin into its place again, and shovelled the earth over it. The birds were busy with their earliest pipings as we went back to Maxley. End of Mrs. Amworth by E. F. Benson. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. A Case of Eavesdropping by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. A Case of Eavesdropping by Algernon Blackwood. Jim Shorthouse was the sort of fellow who always made a mess of things. Everything with which his hands or mind came into contact issued from such contact in an unqualified and irremediable state of mess. His college days were a mess. He was twice rusticated. His school days were a mess. He went to half a dozen, each passing him on to the next with a worse character and in a more developed state of mess. His early boyhood was a sort of mess that copybooks and dictionaries spell with a big M, and his babyhood, was the embodiment of howling, yowling, screaming mess. At the age of 40, however, there came a change in his troubled life, when he met a girl with $500,000 in her own right, who consented to marry him, and who very soon succeeded in reducing his most messy existence into a state of comparative order and system. Certain incidents, important and otherwise, of Jim's life would never have come to be told here, but for the fact that in getting into his messes and out of them again, he succeeded in drawing himself into the atmosphere of peculiar circumstances and strange happenings. He attracted to his path the curious adventures of life as unfailingly as meat attracts flies and jam wasps. It is to the meat and jam of his life, so to speak, that he owes his experiences. His afterlife was all pudding, which attracts nothing but greedy children. With marriage, the interest of his life ceased for all but one person, and his path became regular as the sun's instead of erratic as a comet's. The first experience in order of time that he related to me shows that somewhere latent behind his disarranged nervous system there lay psychic perceptions of an uncommon order. At the age of 22, I think after his second rustication, his father's purse and patience had equally given out, and Jim found himself stranded high and dry in a large American city. High and dry, and the only clothes that had no holes in them safely in the keeping of his uncle's wardrobe. Careful reflection on a bench in one of the city parks led him to the conclusion that the only thing to do was to persuade the city editor of one of the daily journals that he possessed an observant mind and a ready pen, and that he could do good work for your paper, sir, as a reporter. This then he did, standing at a most unnatural angle between the editor and the window to conceal the whereabouts of the holes. "Guess we'll have to give you a week's trial," said the editor, who, ever on the lookout for good chance material, took on shoals of men in that way and retained on the average one man per shoal. Anyhow, it gave Jim Shorthouse the wherewithal to sew up the holes and relieve his uncle's wardrobe of its burden. Then he went to find living quarters, and in this proceeding his unique characteristics, already refined to what Theosophists would call his karma, began unmistakably to assert themselves, for it was in the house he eventually selected that this sad tale took place. There are no diggings in American cities. The alternatives for small incomes are grim enough. Rooms in a boarding house where meals are served, or in a room house where no meals are served, not even breakfast. Rich people live in palaces, of course, but Jim had nothing to do with such like. His horizon was bounded by boarding houses and room houses, and owing to the necessary irregularity of his meals and hours, he took the latter. It was a large, gaunt-looking place in a side street, with dirty windows and a creaking iron gate, but the rooms were large, and the one he selected and paid for in advance was on the top floor. The landlady looked gaunt and dusty as the house, and quite as old. Her eyes were green and faded, and her features large. "Well," she twanged, with her electrifying western drawl, "that's a room if you like it, and that's the price I said. Now, if you want it, why, just say so, and if you don't, why, it don't hurt me any." Jim wanted to shake her, but he feared the clouds of long-accumulated dust in her clothes, and as the price and size of the room suited him, he decided to take it. "Anyone else on this floor?" he asked. She looked at him queerly out of her faded eyes before she answered. "None of my guests ever put such a question to me before," she said. "But I guess you're different. Why, there's no one at all but an old gent that stayed here every bit of 5 years. He's over there," pointing to the end of the passage. "Ah, I see," said Shorthouse feebly. "So I'm alone up here." "Reckon you are pretty near," she twanged out, ending the conversation abruptly by turning her back on her new guest and going slowly and deliberately downstairs. The newspaper work kept Shorthouse out most of the night. 3 times a week he got home at 1 a.m. and 3 times at 3 a.m. The room proved comfortable enough, and he paid for a second week. His unusual hours had so far prevented his meeting any inmates of the house, and not a sound had been heard from the old gent who shared the floor with him. It seemed a very quiet home. One night, about the middle of the second week, he came home tired after a long day's work. The lamp that usually stood all night in the hall had burnt itself out, and he had to stumble upstairs in the dark. He made considerable noise in doing so, but nobody seemed to be disturbed. The whole house was utterly quiet, and probably everybody was asleep. There were no lights under any of the doors. All was in darkness. It was after 2 o'clock. After reading some English letters that had come during the day, and dipping for a few minutes into a book, he became drowsy and got ready for bed. Just as he was about to get in between the sheets, he stopped for a moment and listened. There rose in the night, as he did so, the sound of steps somewhere in the house below. Listening attentively, he heard that it was somebody coming upstairs, a heavy tread, and the owner taking no pains to step quietly. On it came, up the stairs, tramp, 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 evidently the tread of a big man, and one in something of a hurry. At once thoughts connected somehow with fire and police flashed through Jim's brain, but there were no sounds of voices with the steps, and he reflected in the same moment that it could only be the old gentleman keeping late hours and tumbling upstairs in the darkness. He was in the act of turning out the gas and stepping into bed, when the house resumed its former stillness by the footsteps suddenly coming to a dead stop immediately outside his own room. With his hand on the gas, Shorthouse paused a moment before turning it out to see if the steps would go on again, when he was startled by a loud knocking on his door. Instantly, in obedience to a curious and unexplained instinct, he turned out the light, leaving himself in the room in total darkness. He had scarcely taken a step across the room to open the door, when a voice from the other side of the wall, so close it almost sounded in his ear, exclaimed in German, "Is that you, Vater? Come in." The speaker was a man in the next room, and the knocking, after all, had not been on his own door, but on that of the adjoining chamber, which he had supposed to be vacant. Almost before the man in the passage had time to answer in German, "Let me in at once," Jim heard someone cross the floor and unlock the door. Then it was slammed to with a bang, and there was audible the sound of footsteps about the room, and of chairs being drawn up to a table, and knocking against furniture on the way. The men seemed wholly regardless of their neighbours' comfort, for they made noise enough to waken the dead. Serves me right for taking a room in such a cheap hole, reflected Jim in the darkness. I wonder whom she's let the room to. The 2 rooms, the landlady had told him, were originally one. She had put up a thin partition, just a row of boards, to increase her income. The doors were adjacent and only separated by the massive upright beam between them. When one was opened or shut, the other rattled. With utter indifference to the comfort of the other sleepers in the house, the 2 Germans had meanwhile commenced to talk both at once and at the top of their voices. They talked emphatically, even angrily. The words Vater and Otto were freely used. Shorthouse understood German, but as he stood listening for the first minute or 2, an eavesdropper in spite of himself, it was difficult to make head or tail of the talk, for neither would give way to the other, and the jumble of guttural sounds and unfinished sentences was wholly unintelligible. Then, very suddenly, both voices dropped together, and after a moment's pause, the deep tones of one of them, who seemed to be the father, said with the utmost distinctness, "You mean, Otto, that you refuse to get it?" There was a sound of someone shuffling in the chair before the answer came. "I mean that I don't know how to get it. It is so much, Vater. It is too much. A part of it—" "A part of it!" cried the other, with an angry oath. "A part of it! When ruin and disgrace are already in the house, it's worse than useless. If you can get half, you can get all, you wretched fool. Half measures only damn all concerned." "You told me last time," began the other firmly, but was not allowed to finish. A succession of horrible oaths drowned his sentence, and the father went on in a voice vibrating with anger. "You know she will give you anything. You have only been married a few months. If you ask and give a plausible reason, you can get all we want and more. You can ask it temporarily. All will be paid back. It will re-establish the firm, and she will never know what was done with it. With that amount, Otto, you know I can recoup all these terrible losses, and in less than a year it will be repaid. All will be repaid. But without it, you must get it, Otto. Hear me, you must. Am I to be arrested for that misuse of trust money? Is our honored name to be cursed and spat on?" The old man choked and stammered in his anger and desperation. Shorthouse stood shivering in the darkness and listening in spite of himself. The conversation had carried him along with it, and he had been for some reason afraid to let his neighborhood be known. But at this point he realized that he had listened too long, and that he must inform the 2 men that they could be overheard to every single syllable. So he coughed loudly, and at the same time rattled the handle of his door. It seemed to have no effect, for the voices continued just as loudly as before, the son protesting and the father growing more and more angry. He coughed again, persistently, and also contrived purposely in the darkness to tumble against the partition, feeling the thin boards yield easily under his weight, and making a considerable noise in doing so. But the voices went on unconcernedly, and louder than ever. Could it be possible that they had not heard? By this time Jim was more concerned about his own sleep than the morality of overhearing the private scandals of his neighbors, and he went out into the passage and knocked smartly at their door. Instantly, as if by magic, the sound ceased. Everything dropped into utter silence. There was no light under the door, and not a whisper could be heard within. He knocked again, but received no answer. "Gentlemen," he began at length, with his lips close to the keyhole, and in German, "please do not talk so loud. I can overhear all you say in the next room. Besides, it is very late, and I wish to sleep." He paused and listened, but no answer was forthcoming. He turned the handle and found the door was locked. Not a sound broke the stillness of the night except the faint swish of the wind over the skylight, and the creaking of a board here and there in the house below. The cold air of a very early morning crept down the passage and made him shiver. The silence of the house began to impress him disagreeably. He looked behind him and about him, hoping and yet fearing that something would break the stillness. The voices still seemed to ring on in his ears. But that sudden silence, when he knocked at the door, affected him far more unpleasantly than the voices, and put strange thoughts in his brain, thoughts he did not like or approve. Moving stealthily from the door, he peered over the banisters into the space below. It was like a deep vault that might conceal in its shadows anything that was not good. It was not difficult to fancy he saw an indistinct moving to and fro below him. Was that a figure sitting on the stairs peering up obliquely at him out of hideous eyes? Was that a sound of whispering and shuffling down there in the dark halls and forsaken landings? Was it something more than the inarticulate murmur of the night? The wind made an effort overhead, singing over the skylight, and the door behind him rattled and made him start. He turned to go back to his room, and the draught closed the door slowly in his face, as if there was someone pressing against it from the other side. When he pushed it open and went in, 100 shadowy forms seemed to dart swiftly and silently back to their corners and hiding places. But in the adjoining room the sounds had entirely ceased, and Shorthouse soon crept into bed, and left the house with its inmates waking or sleeping to take care of themselves, while he entered the region of dreams and silence. Next day, strong in the common sense that the sunlight brings, he determined to lodge a complaint against the noisy occupants of the next room, and made the landlady request them to modify their voices at such late hours of the night and morning. But it so happened that she was not to be seen that day, and when he returned from the office at midnight, it was, of course, too late. Looking under the door as he came up to bed, he noticed that there was no light, and concluded that the Germans were not in. So much the better. He went to sleep about 1 o'clock, fully decided that if they came up later and woke him with their horrible noise, he would not rest till he had roused the landlady and made her reprove them with that authoritative twang in which every word was like the lash of a metallic whip. However, there proved to be no need for such drastic measures, for Shorthouse slumbered peacefully all night, and his dreams, chiefly of the fields of grain and flocks of sheep on the far-away farms of his father's estate, were permitted to run their fanciful course unbroken. 2 nights later, however, when he came home tired out after a difficult day, and wet and blown about by one of the wickedest storms he had ever seen, his dreams, always of the fields and sheep, were not destined to be so undisturbed. He had already dozed off in that delicious glow that follows the removal of wet clothes and the immediate struggling under warm blankets, when his consciousness, hovering on the borderland between sleep and waking, was vaguely troubled by the sound that rose indistinctly from the depths of the house, and, between the gusts of wind and rain, reached his ears with an accompanying sense of uneasiness and discomfort. It rose on the night air with some pretense of regularity, dying away again in the roar of the wind to reassert itself distantly in the deep, brief hushes of the storm. For a few minutes Jim's dreams were coloured only, tinged, as it were, by this impression of fear approaching from somewhere insensibly upon him. His consciousness at first refused to be drawn back from that enchanted region where it had wandered, and he did not immediately awaken. But the nature of his dreams changed unpleasantly. He saw the sheep suddenly run huddled together, as though frightened by the neighbourhood of an enemy, while the fields of waving corn became agitated, as though some monster were moving uncouthly among the crowded stalks. The sky grew dark, and in his dream an awful sound came somewhere from the clouds. It was in reality the sound downstairs growing more distinct. Shorthouse shifted uneasily across the bed with something like a groan of distress. The next minute he awoke and found himself sitting straight up in bed, listening. Was it a nightmare? Had he been dreaming evil dreams, that his flesh crawled and the hair stirred on his head? The room was dark and silent, but outside the wind howled dismally and drove the rain with repeated assaults against the rattling windows. How nice it would be, the thought flashed through his mind, if all winds like the west wind went down with the sun. They made such fiendish noises at night, like the crying of angry voices. In the daytime they had such a different sound. If only— Hark! It was no dream after all, for the sound was momentarily growing louder, and its cause was coming up the stairs. He found himself speculating feebly what this cause might be, but the sound was still too indistinct to enable him to arrive at any definite conclusion. The voice of a church clock striking 2 made itself heard above the wind. It was just about the hour when the Germans had commenced their performance 3 nights before. Shorthouse made up his mind that if they began it again, he would not put up with it for very long. Yet he was already horribly conscious of the difficulty he would have of getting out of bed. The clothes were so warm and comforting against his back. The sound, still steadily coming nearer, had by this time become differentiated from the confused clamour of the elements, and had resolved itself into the footsteps of one or more persons. "The Germans, hang 'em," thought Jim. "But what on earth is the matter with me? I never felt so queer in my life." He was trembling all over, and felt as cold as though he were in a freezing atmosphere. His nerves were steady enough, and he felt no diminution of physical courage. But he was conscious of a curious sense of malaise and trepidation, such as even the most vigorous men have been known to experience when in the first grip of some horrible and deadly disease. As the footsteps approached, this feeling of weakness increased. He felt a strange lassitude creeping over him, a sort of exhaustion, accompanied by a growing numbness in the extremities, and a sensation of dreaminess in the head, as if perhaps the consciousness were leaving its accustomed seat in the brain and preparing to act on another plane. Yet, strange to say, as the vitality was slowly withdrawn from his body, his senses seemed to grow more acute. Meanwhile the steps were already on the landing at the top of the stairs, and Shorthouse, still sitting upright in bed, heard a heavy body brush past his door and along the wall outside. Almost immediately afterwards the loud knocking of someone's knuckles on the door of the adjoining room. Instantly, though so far not a sound had proceeded from within, he heard through the thin partition a chair pushed back and a man quickly across the floor and opened the door. "Ah, it's you," he heard in the son's voice. Had the fellow, then, been sitting silently in there all this time, waiting for his father's arrival? To Shorthouse it came not as a pleasant reflection, by any means. There was no answer to this dubious greeting, but the door was closed quickly, and then there was a sound as if a bag or parcel had been thrown on a wooden table and had slid some distance across it before stopping. "What's that?" asked the son, with anxiety in his tone. "You may know before I go," returned the other gruffly. Indeed, his voice was more than gruff. It betrayed ill-suppressed passion. Shorthouse was conscious of a strong desire to stop the conversation before it proceeded any further, but somehow or other his will was not equal to the task, and he could not get out of bed. The conversation went on, every tone and inflection distinctly audible above the noise of the storm. In a low voice the father continued. Jim missed some of the words at the beginning of the sentence. It ended with, "But now they've all left and I've managed to get up to you. You know what I've come for." There was distinct menace in his tone. "Yes," returned the other, "I have been waiting." "And the money?" asked the father impatiently. No answer. "You've had 3 days to get it in, and I've contrived to stave off the worst so far, but tomorrow is the end." No answer. "Speak, Otto! What have you got for me? Speak, my son, for God's sake, tell me." There was a moment's silence, during which the old man's vibrating accents seemed to echo through the rooms. Then came in a low voice the answer. "I have nothing." "Otto!" cried the other with passion. "Nothing!" "I can get nothing," came almost in a whisper. "You lie!" cried the other in a half-stifled voice. "I swear you lie! Give me the money!" A chair was heard scraping along the floor. Evidently the men had been sitting over the table, and one of them had risen. Shorthouse heard the bag or parcel drawn across the table, and then a step, as if one of the men was crossing to the door. "Father, what's in that? I must know," said Otto with the first signs of determination in his voice. There must have been an effort on the son's part to gain possession of the parcel in question, and on the father's to retain it, for between them it fell to the ground. A curious rattle followed its contact with the floor. Instantly there were sounds of a scuffle. The men were struggling for the possession of the box, the elder man with oaths and blasphemous imprecations, the other with short gasps that betokened the strength of his efforts. It was of short duration, and the younger man had evidently won, for a minute later was heard his angry exclamation. "I knew it! Her jewels! You scoundrel, you shall never have them. It is a crime. The elder man uttered a short guttural laugh which froze Jim's blood and made his skin creep. No word was spoken, and for the space of 10 seconds there was a living silence. Then the air trembled with the sound of a thud, followed immediately by a groan and the crash of a heavy body falling over onto the table. A second later, there was a lurching from the table onto the floor and against the partition that separated the rooms. The bed quivered an instant at the shock, but the unholy spell was lifted from his soul, and Jim Shorthouse sprang out of bed and across the floor in a single bound. He knew that ghastly murder had been done, a murder by a father of his son. With shaking fingers but a determined heart he lit the gas, and the first thing in which his eyes corroborated the evidence of his ears was the horrifying detail that the lower portion of the partition bulged unnaturally into his own room. The glaring paper with which it was covered had cracked under the tension, and the boards beneath it bent inwards towards him. What hideous load was behind them, he shuddered to think. All this he saw in less than a second. Since the final lurch against the wall, not a sound had proceeded from the room, not even a groan or a footstep. All was still but the howl of the wind, which to his ears had in it a note of triumphant horror. Shorthouse was in the act of leaving the room to rouse the house and send for the police. In fact, his hand was already on the doorknob, when something in the room arrested his attention. Out of the corner of his eyes, he thought he caught sight of something moving. He was sure of it, and turning his eyes in the direction, he found he was not mistaken. Something was creeping slowly towards him along the floor. It was something dark and serpentine in shape, and it came from the place where the partition bulged. He stooped down to examine it with feelings of intense horror and repugnance, and he discovered that it was moving toward him from the other side of the wall. His eyes were fascinated, and for the moment he was unable to move. Silently, slowly, from side to side, like a thick worm, it crawled forward into the room beneath his frightened eyes, until at length he could stand it no longer, and stretched out his arm to touch it. But at the instant of contact he withdrew his hand with a suppressed scream. It was sluggish, and it was warm, and he saw that his fingers were stained with living crimson. A second more, and Shorthouse was out in the passage with his hand on the door of the next room. It was locked. He plunged forward with all his weight against it, and the lock giving way, he fell headlong into a room that was pitch dark and very cold. In a moment he was on his feet again, and trying to penetrate the blackness. Not a sound, not a movement, not even the sense of a presence. It was empty, miserably empty. Across the room he could trace the outline of a window, with rain streaming down the outside, and the blurred lights of the city beyond. But the room was empty, appallingly empty, and so still. He stood there, cold as ice, staring, shivering, listening. Suddenly there was a step behind him, and a light flashed into the room, and when he turned quickly with his arm up as if to ward off a terrific blow, he found himself face to face with the landlady. Instantly the reaction began to set in. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was standing there with bare feet and striped pyjamas in a small room, which in the merciful light he perceived to be absolutely empty, carpetless, and without a stick of furniture, or even a window blind. There he stood, staring at the disagreeable landlady. And there she stood too, staring and silent, in a black wrapper, her head almost bald, her face white as chalk, shading a sputtering candle with one bony hand, and peering over it at him with her blinking green eyes. She looked positively hideous. "Well," she drawled at length, "I heard you right enough. Guess you couldn't sleep, or just prowling around a bit, is that it?" The empty room, the absence of all traces of the recent tragedy, the silence, the hour, his striped pyjamas and bare feet, everything together combined to deprive him momentarily of speech. He stared at her blankly, without a word. "Well?" clanked the awful voice. "My dear woman," he burst out finally, "there's been something awful." So far his desperation took him, but no further. He positively stuck at the substantive. "Oh, there has been nothing," she said slowly, still peering at him. "I reckon you've only seen and heard what the others did. I never can keep folks on this floor long. Most of them catch on sooner or later, that is, the ones that's kind of quick and sensitive. Only you being an Englishman, I thought you wouldn't mind. Nothing really happens, it's only thinking like." Shorthouse was beside himself. He felt ready to pick her up and drop her over the banisters, candle and all. "Look there," he said, pointing at her within an inch of her blinking eyes with the fingers that had touched the oozing blood. "Look there, my good woman. Is that only thinking?" She stared a minute, as if not knowing what he meant. "I guess so," she said at length. He followed her eyes, and to his amazement saw that his fingers were as white as usual, and quite free from the awful stain that had been there 10 minutes before. There was no sign of blood. No amount of staring could bring it back. Had he gone out of his mind? Had his eyes and ears played such tricks with him? Had his senses become false and perverted? He dashed past the landlady out into the passage and gained his own room in a couple of strides. Whew! The partition no longer bulged. The paper was not torn. There was no creeping, crawling thing on the faded old carpet. "It's all over now," drawled the metallic voice behind him. "I'm going to bed again." He turned and saw the landlady slowly going downstairs again, still shading the candle with her hand and peering up at him from time to time as she moved. A black, ugly, unwholesome object, he thought, as she disappeared into the darkness below, and the last flicker of her candle threw a queer-shaped shadow along the wall and over the ceiling. Without hesitating a moment, Shorthouse threw himself into his clothes and went out of the house. He preferred the storm to the horrors of that top floor, and he walked the streets till daylight. In the evening he told the landlady he would leave the next day, in spite of her assurance that nothing more would happen. "It never comes back," she said. "That is, not after he's killed." Shorthouse gasped. "You gave me a lot for my money," he growled. "Well, it aren't my show," she drawled. "I'm no spirit medium. You take chances. Some'll sleep right along and never hear nothing. Others, like yourself, are different and get the whole thing." "Who's the old gentleman? Does he hear it?" asked Jim. "There's no old gentleman at all," she answered coolly. "I just told you that to make you feel easy, like in case you did hear anything. You were all alone on the floor. Say now," she went on, after a pause in which Shorthouse could think of nothing to say but unpublishable things. "Say now, do tell. Do you feel sort of cold when the show was on, sort of tired and weak, I mean, as if you might be going to die?" "How can I say?" he answered savagely. "What I felt, God only knows." "Well, but you won't tell?" she drawled out. "Only I was wondering how you really did feel, because the man who had that room last was found one morning in bed." "In bed?" "He was dead. He was the one before you. Oh, you don't need to get rattled so. You're all right, and it all really happened. They do say. This house used to be a private residence of some 25 years ago, and a German family of the name Steinhardt lived here. They had a big business in Wall Street and stood way up in things." "Ah," said her listener. "Oh, yes, they did, right at the top, till one fine day it all bust and the old man skipped with the boodle." "Skipped with the boodle?" "That's so," she said. "Got clear away with all the money, and the son was found dead in his house, committed suicide, it was thought. Though there was some as said he couldn't have stabbed himself and fallen in that position. They say he was murdered. The father died in prison. They tried to fasten the murder on him, but there was no motive, or no evidence, or no something, I forget now." "Very pretty," said Shorthouse. "I'll show you something mighty queer anyways," she drawled, "if you'll come upstairs a minute. I've heard the steps and the voices lots of times. They don't faze me any. I just as life hear so many dogs barking. You'll find the whole story in the newspapers if you look it up. Not what goes on here, but the story of the Germans. My house would be ruined if they told all, and I'd sue for damages." They reached the bedroom, and the woman went in and pulled up the edge of the carpet where Shorthouse had seen the blood soaking in the previous night. "Look there, if you feel like it," said the old hag. Stooping down, he saw a dark, dull stain in the boards that corresponded exactly to the shape and position of the blood as he had seen it. That night he slept in a hotel, and the following day sought new quarters. In the newspapers on file in his office, after a long search, he found 20 years back the detailed story, substantially as the woman had said, of Steinhardt and Company's failure, the absconding and subsequent arrest of the senior partner, and the suicide or murder of his son Otto. The landlady's room house had formerly been their private residence. End of A Case of Eavesdropping by Algernon Blackwood. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. A Tough Tussle by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. A Tough Tussle by Ambrose Bierce. One night in the autumn of 1861, a man sat alone in the heart of a forest in western Virginia. The region was one of the wildest on the continent, the Cheat Mountain country. There was no lack of people close at hand, however. Within a mile of where the man sat was now the silent camp of a whole Federal brigade. Somewhere about, it might be still nearer, was a force of the enemy, the numbers unknown. It was this uncertainty as to its numbers and position that accounted for the man's presence in that lonely spot. He was a young officer of a Federal infantry regiment, and his business there was to guard his sleeping comrades in the camp against a surprise. He was in command of a detachment of men constituting a picket guard. These men he had stationed just at nightfall, in an irregular line, determined by the nature of the ground, several hundred yards in front of where he now sat. The line ran through the forest, among the rocks and laurel thickets, the men 15 or 20 paces apart, all in concealment and under injunction of strict silence and unremitting vigilance. In 4 hours, if nothing occurred, they would be relieved by a fresh detachment from the reserve now resting in care of its captain some distance away to the left and rear. Before stationing his men, the young officer of whom we are writing had pointed out to his 2 sergeants the spot at which he would be found if it should be necessary to consult him, or if his presence at the front line should be required. It was a quiet enough spot, the fork of an old wood road, on the 2 branches of which, prolonging themselves deviously forward in the dim moonlight, the sergeants were themselves stationed, a few paces in the rear of the line. If driven sharply back by a sudden onset of the enemy, the pickets are not expected to make a stand after firing. The men would come into the converging roads, and naturally following them to their point of intersection could be rallied and formed. In a small way, the author of these dispositions was something of a strategist. If Napoleon had planned as intelligently at Waterloo, he would have won that memorable battle and been overthrown later. Second Lieutenant Brainerd Byring was a brave and efficient officer. Young and comparatively inexperienced as he was in the business of killing his fellow men, he had enlisted in the very first days of the war as a private, with no military knowledge whatever, had been made a first sergeant in his company on account of his education and engaging manner, and had been lucky enough to lose his captain by a Confederate bullet. In the resulting promotions he had gained a commission. He had been in several engagements, such as they were, at Philippi, Rich Mountain, Carrick's Ford, and Greenbrier, and had borne himself with such gallantry as not to attract the attention of his superior officers. The exhilaration of battle was agreeable to him, but the sight of the dead, with their clay faces, blank eyes, and stiff bodies, which, when not unnaturally shrunken, were unnaturally swollen, had always intolerably affected him. He felt toward them a kind of reasonless antipathy that was something more than the physical and spiritual repugnance common to us all. Doubtless this feeling was due to his unusually acute sensibilities, his keen sense of the beautiful, which these hideous things outraged. Whatever may have been the cause, he could not look upon a dead body without a loathing which had in it an element of resentment. What others have respected as the dignity of death had to him no existence, was altogether unthinkable. Death was a thing to be hated. It was not picturesque. It had no tender and solemn side. A dismal thing, hideous in all its manifestations and suggestions. Lieutenant Byring was a braver man than anybody knew, for nobody knew his horror of that which he was ever ready to incur. Having posted his men, instructed his sergeants, and retired to his station, he seated himself on a log, and with senses all alert, began his vigil. For greater ease, he loosened his sword belt, and taking his heavy revolver from his holster, laid it on the log beside him. He felt very comfortable, though he hardly gave the fact a thought, so intently did he listen for any sound from the front which might have a menacing significance. A shout, a shot, or the footfall of one of his sergeants coming to apprise him of something worth knowing. From the vast invisible ocean of moonlight overhead fell, here and there, a slender broken stream that seemed to splash against the intercepting branches and trickle to earth, forming small white pools among the clumps of laurel. But these leaks were few and served only to accentuate the blackness of his environment, which his imagination found it easy to people with all manner of unfamiliar shapes, menacing, uncanny, or merely grotesque. He to whom the portentous conspiracy of night and solitude and silence in the heart of a great forest is not an unknown experience, needs not to be told what another world it all is, how even the most commonplace and familiar objects take on another character. The trees group themselves differently. They draw closer together, as if in fear. The very silence has another quality than the silence of the day, and it is full of half-heard whispers, whispers that startle, ghosts of sounds long dead. There are living sounds, too, such as are never heard under other conditions, notes of strange night birds, the cries of small animals in sudden encounters with stealthy foes or in their dreams, a rustling in the dead leaves. It may be the leap of a wood rat, it may be the footfall of a panther. What caused the breaking of that twig? What the low alarmed twittering in that bushful of birds? There are sounds without a name, forms without substance, translations in space of objects which have not been seen to move, movements wherein nothing is observed to change its place. Ah, children of the sunlight and the gaslight, how little you know of the world in which you live. Surrounded at a little distance by armed and watchful friends, Byring felt utterly alone. Yielding himself to the solemn and mysterious spirit of the time and place, he had forgotten the nature of his connection with the visible and audible aspects and phases of the night. The forest was boundless. Men and the habitations of men did not exist. The universe was one primeval mystery of darkness, without form and void, himself the sole dumb questioner of its eternal secret. Absorbed in thoughts born of this mood, he suffered the time to slip away unnoted. Meantime, the infrequent patches of white light lying amongst the tree trunks had undergone a change of size, form, and place. In one of them near by, just at the roadside, his eye fell upon an object that he had not previously observed. It was almost before his face as he sat. He could have sworn that it had not before been there. It was partly covered in shadow, but he could see that it was a human figure. Instinctively he adjusted the clasp of his sword belt and laid hold of his pistol. Again he was in a world of war, by occupation an assassin. The figure did not move. Rising, pistol in hand, he approached. The figure lay upon its back, its upper part in shadow, but standing above it and looking down upon the face, he saw that it was a dead body. He shuddered and turned from it with a feeling of sickness and disgust, resumed his seat upon the log, and forgetting military prudence, struck a match and lit a cigar. In the sudden blackness that followed the extinction of the flame, he felt a sense of relief. He could no longer see the object of his aversion. Nevertheless, he kept his eyes in that direction until it appeared again with growing distinctness. It seemed to have moved a trifle nearer. "Damn the thing," he muttered. "What does it want?" It did not appear to be in need of anything but a soul. Byring turned away his eyes and began humming a tune, but he broke off in the middle of a bar and looked at the dead body. Its presence annoyed him, though he could hardly have had a quieter neighbor. He was conscious, too, of a vague, indefinable feeling that was new to him. It was not fear, but rather a sense of the supernatural, in which he did not at all believe. "I have inherited it," he said to himself. "I suppose it will require 1,000 ages, perhaps 10,000, for humanity to outgrow this feeling. Where and when did it originate? Away back, probably, in what is called the cradle of the human race, the plains of Central Asia. What we inherit as a superstition, our barbarous ancestors must have held as a reasonable conviction. Doubtless they believed themselves justified by facts whose nature we cannot even conjecture, in thinking a dead body a malign thing endowed with some strange power of mischief, with perhaps a will and a purpose to exert it. Possibly they had some awful form of religion, of which that was one of the chief doctrines, sedulously taught by their priesthood, as ours teach the immortality of the soul. As the Aryans moved slowly on to and through the Caucasus passes and spread over Europe, new conditions of life must have resulted in the formulation of new religions. The old belief in the malevolence of the dead body was lost from the creeds, and even perished from tradition, but it left its heritage of terror, which is transmitted from generation to generation, is as much a part of us as are our blood and bones. In following out his thought, he had forgotten that which suggested it, but now his eye fell again upon the corpse. The shadow had now altogether uncovered it. He saw the sharp profile, the chin in the air, the whole face, ghastly white in the moonlight. The clothing was grey, the uniform of a Confederate soldier. The coat and waistcoat, unbuttoned, had fallen away on each side, exposing the white shirt. The chest seemed unnaturally prominent, but the abdomen had sunken, leaving a sharp projection at the line of the lower ribs. The arms were extended, the left knee was thrust forward. The whole posture impressed Byring as having been studied with a view to the horrible. "Bah!" he exclaimed. He was an actor. He knew how to be dead. He drew away his eyes, directing them resolutely along one of the roads leading to the front, and resumed his philosophizing where he had left off. It may be that our Central Asian ancestors had not the custom of burial. In that case it is easy to understand their fear of the dead, who really were a menace and an evil. They bred pestilences. Children were taught to avoid the places where they lay, and to run away if by inadvertence they came near a corpse. I think, indeed, I'd better go away from this chap." He half rose to do so, then remembered that he had told his men in front and the officer in the rear who was to relieve him that he could at any time be found at that spot. It was a matter of pride, too. If he abandoned his post, he feared they would think he feared the corpse. He was no coward, and he was unwilling to incur anybody's ridicule. So he again seated himself, and to prove his courage looked boldly at the body. The right arm, the one farthest from him, was now in shadow. He could hardly see the hand which he had before observed lay at the root of a clump of laurel. There had been no change, a fact which gave him a certain comfort. He could not have said why. He did not at once remove his eyes. That which we do not wish to see has a strange fascination, sometimes irresistible. Of the woman who covers her eyes with her hands and looks between the fingers, let it be said that the wits have dealt with her not altogether justly. Byring suddenly became conscious of a pain in his right hand. He withdrew his eyes from his enemy and looked at it. He was grasping the hilt of his drawn sword so tightly that it hurt him. He observed, too, that he was leaning forward in a strained attitude, crouching like a gladiator, ready to spring at the throat of an antagonist. His teeth were clenched, and he was breathing hard. This matter was soon set right. And as his muscles relaxed and he drew a long breath, he felt keenly enough the ludicrousness of the incident. It affected him to laughter. Heavens! What sound was that? What mindless devil was uttering an unholy glee in the mockery of human merriment? He sprang to his feet and looked about him, not recognizing his own laugh. He could no longer conceal from himself the horrible fact of his cowardice. He was thoroughly frightened. He would have run from the spot, but his legs refused their office. They gave way beneath him, and he sat again upon the log, violently trembling. His face was wet, his whole body bathed in a chill perspiration. He could not even cry out. Distinctly he heard behind him a stealthy tread, as of some wild animal, and dared not look over his shoulder. Had the soulless living joined forces with the soulless dead? Was it an animal? Ah, if he could but be assured of that! But by no effort of will could he now unfix his gaze from the face of the dead man. I repeat that Lieutenant Byring was a brave and intelligent man. But what would you have? Shall a man cope single-handed with so monstrous an alliance as that of night and solitude and silence and the dead, while an incalculable host of his own ancestors shriek into the ear of his spirit their coward counsel, sing their doleful death songs in his heart, and disarm his very blood of all its iron? The odds are too great. Courage was not made for so rough use as that. One sole conviction now had the man in possession, that the body had moved. It lay nearer to the edge of its plot of light. There could be no doubt of it. It had also moved its arms. For look, they are both in the shadow. A breath of cold air struck Byring full in the face. The boughs of trees above him stirred and moaned. A strongly defined shadow passed across the face of the dead, left it luminous, passed back upon it, and left it half obscured. The horrible thing was visibly moving, and at that moment a single shot rang out upon the picket line, a lone lyre and louder, though more distant, shot than ever had been heard by mortal ear. It broke the spell of that enchanted man. It slew the silence and the solitude, dispersed the hindering host from Central Asia, and released his modern manhood. With a cry like that of some great bird pouncing upon its prey, he sprang forward, hot-hearted for action. Shot after shot now came from the forest. There were shoutings and confusion, hoof-beats and desultory cheers. Away to the rear, in the sleeping camp, were a singing of bugles and grumble of drums. Pushing through the thickets on either side the roads came the Federal pickets, in full retreat, firing backward at random as they ran. A straggling group that had followed back one of the roads, as instructed, suddenly sprang away into the bushes as 100 horsemen thundered by them, striking wildly with their sabres as they passed. At headlong speed these mounted madmen shot past the spot where Byring had sat, and vanished round an angle of the road, shouting and firing their pistols. A moment later there was a roar of musketry, followed by dropping shots. They had encountered the reserve guard in line, and back they came in dire confusion, with here and there an empty saddle, and many a maddened horse, bullet-stung, snorting and plunging with pain. It was all over. An affair of outposts. The line was re-established with fresh men. The roll called. The stragglers were reformed. The Federal commander, with a part of his staff imperfectly clad, appeared upon the scene, asked a few questions, looked exceedingly wise, and retired. After standing at arms for an hour, the brigade in camp swore a prayer or two, and went to bed. Early the next morning a fatigue party, commanded by a captain and accompanied by a surgeon, searched the ground for dead and wounded. At the fork of the road, a little to one side, they found two bodies lying close together, that of a Federal officer and that of a Confederate private. The officer had died of a sword thrust through the heart, but not apparently until he had inflicted upon his enemy no fewer than 5 dreadful wounds. The dead officer lay on his face in a pool of blood, the weapon still in his heart. They turned him on his back, and the surgeon removed it. "Gad," said the captain, "it is Byring," adding, with a glance at the other, "they had a tough tussle. The surgeon was examining the sword. It was that of a line officer of Federal infantry, exactly like the one worn by the captain. It was, in fact, Byring's own. The only other weapon discovered was an undischarged revolver in the dead officer's belt. The surgeon laid down the sword and approached the other body. It was frightfully gashed and stabbed, but there was no blood. He took hold of the left foot and tried to straighten the leg. In the effort, the body was displaced. The dead did not wish to be moved. It protested with a faint, sickening odor. Where it had lain were a few maggots, manifesting an imbecile activity. The surgeon looked at the captain. The captain looked at the surgeon. End of A Tough Tussle by Ambrose Bierce. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.